spiritual practice. It's a luxury, not a need.
Madhava Prabhu, thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us today. This was so special to start with your beautiful kirtan. Thank you to everyone for joining us today. Guru Maharaj is here with us now. Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Thank you so much. First of all, Madhava Prabhu needs no introduction. I'm sure everyone on this session here knows Madhava Prabhu, and his parents. I mean, Guru Maharaj has known Madhava Prabhu since he was a child or a kid, and his parents are disciples of Guru Maharaj, and our mother Saraswati and Krishna Chandra Prabhu. And Maharaj has known Madhava Prabhu and his wife Radhika for so many years, and very special to have you with us today, Madhava Prabhu. And before we I know you have to leave us in a few minutes here, so please share a few words before you have to go to your next kirtan program.
Hare Krishna. Maharaj, please accept my dhanavats. Glories to yourself. Prabhupada, it's so nice to see you smiling. You know, all you very close to us, close to our hearts.
Thank you.
And it said that without the mercy of Vaishnavas, one cannot chant the holy names. So on this very auspicious occasion, you know, I ask for your blessings so that I can always try to have the holy names on my tongues and also in the heart. You've known me since I was a kid, and time goes by very fast, and there's no doubt that the chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra is the highest in all the three worlds, in all the universes. But this can be achieved only by the mercy of Vaishnavas. So please, Maharaj, you know, I just beg for your mercy so that we can just chant and be happy like Srila Prabhupada says.
Right.
And we wish you a very wonderful day with lots of happiness and love coming from all the devotees that love you so much. And we wish you very long and good health so that you can be with us for a long time and inspire us with your deep insights in Krishna consciousness. Thank you so much, Maharaj. So nice to see you again, and hopefully we'll see you personally again sometime in Carpinteria.
Yes, yes, we're waiting for that.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you for your beautiful kirtan, and thank you for your kind words. And what you said about the blessings of the Vaishnavas is true. And not that I'm a Vaishnava, but I'll pray to Srila Prabhupada, to the Parampara, to the Holy Name, to bless you with their presence eternally.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Guru.
Madhava, unmute.
Yes. Thank you so much, Madhava Prabhu. We really, really appreciate you joining us today. It was so special.
Thank you so much.
Now I think we have a cake, a maha cake from Mother Namachintamani to Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hare Krishna.
Please accept my humble obeisances on this most auspicious occasion of your Vyasa puja. And Mother Shilavashini and Danishta Gopi Mataji, they helped a lot to get the cake together. And it's the offering from the Vrindavan devotees to you. The cake offerings from the devotees in Vrindavan.
Right. My thanks to all of you.
We wish you a very happy Vyasa Puja, Guru Maharaj.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Namachintamani Mataji, and thank you, Prema Manjari Mataji and Rajbihari Prabhu and everyone there for joining us this morning, or it's evening there, from Sri Vrindavan Dham. So special. Thank you all. Hare Krishna. So welcome everyone. Thank you so much. It's been an incredible last several weeks or months, maybe almost 2 months now. It feels like this journey that we've been on into the hearts of so many devotees around the world with such deep devotion and love for Guru Maharaj. And we come today to session 12, which is the final session of this series. And we're so, it's been such a wonderful experience, and we look forward to hearing from so many more wonderful devotees today. With an offering by Gandharvika Sundari Dasi, which is a video offering, and which will begin shortly.
Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to your divine grace, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. want to wish you a very happy Vyasa puja. Guru Maharaj, you're an ocean of good qualities, and one of them that I admire the most is your unflinching Krishna consciousness. It's said that one cannot be Krishna conscious without first being conscious, and you are the perfect example of this. You've taught me how to not leave the lights on when we're not using them, how to use water more efficiently, how to see it, all these things as Krishna's energy, and most importantly, how not to waste time. And I'm victim of this very bad habit. Sometimes when chanting with you, when I would be done with my rounds, I would get up and go and leave. And once you turned around and you looked at me really seriously, and you said, "Where are you going?" And I said, "I'm done with my rounds, I'm leaving." And you said, "No, chant more." And you knew that I had nothing more important to do, and therefore I should be making the best use of my time. So thank you for all these lessons and teachings that I will cherish in my heart, especially now, being physically so far away from you and your association. Burijan Prabhu says that there's 4 kinds of sufferings in this material world: birth, disease, old age, and death. And right now I am suffering with birth. Not that it's not a nice city, it's nice materially, but geographically it's really far away from you and your association and all the wonderful devotees in Carpentria. So on this most auspicious day, I pray to you and pray to Srimati Radharani to always allow me to remember the goal of my life, which is to win your smile and to attain your lotus feet. Please accept my humble obeisances, and I also offer my obeisances to all the wonderful devotees who have been serving you at the farmhouse with so much dedication and love, especially Kunti Devi Mataji, whom I really adore. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Your undeserving servant, Gandharvika Sundari Dasi.
Thank you so much. That was such a beautiful offering by Gandharvika Sundari Dasi. We have Shama Vallabha Prabhu who lives in Dallas now, who's the son of Mother Krishna Nandini, who will be speaking next. So Shama Vallabha Prabhu, if you could unmute yourself and share your video, you can now give your offering.
Haribol Guru Maharaj.
Haribol.
It's very good to be in your association. I just feel so fortunate that I'm able to take your shelter in this lifetime. My mother introduced me to Krishna consciousness, and I've been hearing about you for a very, very long time, and how committed and dedicated to Srila Prabhupada was into Krishna, you are, and to Krishna consciousness. And I see that every day, even though I'm so far away from you. And I had planned on coming to Carpinteria before my year of initiation was over, since that time. But I guess the Lord had other plans. But I'm still able to be in your association because every day, faithfully, we get to join you during the japa sessions. I would just want to say that, I pray to Lord Krishna, Srila Prabhupada, that you can, like Madhava Prabhu says, live a long time so we can continue to get your guidance. And I pray that I'm able to further develop my Krishna consciousness by your mercy, because I know that that's the boat that will carry me over, like Srila Prabhupada says, to the spiritual world. And that's my number one desire, to be with, the devotees continuously and to be in service of Krishna. So I just want to say thank you very much. First of all, I didn't think I would get this opportunity. All these sessions were passing and I'm like, wait, where's my turn? I want to say something. And, it just so happened Neela Madhava reached out and said, hey, there's another session. I'm like, wow, he answered my prayer. So thank you very much. Again, I feel very fortunate, Guru Maharaj, to be under your shelter. And I want to say thank you. And also, I apologize for not sending a chain along with that medallion. So hopefully, if you don't have a chain, I want to make sure to get you one. So
Here's a beautiful medallion of Srila Prabhupada that you had made for me in Vrindavan. Yeah, we were still working on the chain part.
I'm going to get that chain. I'm actually talking to Mataji right now to get that to you. So Guru Maharaj, I just want to say I love you. And I thank you very much for accepting me as your disciple. And I pray to continue to be able to further develop my Krishna consciousness and to serve you properly. Haribo.
Jai, thank you very much. And yeah, your words, your thoughts, your deeds are all very encouraging. And also, I take the opportunity to ask all the devotees to pray for your beloved mother, my beloved God sister, Her Grace Krishna Nandini Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Shambhavalabha Prabhu. Next, we have a garland for Guru Maharaj. So we'll ask Bhakta Das to present the garland to Guru Maharaj at this time.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bhakta Das Prabhu. Next, we have Vinod Bihari Prabhu from Houston, one of the Guru Maharaj's disciples here in Houston that's senior, the disciples in Houston. So we'll ask him to speak at this time. So Vinod Bihari Prabhu, go ahead and unmute yourself and show your video, and you can give your offering at this time.
Hare Krishna, Gurudev.
Hare Krishna.
Dandavat Pranam.
Hi.
All glories to Guru and Gauranga. Om Apadamauli Paryantam Gurunam Akrutim Smaret Tena Vignaha Pranashyanti Siddhinti Cha Manorataha. Shri Gurubhyo Namah. Shri Gurubhyo Namah. Hari Om. On this auspicious day, beginning of Kartika Mas, Gurudev kindly empower me to glorify just one of your Avadhuta Lakshana, that of Agni, the fire. Tejasvi, just like Agni destroys the entire bamboo forest, your tapas, brahmacharya, Sama, Dhamma, Tyaga, Satya, Shaucha, Yama, Niyama, and so on and so forth, have completely destroyed all the anarthas and purified your Kaya, Vacha, and Manasa. To add to it, by bathing in the dust of the lotus feet of His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada, and like a mirror reflecting His qualities, you have become Tejasvi like fire. Just as moon become famous in association of sun. Your famous word, Ekas Chandra Tamo Anti Nachatara Ganasasra. Next is Durdharsha. Although very friendly and familiar to us all, still can't come very close to you like Agni. To carelessly approach a sadhu like you is just like carelessly approaching Agni, which immediately burns if not properly respected, because Krishna does not excuse ill treatment of a pure devotee. You are Shapa Anugraha Shaktonyo. You can give Shapa, at the same time you can do Anugraha. You have both the capabilities. Next is Deepta. Just like there is no need of a torch to see Agni or sun, similarly, the very fact that your Vyasa Puja Mahotsava is being celebrated as an international festival proves that you need no identity, no flag to announce your identity. My be like God brothers and sisters are anxious to gather nectar from you. They don't need an address to gather honey, just like a bee doesn't need an address. It knows where the honey is. Next is Sarva Bhaksha. Although you're continuously interacting with worldly people like me during your non-stop preaching mission, you're not affected by their guna and dosha. Rather, those who come in contact with you get purified by your association. Tejiyasam na doshayam, vane sarvabhujoyata. I'm not trying to explain the meaning of that. I'm really too small for that. Then Udara Bhajana. Although hailing from an affluent family, you have never believed in amassing dhana sampat, but rather amassed tons of sadhana sampat. Your only storage utensil is your stomach, not bank balance. Although Kunti Mata says, Janma Aishwarya Shrutashi Edhamana Madapuman, but you have miserably failed to, they have miserably failed to intoxicate you. Kvachit channa, kvachit spashta. Kvachit channa, like Agni, sometimes you appear in a concealed form. Kvachit spashta, and at other times you reveal yourself. Shreya ichitam, for the welfare of us conditioned souls, you have accepted the worshipable position of a spiritual master. And thus, like Agni, you burn to ashes past and future sinful reactions of hundreds of your disciples world over by simply mercifully glancing at us and accepting our offerings, Guru Maharaj. And finally, Gurudev, just like Agni blazes, both when the smoldering wood is stirred, please manifest before us when we chant and hear your glories with all the love and devotion we can muster, and bless us all. Please accept our best wishes for a happy Krishna conscious birthday, Gurudev, belated Vandau. May Srila Prabhupada and Krishna empower you to bring more and more souls to their lotus feet. Gururaj, I would like to, Guru Maharaj, I want to end up with a very small prayer. I will say it slowly so that we can follow it. Andhoham karuna sindho vikshena kshema paddatim giriraj karam grinnan vartaya nidma vartini. I don't think there is any need to explain the meaning. I mean, it is very simple.
No, we need you.
Okay. Andhoham karuna sindhu. Andaham, I am blind, spiritually blind. My vision may be 20/20, but I'm spiritually blind. Why? Vikshena kshema paddatim. You have time and again explained the meaning of Shreyas and Preyas. So I do not know what is Shreyaskara for me in this life. So Vikshe, I cannot see. Kshema paddatim, what's good for me? Giriraja, Karam Grunnan, please hold my hands. And Vartaya Ninde Vartmani, please induce me, or prachodayat, you please make me behave in such a way that it is not nindya. It means it is not being criticized by others. I understand that being your disciple is no joke. I did that. I don't know how and why, but if you were asked me to do it now, I would really be scared because I understand that it's a very, very, very big responsibility. So, Gurudev, my again and again my humble obeisances. Giriraj Swami Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, गिरिराज महाराज व्यास पूजा महोत्सव की जय। स्वस्त्यस्तु सताम सदा सन्मंगलानि भवन्तु। हरे कृष्ण।
Hare Krishna. Thank you for that beautiful Shastric offering with Sanskrit. Whenever you speak, you always quote Sanskrit shlokas, and bring us to our Sanskrit roots. So, yeah. If I didn't know what your work was, I would have thought that you were a Sanskrit pundit. But I guess that's your, well, maybe that's really what you are, and your other work is just for your livelihood.
Thank you so much for your kind words, Gurudev.
Hare Krishna.
Please keep us blessed. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Neelamadu.
So I will go for a moment and be right back.
Thank you, Neelamadu Prabhu. Should I mute my mic now?
Yes, please, Prabhu. Thank you so much, Prabhu. Thank you so much for joining us.
Sansarada Nadalida Loka Tranaya Karuna Ganaganatma Prapasya Kalyana Gunarnavashya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nritya Gita Vaditramaja Manasura Sena Romanjakam Pasru Tarangabajo Vande Guru Sri Charan.
Hare Krishna. Next, we have an offering by Madhurika Mataji. Madhurika Mataji, if you could unmute yourself and show your video. Perfect. And give your offering. Thank you.
I've unmuted. Is my video showing?
Yes, it is, and we can hear you perfectly. Thank you.
Okay. Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj. Hare Krishna to all the devotees. I'm very happy to be in your association today. I'll read my offering. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my respectful obeisances. All glories to your divine grace. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you for welcoming and initiating me into our wonderful spiritual family. I owe this beautiful life we lead to that connection. Everything about it, where we live, how we think, who we know and hold dear, would otherwise be completely different. In recent times, I've been most grateful for the association of beautiful devotees that enriches our lives. I often find myself struck with wonder and delight. This is the quality of people I get to be with. These are my friends and mentors. However perplexing and complex life has been over the past few years, this is something that I keep coming back to, feeling immense gratitude for being in this association and part of this devotee family. I appreciate how much you care about relationships and how much you embody Vaishnav culture by being a perfect gentleman, an attentive host, and the well-wisher of everyone you meet. You are ever mindful of your duty as Srila Prabhupada's son to welcome others into the house that he has built and to care for your devotee family members. Thank you also for your wonderful example of how to chant with faith and determination. Srila Prabhupada's instruction to you to write is such an important guiding principle in your life. You dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to this instruction, and I'm very grateful to be included in your editing team so that I can assist you in your service in some small way. Happy Vyasa Puja. Your grateful servant, Madhurika Dasi.
Thank you. That was beautiful. And I'm glad you mentioned your place in my editing team, because that's a very important service, and you add a lot to the quality of my writing by your contributions. Thank you. Hare Krishna. And you're a good cook for my diet also. I haven't had the chance for a while, but you do well with my diet.
Oh, I hope I get the chance again soon. I would like to. Very well.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Madhurika Mataji. Next, we have the presentation of this year's Vyasa Puja ebook by Damodar Prabhu and Mother Varsabhanavi. So Damodar Prabhu and Mother Varsabhanavi, if you could unmute yourself and show your video, please, you can present the book at this time.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Hi. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glory to Srila Prabhupada. Is Mother Varshabhanavi visible?
She's right, well, on my screen, she's right next to you.
Yes.
Oh, okay, okay. So Guru Maharaj, I just wanted to thank you so much for sitting through all these hours and hours of sessions. I'm pretty sure you're not doing it for your own enjoyment, but you're doing it because you know how enlivening and how enthusing it is for your disciples. So thank you very much for that, Guru Maharaj.
My pleasure.
So first of all, I know a lot of devotees have been waiting and asking about the Vyasa Puja book, and I apologize for making everybody wait. But because of the extended nature of this Vyasa Puja this year, we have been receiving offerings continually after each session. So we haven't been able to release the book because there's been more and more offerings coming, but now it is finalized and everybody will be happy to know it's ready to go. So actually it's very much well worth the wait, because in my experience, and I've been involved with most of the Vyasa Puja books over the years, this is the biggest Vyasa Puja book ever. We have offerings from 260 plus devotees, constituting 480 pages of offerings. So this is a lot of nectar. So I want to say thank you very much to all the devotees who sent an offering. Thank you very much to all the devotees who personally contacted devotees to inspire them to write an offering when they wouldn't have otherwise. And especially thank you to Mother Varshabhanabi, who humbly and wonderful service attitude as usual in the background, doing all the proofreading and a lot of editing, editorial work, without who this wouldn't have been possible. Thank you. So, Neela Madhava Prabhu, could you just share the cover, the screen, the cover of the book, just to get people fired up? And the cover, we have EPUB format, we have a MOBI format, we have a PDF format. So the ebook, which can be read on Kindle or iBooks, or the PDF can be downloaded for your computer. If you want to just scroll to the next page, Prabhu, we have a table of contents, and you can click on any one of those, just click on one. So you can navigate to the different sections in the book. And Neela Madhava Prabhu will now share the link on this Zoom conference, but we will also be sharing the link through GRS Sangha to wherever you to where you can download all the different formats of the book. So thank you, everybody. Please take advantage of this ocean of nectar and dive right in. So, thank you, Guru Maharaj. So,
thank you so much, Damodar Prabhu and Mother Varsabhanavi. What a wonderful service. Next, we'll ask Damodar Prabhu and Mother Lavanga to give your offering now.
So I know we don't have much time, but Guru Maharaj, I thought rather than just read my short offering in the book, I would like to share some of the interactions we have had, especially in the early days, because by some amazing good fortune, actually just your kindness and mercy, I've had so much opportunity to get personal association with you and so many personal instructions and guidance and training from you. So I thought I'd just like to share a few of those quickly for your pleasure, for some instructional value and some humor too. Really, the first memories I have of you are during the 1986 period when the zonal acharya time was coming to an end and Bhagavan Prabhu had just left. And just briefly, for those of you that don't know, or just to recap, in those days, there was one acharya for each zone, one guru. Anybody who joined the temple in that zone became the disciple of that one guru. There was no question of taking a guru from outside. And that system broke down, and the zonal acharya for our zone left. And there was much confusion amongst the devotees, even some of the senior devotees. We were in Mildersdrift at the time, and Guru Maharaj was there too. You were there too, Guru Maharaj. And I remember clearly everybody being very upset and confused, coming for the morning program. And you came into the temple, sat on the Vyasa, opened Srila Prabhupada Lilamrita, read for 1 hour, closed Lilamrita, and walked out. And this continued for a few days. And then after that, you were giving classes, and without directly directly approaching the subject, you would often give the analogy of Punamushika Bhav, the again become a mouse, without mentioning names, without any finger pointing, without making any offenses or criticizing. You made it very clear what the problem was, what the solution is, and how to move forward. That we've always got to keep Srila Prabhupada in the center. If we try and make ourselves the center, then we'll become a mouse again. And, you know, you did it with such intelligence and compassion. It was really amazing. So then the next year, 1987, we got initiated. The first group to sit around the fire. And oh, I'm trying to I made some notes, but I'm trying to open my phone. And I became like your personal servant for some of the time. And I was young and immature, but trying my best to be a good servant and disciple. So I had one bright idea. I thought, you know, we prepare the boga, and then we put it in front of your picture and offer it. So, and then we take it from the picture and give it to you. So why don't we just take that boga and just give it to you directly? Why offer it to the picture first? It's still you. So I asked you, you know, if we can just give you the boga. And you said very intelligently, very kindly, well, I would rather eat prasadam than eat boga. And another time when I was serving you prasadam, trying to be a really good servant, I came after you'd finished eating with a bowl, with a jug of warm water with a little lemon juice in it, and a towel over my shoulder, and another bowl in my other hand to come and wash your hands. So you were sitting on the floor, just finished eating. I held the bowl under your hands and poured the warm lemon water over your hands to wash your hands, thinking this is topmost service. You looked at me and you said, you know nothing about Suchi. You said, with the one hand, you're making me clean, and with the other hand, you're contaminating me. You said you either have a second person holding the bowl or you put the bowl on the ground and pour the water over my hands. So more instructions. And this is all the very early days, 1987, 1988. One time in the farmhouse at Muldersdrift, while I was your servant, we happened to cross paths in one of the passages in the farmhouse, walked past each other, and then you turned around and said to me, Damodar! And I was like, oh my God, what have I done now? And you looked at me and you said, you're not ready to hear it. And you walked off. Ouch. Then I was your driver quite often. And of course, part of the driver's responsibility is to clean the windshield or keep the car clean. So I knew I was driving you that morning. So I cleaned the windshield best as I could, cleaned the car. Then you came in the car and you said, what is that? And there was a tiny piece of tissue paper caught on the windscreen wiper. So I said, well, it's some tissue paper from cleaning the window garage. It you do not use paper towels and throw them away. Use a rag and use it again and again and again. Don't waste Krishna's energy. Achieving many things with one thing, Guru Maharaj. Giving me instructions, smashing my ego. Thank you. Then, as your driver, I remember we were at the bottom of the driveway in Mildersdrift in the car, just you and I in the car. And you turned to me and you said, you are young, you are good looking, you are intelligent. Your father's the mayor. And I was thinking, where is this going? And then you said, it's no wonder you're so puffed up. Thank you, God. So they say, you know, the Guru is the thunderbolt and the rose. And some people say in the early days there was more of the thunderbolt from you than the rose, but I'm not sure about that. But anyway, so this next memory is, I've hardly ever shared it with anyone. It's very difficult for me to share, but I think it's instructive, so I will. This is also in Mildersdrift. It was one night, just outside one of the little cottage ashrams. There was no formal meeting. We happened to come together random time. And you said to me very gently, not an instruction, I have a god brother who is preaching, and I promised him I would send him some help in his preaching. He is preaching in China. And would you like to go and join him to preach in China? And my heart was like, oh, no ways, I can't do that. And he said, he's Tamal Krishna Goswami. Now, at that time, I was so new, I didn't really know who Tamal Krishna Goswami was. And unlike you, who had so much faith in Srila Prabhupada, that when he looked at you and said, so Giriraj, you will take responsibility for the whole of Juhu Beach Temple, just said yes. But to my eternal regret, I said, I don't think I can do it, Guru Maharaj. And I didn't do it. And I often wonder where the trajectory of my spiritual life would be if I had said yes and gone to China and preached with Tamal Krishna Goswami. So that's one of the biggest regrets in my life. And after looking back at it a few years, I vowed never to let that happen again. Then many years later, after I had visited your carpinteria and done some service when I was in South Africa, I came to carpinteria for a few months and came back to South Africa. Then a few months later, just sort of randomly out of the blue, we got a phone call, and it was you from America phoning me in South Africa. And once again, kind of not so formally, not so strongly, you just said, you should probably come to America. And then I remembered that time when I had said no, when I should have said yes. So we sold our house, got rid of the business, whole life turned upside down. We came to America with nothing, didn't know what we were going to do, where we were going to stay. It was quite a big change in our lives and a difficult time, small children. And now here we are, 24 hours a day engaged in Krishna's service on an ISKCON project, looking after the cows, fully engaged in service, nicely situated by your mercy, Guru Maharaj. So I've gone over my time. I have a whole list of other wonderful memories that we could discuss, but I think I will leave it there and just say thank you, Guru Maharaj, for being there for all these years, through all the troubles I've given you, all the ups and downs. But we have stood the test of time, and you know that I am your man for eternity. And Neela Madhava Prabhu, could you just share that picture quickly, that little picture?
Yes.
I was going through some letters, some old letters, and I happened across this. I don't know if anybody can read that, but the handwritten letters from the old days. This is from Mauritius, and this is just the PS at the end of a letter that you wrote to me, Guru Maharaj. It says, PS, with Mother Archer Vigraha, Ranshaw Prabhu, Guru Charana Padma, and Karunika here, I feel like I am in Johannesburg again. Only you and Kunti Devi are not here. But when we are in Krishna Loka, we shall all be together always. When will that day come? Haribol, Hare Krishna. Thank you, Guru Maharaj.
Beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, and thank you for all you do with the website and other media related service. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Damodar Prabhu. Thank you. Oh, yes, Mother Lavanga, please.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. And my obeisances to my big, beautiful family. I don't know how I lucked into it. And I look forward to being with you all eternally as well. My offering is also a little memory. And I want to thank you for accepting this meager attempt to offer something to you. My memory is many years ago as well, shortly after we met, I confided to you that I had some doubts, agnostic uncertainty. I went to you and I said that if there's a God, I believe that he's Krishna, but I'm not even sure if there's a God at all. And I thought I was just telling you what I was feeling and, you know, it would not be such a big thing, but you took the statement very seriously and you called me into the darshan room to deal with it. There were other devotees there, all much more sincere and sure and surrendered. And I'm going to paraphrase what you said to me. You were very grave and you said to me, you don't believe that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead? And I thought, you know, if that's what I meant. And then you said to me, everything has a creator. This table, this chair, they didn't just arrive, somebody made them. Nothing is here without someone creating it. In my mind, I was still a little doubtful. I thought, yes, but that's man-made stuff. What about nature? But I wasn't going to argue with you. How could I argue? I felt a lot of gratitude and affection, and I was ashamed to feel like this. And so just out of etiquette, I said, well, Guru Maharaj, I will take your word for it. I don't even know if I meant that. That was the right thing to say to you. And then you beamed and you laughed and you nodded and you seemed satisfied with that, even though I was still unsure inside. And I kind of wondered about that. Actually, for many years, I wondered why you kind of, I don't know, let me off the hook so easily and seemed so satisfied with my response, even though it was a superficial response. And not so very long ago, actually, it dawned on me. I had agreed to take your word for it. And that was what mattered. I didn't have to get it. I just have to trust you. I just have to place my trust in you, even if it's shaky. I realized then that that is the process. You're leading. I just have to follow, regardless of the kicking and screaming of my mind's tantrums. And this has become a very important point for me. I have this thing that I like to understand things from every angle before I can commit. I'm the kind of person who'll buy a book on how to clean the house or everything. Maybe it's an excuse to procrastinate, but it is one of my life's challenges. I never feel ready. I never feel like I really know, really understand. And now I realize that you were really teaching me something. I'll probably never understand the big picture. I find it very hard to actually make sense of even the simple things. If I wait and understand until I've understood all perspectives, well, I will wait for eternity and no doubt have. I'm just an average person flailing in the modes of nature, drowning in my material desires. How am I going to figure stuff out? All I can do, all I am so blessed to be able to do is take your word for it. You can see, you know, you are my guiding light. All I have to do is trudge towards you, step by step, one mantra at a time, one small service, one small sliver of faith. It's all I have, and I have you. And I'm sorry for the slowness, the lack of useful service, and thank you for your unmeasurable mercy, patience, kindness, and affection as I spin my wheels at the starting gate. I have finally realized that I only have to take your word for it. And I just wanted to add that at this time, more than ever, I'm just so grateful for that. I mean, seems like we're living in these crazy times and everyone has an opinion, everything is subjective. You really are a beacon of light, a lighthouse for us. I'm so grateful to be able to not try to, have some big, strong opinion on this or that and just trust that you know what you're doing. So thank you very much, Gomraj.
Hi. It makes life simple, doesn't it? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Damodar Prabhu, Mother Lavanga. Really, really appreciate it. That was so sweet. Next, we have a group of devotees from Cincinnati. We have Dr. Anuja and Dr. Amit. We have Dr. Priyanka and Dr. Jay. And then we have Pandit Srivas Prabhu, Malini, and Vrinda speaking today. We'll begin with Dr. Anuja and Dr. Amit. If you could unmute yourself and show your video, please give your offering at this time.
Hare Krishna, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Accept our humble obeisances. Maharaj, this is our first offering, and please excuse us if we make any mistakes. Namo Vishnupadaya, Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale, Prabhupadati Priya Shri Girirajaya Swamine, Suvakrite Shastraya, Vignaya Dritra Sadhana Shaline, Radha Rasa Viharibhyam, Bhaktebhyascha Madayine.
Please accept our humble obeisance at your lotus feet, Maharaj. It was January of 2019 that we had the fortune of meeting you at the Bhakti Vedanta Medical Association conference in Houston. You gave a very simple but profound lecture to a hall full of doctors as to why it's important to read Bhagavad Gita and how we could incorporate its transcendental teaching in the modern day medicine. Your presentation on the life's final exam left a very profound impact on us. And later we were fortunate to receive a copy of your book directly from you, Maharaj.
Maharaj, in spite of us being totally new, undeserving, and absolutely unqualified in every way, you're so merciful to have accepted our invitation to grace our home with your presence in September of 2019. Amidst many guests who had no prior exposure to Krishna consciousness, including probably us, we got to hear from you how you found your Guru Maharaj and Srila Prabhupada. You did such a mesmerizing kirtan, it still mellows in our heart. And Maharaj, you were so kind to allow me to cook and serve prasadam to you with other exalted devotees like Lalita Mataji. So thank you. Maharaj, you again blessed us and the whole BMA conference with your presence in January of this year at Houston. And the most memorable hour of the entire trip for me was that I got to sit behind you and chant japa with you. And we were so very thankful to you for all these beautiful moments, Maharaj. As Srimad Bhagavatam and all other revealed scriptures mention that even half a moment's association with Lord's pure devotees in this world is a priceless treasure for any person. We too attribute our fortune and the start of our spiritual journey to these moments that we had with you. So thank you, Maharaj.
Maharaj, we thank you so much. We don't have words to express our gratitude that you have accepted to guide us going forward. We look forward to serving you and the other wonderful devotees present today in this Sangha. Please accept our humble obeisances again. And vancha talpakarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo.
Beautiful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anuja and Dr. Amit Prabhu. Next, Dr. Priyanka and Dr. Jay. If you could unmute yourself, share your video, and please give your offering at this time.
Hare Krishna, Giriraj Maharaj. Please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. With Krishna's mercy, Jay and me are fortunate to give our humble offerings today. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prishtaya, Bhutale, Prabhupadati Priya Shri, Girirajaya Swamine, Suvakre Shastra Vijnaya, Drina Sadhana Saline, Radha Rasa Vihari Vyam, Bhakti Vyasa Madhaine.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, wish you a very happy Vyasa Puja. We were truly blessed to have your association at the BMA conference in Houston in 2019 and again in 2020 this year. And as Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Leela 22.54 says, Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Shastre Kaya, Lava Matra Sadhu Sange, Sarva Siddhi Haya. The verdict of all revealed scriptures is that by even a moment's association with a pure devotee, one can attain all success. Maharaj, we were unqualified material bodies searching for a meaningful existence, and Krishna sent a pure devotee like you to guide us. I distinctly remember the moment when you had asked me, do you chant the Mahamantra? Now, being a fallen and arrogant, ignorant soul, my answer was, I chant sometimes on my commute to work. This simple question with a heart-warming smile on your face inspired me, and I began to chant regularly. The life was different from there on. Your merciful words cleansed my heart, and I developed a higher taste for the holy name. In your book, Watering the Seed, you shared with us an anecdote with Srila Prabhupada at the Juhu beach regarding a dog and his master. Srila Prabhupada explained the words, Anatha and Sanatha. The whole goal of life, Prabhupada said, is to become Sanatha with master. We should have our master and be exclusively devoted to him. Then we will feel confident and always be happy. Therefore, Maharaj, I aspire to follow Srila Prabhupada's words and serve a spiritual master like you.
Dear Maharaj, I vividly remember from our first meeting, your beautiful smile and kind eyes had a profound impact on me. You emphasized the value of good japa, good quality japa meditation. The memory of doing japa with you is very special and close to my heart. While reading your books, I feel an instant connection as if you were talking to me directly. I feel so blessed when I receive your prompt and personal response to my reflections and questions in emails. Bhagavad Gita 4.36 says, Tata vidhi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya upadekshanti te jnana jnaninas tattva darshanaha. Just try to learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master. Inquire from him submissively and render service unto him. The self-realized souls can impart knowledge unto you because they have seen the truth. Maharaj, both of us feel very fortunate that we have your blessing hand over our family. We sincerely pray to Radharani that we can serve you and Krishna in a life story. Happy Vyasa Puja, Maharaj.
That's very touching. Yeah, I'll always be with you and your family, helping you along the way, back home, back to Godhead.
Thank you, Maharaj. Thank you for your blessings. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Dr. Priyanka and Dr. Jay. That was so sweet. Next, we have Pandit Srivas Prabhu. If you could unmute yourself and show your video. Please give your offering at this time.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
All of us are here, the three musketeers. So please accept our please accept our humble obeisances onto your beautiful, loving lotus feet. Let's start with the pranam mantra. Namo Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale, Prabhudadati, Priyashri, Girirajaya Swamine, Subhaktre Shastra Vignaya, Dhrida Sadhana Saline, Radha Rasa Viraypyam, Bhaktepyas Cha Atma Daine. Okay, so we'll start with Malini, if that's okay.
My dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my heartfelt, loving, prostrated, humble obeisances unto your divine lotus feet on the auspicious occasion of your appearance day. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories unto yourself, Guru Maharaj. Hope you are in good health. As you are aware, Guru Maharaj, each year I struggle to compose my Vyasa Puja offerings unto you. How can an insignificant fallen person like me glorify a pure devotee like you with your boundless caution, like mercy and love? This year, being thrown into the virtual arena, I was able to listen to the poignant offerings of my dear God brothers and God sisters and God cousins. And as I listened, I marveled at their exemplary devotion and service that they render unto you. I apologize, Guru Maharaj. While I come no near their treasured devotion, and however, it kindled in me a desire to compose the first draft several weeks ago. I never finalized it. With humility, I begin my offering. In 2017, my husband came to me and said that you are performing an initiation ceremony in your beautiful ashram and that my husband was planning to ask you for initiation. I understood it as a request to you for his initiation, and my mind was thrown into turmoil when later I gathered that my husband had requested for initiation for you, for both of us. I wasn't ready for this bold step. I decided that when I would meet you in your ashram, I would ask you with humility whether mine could be deferred. I got no such opportunity. Next, I know I was being initiated into the hallowed halls of Krishna consciousness. During the initiation, after our spiritual vows were committed, my husband said he would chant 25 rounds on Ekadashi. Again, I was caught off guard, but decided to humbly follow his vows. And I committed my chanting 25 rounds, thinking Guru Maharaj's causeless mercy will help me through this commitment, and it has to this day. Having lost my parents in a span of 14 months, and having my near and distant relationships crumble gradually, I realized that it's indeed my fortune that I got to be under your precious tutelage. Last year, when we were blessed to have your gracious and merciful association at our place, during the course of breakfast, you mentioned that you would like my husband to start a restaurant, and you were serious about it. Today, if I may humbly say so, we are trying to work on this and see if we can start a small prasadam service for our fellow Cincinnatians. Our virtual Bhagavad Gita class, with your mercy and guidance, our virtual Bhagavad Gita classes for kids are encouraging the kids to take our Krishna conscious more seriously. Your kindness and causeless mercy has a beacon of hope and encouragement, and as I navigate through my insignificant life. His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj mentioned, your uninterrupted and unmotivated surrender with humility, grace, kindness, and encouragement. May I humbly pray for your blessings so a tiny spark of your dust from your divine lotus feet may rub upon me, and I may imbibe a tiny iota of this blessing in my life. Guru Maharaj, may you be blessed with great health, so that we may continue to avail of your unalloyed devotion and association. I continue to remain worthless and fallen, yet extremely fortunate. I thank you for being under your storied, merciful, and treasured shelter. Please forgive me for any transgressions that I may have knowingly and unknowingly committed. Please accept my humble, prostrated obeisances unto your divine lotus feet, your fallen and worthless servant, Malini.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Vrinda, next.
Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj. Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj. It's so nice to see you. Please accept my humble obeisances unto your beautiful lotus feet. I just wanted to wish you a very, very happy Vyasa Puja. It was so wonderful when you visited us. I hope you come to visit us soon. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj. So before I read my offering, I wanted to present to you the offering of a certain priest who you had visited without naming names, if that is okay with you.
Sure.
Okay. So I'm going to read out his offering first. Dear in the Lord, Your Holiness Giraswami, please accept my humble obeisances. This is the first Vyasa Puja offering I have ever written. It is my joy to offer it to Your Holiness on the day of your incarnation and manifestation in this world. I would begin by thanking your parents and the love they shared as a husband and wife. Along with the Lord, they gave you life and nurtured you. The love and prayers of parents make for a good moral and spiritual foundation for our lives. To intimately know your spiritual master, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, and to personally serve such a holy soul is a benediction Your Holiness was granted from our Lord. How blessed is your soul! Your Holiness, you have made it your life's mission to faithfully pass on the love and teachings Srila Prabhupada gifted and entrusted you with. In this, Your Holiness has been the best son Srila Prabhupada could ever hope for. I will never forget the time we met. It has left a lasting impression on me. Your Holiness took the time to personally speak with me and answer all my questions. Your Holiness had genuine care and concern, not only for me, but for all the guests. Your Holiness filled us with inspiration and joy. Your Holiness's humility and gentle demeanor are clear indicators that your life has been an entire offering of love and service to our Lord, Srila Prabhupada, and all the suffering souls of this world. Please continue to mercifully send benedictions and blessings upon all. Your servant.
Yes, this priest is very unusual because he became attracted to Srila Prabhupada, and he incorporates Srila Prabhupada's teachings in his sermons, and he prays to Srila Prabhupada. So, yeah, he's a very, very special devotee.
Thank you, Guru Maharaj. So if it is okay with you, I would like to present my offering now onto your lotus feet. Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj. Please accept my loving and respectful obeisances onto the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. Hare Krishna 101 states that Krishna is all attractive, the possessor of all opulence in full. He's the performer of impossible feats, the one who gives pleasure to the senses, the protector of cows, the best master, son, lover, friend, and husband, the very source of existence, and also the very object of existence. We then talk about Srimati Radharani, the pleasure potency of the Lord, Alladini Shakti, one who gives Allad to Krishna, unbridled joy, ecstasy. She is devoid of envy and is an expert in utilizing others in Krishna's service. She completely overlooks one's disqualifications and magnifies whatever meager qualities one has in order to engage them in the loving service of the Lord. And in this sense, she serves Krishna as well as guides the living entities. And then we come to Balaram, Krishna's own expansion. Balaram's plenary portions and portions of his plenary portions maintains all spiritual and material planets. He is in everything and everything is in him. In the age of Kali, Lord Baladev or Balaram appears as Nityananda Prabhu. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi Lila, Srila Prabhupada mentions that Lord Baladev in Krishna Loka is Nityananda Prabhu. Therefore, Nityananda Prabhu is the original Sankarshan and Mahasankarshan, and his expansions as the Purushas in the universes are plenary expansions of Nityananda Prabhu. The predominant mood of Nityananda Prabhu is one of compassion. And it is this particular mood which you highlighted in your Vyasa Puja to Srila Prabhupada this year. You spoke of how Nityananda Prabhu's mercy is limitless. It has no boundaries. And how Srila Prabhupada embodied this mood. You mentioned, and I quote, "There is no one else in the history of our Sampradaya, no one after Nityananda Prabhu, who has taken up that mood of approaching anyone and everyone without discrimination, without considering who is qualified and who is not." To illustrate this point, you gave the example of how one disciple was smoking ganja or marijuana, and how, although publicly Srila Prabhupada proclaimed that he would reject his disciple if he did not give up this habit, in private, he admitted that no matter what, he would never reject his disciple. This is not a petition to be allowed to smoke marijuana. This is instead an attempt to demonstrate the congruency of your mood with Srila Prabhupada's. The foundation of our movement rests in the tenet of parampara. The Lord talks about this in Bhagavad Gita 4.2, Evam Parampara Praptam. In the introduction of the Krishna book, Srila Prabhupada demonstrates how to properly pay one's respects to this system. And Narottam Das Thakur sings about it in his Puna Prarthana song, Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daya Karo More. But the necessary conditions of bona fide parampara are those of preservation and unadulteration. And there is no higher proponent of this demonstration than yourself. When Srila Prabhupada left this planet, I was only 3 years old. As such, my association with him has been through his books and tape ministries and video recordings. These are really good, but they are very formal or semi-formal in nature. In many situations, I would find myself asking, what would Srila Prabhupada do? What would he say? How would he handle this situation? My dear Guru Maharaj, you are the Wikipedia on Srila Prabhupada. Not only do you know the answer to these questions, you can recall and articulate instances illustrating these situations and what was said and what was done. But more importantly, you embody the acharan yourself. Chapter 10 of the Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi Lila talks about the trunk, branches, and sub-branches of the Chaitanya tree. If that chapter is ever expanded, then Srila Prabhupada would be one of the prominent branches, and you, the most prominent sub-branch. As such, you, dear Guru Maharaj, are an extension of Srila Prabhupada. And so, your mood of compassion is no different from Srila Prabhupada, and by association, no different than Nityananda Prabhu's. Many moons ago, you gave this lecture in Laguna Beach, I think, And you spoke of how you felt the pain of all the living entities that you came across your walk one day on that beach. From the people you encountered down to the seagulls who swooped down at great speeds on the ocean body, putting their lives at risk in search of prey. As I was listening to that lecture, Kapila Muni's words rang in my ear, Surit Sarva Dehina. Srila Prabhupada once famously said that one of the challenges in India is that people do not know who is a Mahatma. You are that Mahatma. As Kapila Muni aptly states, you are the sadhu. Narottam Das Thakur sings about you. Vede Gaya Jahara Charita. Last year in Carpinteria, amidst my negligent and substandard service, I had a brief moment of clarity when I realized how unqualified I was to be your disciple. I reasoned that the best moment to ask you a tough question would be between your second and third helping of dessert. And so I did. And I said, you have such amazing disciples, Guru Maharaj, Damodar Prabhu, Varshabhanavi Prabhu, Paramdhan Prabhu, Krishna Kirtan Prabhu, Swarup Damodar Prabhu, Ramanuja Prabhu, the brightest suns in the planetary systems. Let us be honest, I am nothing compared to them. So why did you decide to initiate me? Why? And in your infinite wisdom, without missing a heartbeat, you said, I don't remember. But Guru Maharaj, I now know why you did it. It's your compassion. Your compassion is, after all, in the mood of Srimati Radharani's and Nityananda Prabhu's. You neglect one's faults and highlight their insignificant qualities. You rule in the realm of possibilities. When Sri Rupa and Sanatan Goswami met Chaitanya Mahaprabhu for the first time, they prayed, Dear Lord, let us inform you that no one is more sinful than us, nor is there any offender like us. Even if we wanted to mention our sinful activities, we would immediately become ashamed. What to speak of giving them up? But their prayer is not for themselves. Their prayer is for people like me who do not know how to pray. So, my dear Guru Maharaj, I simply repeat those words from my lips in the hope that someday I will be able to speak them from my heart. You have incarnated to deliver the fallen souls. You should consider that in this world, there is none more fallen than me, and that I should consider that is none more compassionate than you. And so I submit myself to your will. Please bless me on this auspicious day that I am able to serve your disciples, that I'm able to assist them through my meager capabilities, that I am able to be a source of joy and comfort to them. May your mercy percolate through their lotus feet unto my heart. I remain your completely unqualified servant. Hare Krishna.
It's beautiful. Very much in the mood of Gopi Bhadri Pada Kamalaya or Dasa Dasa Dasa. Be the servant of the servant of the servant. Very nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pandit Srivas Prabhu, and all the devotees that joined us from Cincinnati. Next, we have a video with darshan from New Vrindavan, the deities of New Vrindavan, which will start shortly.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances and goes to Srila Prabhupada. In the name of the new Vrindavan community, I wish you the most blessed Vyasa Puja celebration. All the devotees appreciate your dedication to Srila Prabhupada and your adherence to his instructions. You are the perfect example for an exemplary son and disciple, father and guru. We pray that you continue to serve Srila Prabhupada and ISKCON for many years to come. We want to extend our gratitude to all disciples and well-wishers of you who have given us the opportunity to participate in your celebration in this way. Your aspiring servant, Jai Krishna Das, President of ISKCON New Vrindavan.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna.
That was beautiful. Very sweet, devotional. Wonderful.
Next, we have a wonderful devotee joining us from New Vrindavan, Anuradha Dasi, who needs no introduction. She has done so much service for Guru Maharaj, and more recently, 2 years ago, initiated the Japa Sangha, which has inspired and encouraged devotees from around the world and given us all an opportunity to chant with Guru Maharaj. So we really, really appreciate Anuradha Dasi for that. And please now unmute yourself and please give your offering. Anuradha Mataji, we can't hear you. Yeah, we can't hear you, unfortunately. Looks like you're unmuted already. We can come back to you, no worries. Next, we have Dr. Sumitra Vasu from Columbus. If you could unmute yourself, show your video, and please give your offering at this time.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you, and thank you for the devotees for giving me this opportunity. This is my first offering at a Vyasa Puja, so please excuse any mistakes. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Maharaj, I have a deeper appreciation and thirst for learning more about Srila Prabhupada and his books only after I met you and read your books. Our family had the fortune of seeing you at the Bhaktivedanta Medical Association retreat in Houston in 2019. There was a very long line and we were at the end of the line and it was way past 9:30 p.m. And you were patiently spending a lot of time with every single person. And we can say that our life has changed a lot for the better in terms of spiritual progress since we've met you. After patiently listening to me, you said the only way to overcome all this is by chanting more. At the time, I was struggling even to chant 2 rounds. By your mercy, I'm chanting 16 rounds and consistently. Thank you very much, Maharaj. Through emails, I'm able to talk to you, ask questions or doubts without reservation, but most importantly, without fear of being judged. Like a father who tolerates his child, you tolerate me. And whenever I've asked a question, or even when a question comes in my head, I usually get an email from you with an excerpt from Prabhupada's letter or book. And that email would have the solution to what I was asking you. And if there's any situation at work and I would wonder what would Prabhupada do, I would just open the book Watering the Seed and find the answers. There are many, many, many reasons, Maharaj, that I want to thank Krishna for getting to know you. And the deepest reason is that you serve as a bridge between our family and Prabhupada. And that's what I would be eternally grateful for. Your instructions, your lectures, your books, they all have taught me a lot about Srila Prabhupada, but most importantly, that loving relationship between a guru and disciple. So thank you very much, Maharaj, for bringing me closer to Srila Prabhupada. And please bless me on this auspicious occasion. Bless me and our family, that we may become sincere devotees and serve in the mood of the servant of the servant of the servant. Thank you, Maharaj.
Right. Very nice.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Guru Maharaj. You were going to say something.
Well, she's very qualified in the medical field, but she's fortunate because she understands that the real goal is Krishna consciousness. And due to her association with Krishna consciousness, her performance at work in very significant leadership positions has been recognized by her colleagues. So, yeah, she's a very good example of what Srila Prabhupada said, that you just add Krishna consciousness to what you already are, and you'll become a better whatever you already are. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Maharaj. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mataji. Next, we have Karuna Avatar Prabhu and Kishori Radha Devidasi. If you could unmute yourself, show your video, and please give your offering at this time.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. I'm Srila Prabhupada. So nice to see you, Guru Maharaj. I'll just read my offering. In his 2018 Vyasa Puja offering in Houston, I heard His Grace Swarup Damodar Prabhu quote, and I paraphrase, Guru Maharaj is like an iceberg. There is much more beneath the surface than we can know. I've been appreciating this statement more and more. My usual calculations don't often work when it comes to topics related to you, as you're so transcendental. I recall once in a home program in DC, it was getting a little late and most devotees had left. I was helping distribute your books to devotees and new people at the program, and in the back of my mind, feeling a little proud of being given this important service. As I started to pack up the books, you turned to me from where you were sitting and said, if you're in a hurry to leave, I can get someone else to do this. I immediately sat down at your feet and you continued, we don't pack up till the last person leaves. I acknowledged what you said, paid obeisances, and restacked the books I'd packed and continued with my service. By the time the program ended, at least one more person took books and several others responded favorably and shared their emails or took cards. I realized two things from this interaction. First, you knew exactly what my state of mind was, even though I'd put up quite a good front of humility for others. Second, it confirmed to me the extent of your compassion for all of us suffering souls. And there is so much breadth and depth to your compassion. I remember in 2018 in Houston, when I was going to speak my Vyasa Puja offering to you for the first time in person, with many devotees present, I was feeling a little nervous, as I am right now also. I had to just, but I'm not sure if my thoughts were in order. Then as soon as Neel Madhav Prabhu announced half of my name, you said, who has rounds left? And you raised your hand. Let's sing a round or so in between. I had a clear impression that you somehow did that for me. In your presence, feeling some absorption in the holy name by your mercy, perhaps about half a round, your voice beamed through the sound system. Next offering. My mind felt calm and my thoughts collected. I was able to say something to attempt to glorify your divine grace by your mercy. I recall two more incidents. Right after initiation, I had the good fortune to drive you from DC to DC from Sadhu Sangha to His Grace Deva Prastha Prabhu and Mother Padma Malini's home and serve as your local driver. One afternoon, you needed to go to the bank. Maybe I saw you and asked if I could serve you in any way. You said to me, almost as if I was doing you a favor, and I paraphrase, I need to go to the bank, but I will need to leave in 20 minutes. So this would require a driver who can eat quickly. Absolutely, Guru Maharaj, we can leave whenever you need to. You said, but there is a problem. You haven't taken prasad. I did honor prasadam quite well, prepared by Her Grace Radha Padaduli Mataji, and we also eventually made it in time to the bank. On my last day there, you were in the Potomac Temple, and I remember I came to ask you permission to leave. And I said to you, because I'd made so many mistakes during the course of my whole service, and I said to you, Guru Maharaj, there were so many mistakes I'm sure I made that I'm not even aware of. And immediately, without a moment passing, you said, there may have been so many things you did right that you may not be aware of. And that felt very soothing and acted like a salve. Guru Maharaj, there is nothing I can say to glorify you that has not already been said. I will just say that the phrase in the Srimad Bhagavatam verse, as brilliant as the sun, reminds me of you very much. I know I'm hopelessly stubborn and entangled in the complexities of material nature, but I trust you to do what is in my best interest at all times. Please do whatever you wish with my stubborn self, so that one day I can truly surrender to you. And for my part, in accordance with what His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj had said in his offering, I would one day like to become a disciple that you can trust. This is very important to me deep down. Begging for and depending on your mercy, your aspiring servant.
Beautiful. Yeah. Of course, you've understated your qualifications, but that's good for you. But yeah. And we'll let Kishori Radha speak, and then I'll come back to the two of you.
Please accept my prostrated obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. I'd also like to read my offering. Your appearance day especially reminds me and allows me to share my gratitude for you. I'm deeply grateful for your love and your benediction to be happy in Krishna consciousness. I wanted to thank you for giving me this beautiful God family. My heart feels very full, and I feel I have so little to offer, pun unintended. You taught me, by your example, how to be human, to be happy, to be present in the moment, to be attentive to detail, and to love. I would in this regard like to repeat what Brahmananda Prabhu once said during class, and I quote, Rishabdev gave these very deep instructions to his 100 sons. My father never gave me such important instructions. End quote. After a pause, he added, then I met my real father. In this regard, I pray to always be a good daughter to my father. Sometimes I wonder how you're able to love so much, because each one of us feels deeply that you love us so dearly, and you do so truly. Your love for us keeps us going, and we are trying to refine our thoughts, actions, and deeds by your grace. I recently read in the Srimad Bhagavatam 4:22-47, and I quote, a joker's activities simply arouse laughter, and a person who tries to repay the spiritual master or teacher becomes a laughing stock. End quote. In this regard, I pray that I forever remain a laughing stock in my attempt to repay you and to please you. At the Sadhu Sangha festival last year and during your visit to Washington, D.C., I noticed how you carefully signed each and every book that was being distributed. One of the blessings I noted was to be happy in Krishna consciousness. At the end of your daily japa calls, you benedict us all to be happy and healthy and holy by associating with the holy names. Guru Maharaj, you laugh easily, smile readily, and you radiate happiness. Your ecstasy in devotion and surrender to Srila Prabhupada's mission overflows in your very personal and compassionate interactions. I personally feel the happiest when I'm trying to follow your instructions and when I listen to your classes. As Mother Aditya wrote in her booklet, Mr. Cool and Other Stories, quoting His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami's instruction to her, and I quote, "Just look at Giriraj, look at his beautiful eyes. He has such beautiful eyes. He's so pure and innocent. If you just stay here and serve him, you will become purified." End quote. I wonder often at my good fortune, and then I become painfully aware and ashamed of my impurities. I rest my hope on these words of His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami. Guru Maharaj, I beg you to be allowed to stay where you are and to serve you. Your happiness is my life and soul. I pray to be allowed to hang on to your lotus feet, and I pray for reformation to become worthy of your love. Your grateful, indebted servant and daughter, Kishori Radha.
That was beautiful. And I should take the opportunity to appreciate my god sister, Maya Priya Devi Dasi, and her husband, Amitachar Prabhu, because they sort of brought the two of you up in Krishna consciousness. And beyond that, you know, she has been so helpful to me with my books, doing all the layout and helping in many ways. And I remember the first time when Kishori Radha met me in San Diego. She had come for a medical conference, and coincidentally, I was at the San Diego temple at the same time. And at that time also, she, in a very heartfelt way, expressed her appreciation for Maya Priya Devidasi. So anyway, you both have really developed very nicely in Krishna consciousness, and are a great credit to her efforts with you, and I know she's very pleased with you also. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Karnavatar Prabhu and Kishori Radha Mataji. Really, really sweet. Next, we have Hema Gauranga Prabhu, who's from Dallas, who's done so much personal service for Guru Maharaj when he visits Texas. So Hema Gauranga Prabhu, please unmute yourself and show your video and speak your offering at this time.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Please accept my Dandvat Pranams, Guru Maharaj. All glories to Srila Gurudev and Srila Prabhupada. Guru Maharaj, we wanted to thank you for your daily japa sessions and the frequent Zoom Srimad Bhagavatam classes. It's been very inspiring to us. Your constant reminding us to take shelter of the holy name and to chant attentively is also very inspiring to us, Guru Maharaj. We are constantly praying that we perform our devotional services according to your expectations, according to Srila Prabhupada's expectations, and also according to many Vaishnavas in this society. We really thank you, Guru Maharaj, for giving us shelter. Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Hemanguranga Prabhu. Thank you.
Thank you, Maharaj.
Is Hemangi going to say anything?
Hare Krishna Maharaj. How are you, Maharaj?
I'm good. Fine.
I'm agreeing with whatever Hemagoranga said, Guru Maharaj. And additionally, I would also like to say that thank you very much for connecting us to the Parampara. And your japa sessions and your lectures are continuously reminding us by giving all the small examples of Srila Prabhupada, his lifetime, the instructions that he used to give it to you and others, that how fortunate we are and we shouldn't lose this. And it is really valuable, and hope we stay connected. I don't know I cannot even imagine, Guru Maharaj, that what would be the repercussion or the drawbacks that will bring in my life with just 1 or 2 visits that you have missed during this pandemic to Dallas. So hope this improves and we get to see you and serve you soon, Guru Maharaj. Thank you very much for everything. And Sachi is also here listening, but she's feeling shy.
Let her come and say Hare Krishna at least.
Haribol Maharaj.
Haribol.
Yes. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
How old are you now?
I'm 14.
14, wow. Yeah. Okay. Are you still good friends with Rasa Leela?
Yeah, we get together, like on a Zoom call like once a week, so.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Guru Maharaj.
Thank you so much, Hemaguranga Prabhu and Guranga Mataji. Next, we have Guranga Chandra Das from Houston. Well, actually, he's originally from Houston, then moved to Florida, and now he's in San Antonio. But still, he's done so much personal service for Guru Maharaj, even in Texas, as well as in Carpinteria. So, Guranga Chandra, you could unmute yourself now, show your video, and give your offering.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much for having me here, and it's so nice to be in the company of so many nice devotees. I thank you, Neela Madhava, for letting me speak. I just have a short offering that, if you don't mind, if I can just read it.
Sure.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to you and to Srila Prabhupada. Happy Vyasa Puja, Guru Maharaj. Listening to many of the Vyasa Puja offerings over the past several meetings, I am constantly reminded of your dedication to Srila Prabhupada's movement and the devotees in it. You selflessly give your time and attention to everyone you meet, and you find new ways to make yourself available so we can relish your association. For example, when over a year ago, you started sharing your intimate japa time with the whole world. Every day, you take the time to send out a text message to everyone to notify that you'll be starting japa. Then you take the time to properly position your camera, followed by addressing everyone at the beginning, and of course, always with your graceful smile. At the end of japa, you wish everyone a great day. My point in describing this is not only did you take on this service because of a request, you do this service every single day with so much attention to detail. Chanting with you on these sessions really feels like being with you right in person, and I'm sure so many feel the same way. Another example of you making yourself available to everyone is how you have adapted in the changing times, and rather than traveling, you made yourself more available for these Zoom meetings. You have made yourself available for so many communities that have lacked your physical association in the past and have given them hope and guidance in Krishna consciousness. And here today, another example of your service where you have allowed us from all around the world to glorify you face to face in our first ever Zoom Vyasa Puja. You are amazing, Guru Maharaj. You are truly Krishna's gift to us and a wonderful father to many, myself included. Radhika and I truly miss being with you in April when we originally booked our trip to be with you, but we hope that we will be reunited in person soon. Until then, I hope to continue to listen to your online japa sessions and to join you in these Zoom sessions. Hope you have a wonderful Vyasa Puja day. Your dear servants, Gauranga Chandra Das and Radhika. Thank you.
I always like the way you end with your dear servant or your beloved servant, because you are.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, we miss your service. And in addition to what Nilamadhava Prabhu said, you've also, been with me on the East Coast and served me there. We were at the Bhakti Center together. So, yeah, I do really miss you.
I miss you too very much.
Circumstances to change, to be together in person again. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Gauranga Chandra. I miss you too. Thanks for joining us. Next, we'll have, looks like Anuradha Mataji is ready now. So we'll have Anuradha give her offering at this time.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Okay. I feel like I had such an instructive moment with my microphone situation, and instantly 3 devotees, Varsha and Kishori Radha, and then Sudama Prabhu's just swooped down and gave me all the support. And I just feel like it was so instructive to have that experience and then to wait for the last 2 offerings. I'm feeling a little emotional. So I'll just read my offering if that's okay, Gauranga. Omagana Timirandasya, Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Tasmei Shri Gurave Namaha. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my most respectful obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to your divine grace on the auspicious occasion of your appearance in the world. After hearing the sublime glories of Srila Prabhupada recently at his Vyasa Puja, I couldn't help but think that you are the kind, dutiful, and exemplary son of a kind, dutiful, and exemplary father. Especially in this time of uncertainty, you are setting the example for us by keeping yourself safe, sheltering in place with the same team of devotees for many months, and taking the opportunity to absorb yourself in writing. At the same time, you find ways to meet the needs of the devotees around the world by making yourself fully accessible online, sometimes speaking for hours on Zoom. In these sessions, you never seem rushed, but appear to have all the time in the world for us. And you are so gracious that you stay on until every last devotee has a chance to say goodbye. Your daily live stream japa sessions, which you have been doing continuously, except for one day, for almost two whole years now, have been like a lifeline for so many, including myself. Some days I struggle with my japa, and then at the end of my day, when you come online at 8:30 p.m., I tune into your chanting, and it immediately helps me to focus. Thank you, Guru Maharaj, for being so generous in giving your association. I deeply appreciate that although japa is your personal time with Krishna, you are willing to share that intimate time with all of us too. Lately, I have been meditating on the fact that your appearance date this year, this was written a while ago, so is just 6 days away from Lalita Shasti, the divine appearance of Lalita Devi, and you gave me the name Anuradha Dasi, which means the servant of Lalita. In the pastimes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Lalita comes as Swarup Damodar, who is so intimately connected to the Lord that he helps him understand his own mind and his mission in this world. Even before I was initiated, Kirtida Mataji, a disciple of Tamal Krishna Goswami, both of whom were very dear to you, would take me to Uchagaon in Braj. Once, as she was describing the transcendental qualities of Lalita Devi, it struck me that you are a representative of those same characteristics. Lalita Devi is expert in engaging devotees in the service of Srimati Radharani. She's always eagerly looking for souls who are willing to serve, and she facilitates their service in such a wonderful way. As such, she is the most exalted Sankirtan devotee. In the Lalita Ashtakam, verse 7, Rupa Goswami glorifies Lalita Devi, saying, I offer obeisances unto the supremely charming Sri Lalita Devi, the treasure house of all good qualities. Upon seeing any young maiden anywhere in Vraja, and discerning that she is was her Saki Srimati Radhika, Lalita immediately tells Radha that she must accept this person in her own party. Radha obeys Lalita, who thus fulfills that soul's desires. In the same way, Guru Maharaj, you are fulfilling our heart's desires by facilitating our service to the Lord. You are expert in finding appropriate and inspiring engagements for each devotee. For myself, when you perceived a fault-finding propensity in me, you engaged me in proofreading your books so I could engage this destructive tendency in a positive way and sublimate it. You gave me many opportunities to be selfless, encouraging me to stay back from programs so that other devotees could attend. Like this, you tried to bring out that Lalita Devi mood in me, the mood of putting others first, focusing on their needs, and facilitating them in coming closer to Guru and Krishna. Another thing I appreciate is that you never give up on us. No matter how many times we fall and get back up, you always look at us with love and acceptance. Like a loving parent encouraging a small child in learning to walk on her two own feet. Understanding that the support we need to pull ourselves back up and to stand strongly in Krishna consciousness is the holy name. You try to connect us again and again to Krishna through chanting. This is also what Lalita is doing, getting everyone to chant Radha Krishna and serve Radha Krishna. You are the perfect representative of Srila Vyasa in giving the transcendental knowledge, the perfect disciple of Srila Prabhupada in your magnanimity in spreading Krishna consciousness. I think I need Pandit Srivas Prabhu to give me a tissue. And the perfect spiritual father in your loving care for all those who take shelter of you. You also set a good example of how we should take care of ourselves. When leaders in our movement, like Tamal Krishna Maharaj, Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, and most recently, Bhakti Swami left this world, I turned to you in fear, and you always assured me that you are not taking unnecessary risks. You are doing everything in your power to maintain your health so you can go on serving the instructions of Srila Prabhupada and go on engaging everyone in the service of Radha and Krishna, as Lalita Devi does. Although I'm unqualified and I make so many mistakes, I beg you to go on engaging me in your service. In the Nectar of Devotion, chapter 18, Srila Rupa Goswami writes, I have no love for Krishna, nor for the causes of developing love for Krishna, namely hearing and chanting, and the process of bhakti yoga, by which one is always thinking of Krishna and fixing his lotus feet in the heart, is also lacking in me. As far as philosophical knowledge or pious works are concerned, I don't see any opportunity for me to execute such activities. But above all, I'm not even born of a nice family. Therefore, I must simply pray to you, Gopi Janavallabha, Krishna, maintainer and beloved of the gopis. I simply wish and hope that some way or the other, I may be able to approach your lotus feet. And this hope is giving me pain because I think myself quite incompetent to approach that transcendental goal of life. Despite my deficiencies, Guru Maharaj, you always accept me. There is a quote which you shared with me. Home is a place where you can never be turned away. You are my home. You are the shelter that I run to in troubled times and feel safe. You are the person who never turns me away, but always welcomes me with affection and grace. May I continue to live and serve under the shelter of your lotus feet, both now and forever. Your servant, Anuradha Dasi.
That was beautiful, and reminded me a lot of our many years together in different situations. You inspired me to want to read something to you, which I will do in a minute when I come back. So as our dear Anuradha Dasi was speaking, I thought of a quotation about the quality of mercy from William Shakespeare's The Merchant of Venice, and I would like to read it. The quality of mercy is not strained. It droppeth as the gentle rain from heaven upon the place beneath. It is twice blessed. It blesseth him that gives and him that takes. 'Tis the mightiest in the mightiest. It becomes the throned monarch better than his crown. His scepter shows the force of temporal power, the attribute to awe and majesty, wherein doth sit the dread and fear of kings. But mercy is above this sceptered sway. It is enthroned in the hearts of kings and is an attribute to God himself. And earthly power doth then show likest God's when mercy seasons justice. So, yeah, I always think of that. The quality of mercy is not strained. And it falleth like the gentle rain from heaven, and it blesseth both he who gives it and he who or she who receives it. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Anuradha Mataji. Really appreciate it. That was very sweet. Next, we'd like to bring your attention, everyone, to a short video to present the recent launch of the Giriraj Swami official YouTube channel, which is an amazing opportunity for all of us to access Guru Maharaj's association. So we'll show a short video at this time.
His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj is a direct disciple of Srila Prabhupada. He has been involved in preaching activities all over the world and is one of the most senior devotees in ISKCON. The Giriraj Swami official YouTube channel brings you all his archived talks and also the latest classes. The channel will have a series of videos from his lectures, audio lectures Guru Maharaj has given, and the team also plans to bring in early lectures from the 1980s and the 1990s. If you would like to contribute or assist in any way towards this project, please email us on grs.repository@gmail.com. Your assistance will go a long way towards preserving the valuable Vani association of His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj. Thank you so much, and Hare Krishna.
We'd like to thank Nivedita, We'd like to thank Nivedita Mataji for all her efforts in putting this video together, as well as just coordinating this whole effort for arranging for the launch of the Giriraj Swami official YouTube channel. And a very special thank you to Madan Mohan Mohini Dasi for initiating this wonderful project. So we're so grateful to her. And to everyone that's on today listening, we'd like to encourage you all, if you haven't already, to subscribe to the channel. I think it's at about 970 subscribers currently, and we need to get it to 1,000 subscribers in order to be able to actually go live on YouTube. So if you haven't already, we need 30 more subscribers. So we encourage everyone, if you haven't already, please subscribe to the Giriraj Swami official YouTube channel. We'll share a link in the chat shortly. Next, we have a devotee, Anantacharya Prabhu, who's actually behind, who actually designed the artwork I'm sorry, that's Giridhari in the background. He actually designed the artwork for Guru Maharaj's YouTube channel. And he was behind the production of all these beautiful darshan videos that we've been showing for all of the sessions, actually, over the last several weeks. He's a disciple of His Holiness Radhanath Swami. He was an architect, and he's an architect by profession, and very expert in designing temple domes. Actually helped in the design of the exterior of the new Vrindavan temple, and recently designed the new altar for Sri Sri Radha Landanishwara. So Anantacharya Prabhu, if you could unmute yourself, show your video, and give your offering at this time.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, dear Giriraj Swami. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to you on this most auspicious occasion. This is our very first meeting in person, virtually in person. And I wasn't actually expecting to speak, but I'm very grateful to share a few words. And growing up in the movement, any little boy has heroes. And I have to say that you're one of my dearmost heroes. And I was just thinking that Krishna always fulfills spiritual desires. And today I feel, through this little bit of service that your dear disciples have engaged me in, I feel like, a major spiritual desire has come true through your grace. I just wanted to share a few words as I was speaking to you, as I was hearing you speak and Anuradha Mataji speak. I just penciled a couple of words which I wasn't expecting to kind of speak, but I'll just share them now. When we feel the most, we want to say the most. The heart knows what speech cannot always portray. So what's been so touching, Maharaj, over the last few months is, and many have said this, and to be honest, I just want to speak very quickly and listen to all the nectar that's still to come. But what's been so touching is seeing the sweet, thoughtful, and exemplary interactions that you've had with your God brothers and your God sisters, and your disciples and your well-wishers. And I can see clearly that what's most important to you and what's most dear to your heart is community under Srila Prabhupada's shelter. And there was a quote that I wanted to share, and I was thinking, it's not so shastric, so should I share? But since you just also set the example by sharing that beautiful quote, I'd like to quote something from somebody called Reverend Peter Raibo, I believe his name is. My god brother Virabhadra Ram from the Bhakti Center quoted this some time ago, and it goes like this. We build on foundations we did not lay. We warm ourselves with fires we did not light. We sit in the shade of trees we did not plant. We drink from wells we did not dig. We profit from persons we did not know. This is as it should be. Together, we are more than any one person could be. Together, we can build across the generations. Together, we can renew our hope and faith in the life that is yet to unfold. Sorry. Sorry. My screen just went blank. Let's see if it comes back. Yes, it came back. Together, we can heed the call to the mystery of care and justice. We are ever bound in community. May it always be so. Hare Krishna. I really feel it epitomizes your such wonderful nature and what you give to the world. I feel like I've been a fly on the wall these few months in a good way. Having the great fortune to serve alongside your dear disciples, specifically on the YouTube team. I was remembering a video that I saw some years ago of Bhakti Tirtha Swami in Radha Gopinath Temple in Chowpatty. And I remember he said very enthusiastically, he said, I've come here like a thief to steal this wonderful mood, this wonderful loving mood, and take it from here and go and distribute it somewhere else. You know, so I was just thinking, from staying in one place, that same chair, the same room, you're exuding such a wonderful, loving mood, and like Krishna giving us with so many hands, you're giving your mercy just like Giriraj, the Giriraj pastime. And we keep on saying, Maharaj, give us more, and you just keep on giving and you keep on giving. And in the process, through your disciples, I've turned hopefully into a bee, seeking nectar connected to your glories. Thank you so much for bringing me closer to yourself and to Srila Prabhupada. It's been a wonderful meditation these many months. And if I can be of any service, and just to, as a final request, because I'm quite a greedy fellow, on this auspicious day of Sharad Purnima, I would like to beg from you, Maharaj, but specifically beg on this auspicious occasion of Sharad Purnima that please allow me to remain the servant of your servant. With love and gratitude, your nephew, Anantacharya Das. His Holiness Giriraj Swami Ki Jai. Thank you so much.
Right. That was beautiful. Yeah, thank you for your service and for your mood of wanting to be the servant of the servants of the servants. And for that nice quotation, which I'd like to look up or get somehow.
I will send it to you, Maharaj. I will get it sent to you.
Yeah, I mean, it really is, Srila Prabhupada's mercies brought us all together and engaged us in service and created a wonderful spiritual family for our spiritual nourishment. And not only just spiritual nourishment, as His Holiness Radhanath Swami says that when we serve Vaishnavas, we serve all aspects, their bodies, their minds, their souls. So yeah, it's completely amazing what Srila Prabhupada has done. And I think he would be pleased how his followers are continuing in his mood and mission. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much for your time. Hare Krishna.
Anantacharya Prabhu, thank you so much for all your service and for all these beautiful darshan videos, which devotees have enjoyed so much. We still have a couple more of those to show today, but thank you so much for that service.
Thank you so much for welcoming me, Nilamada Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Next, we have Raghunath Bhatta Prabhu from South Africa. He's a very senior disciple of Guru Maharaj in South Africa, joined ISKCON 35 years ago, and has served in various capacities, including management positions at Sri Sri Radhanath and New Jagannath Puri temples. He's a very dynamic preacher and a book distributor and a mentor to hundreds of devotees in the South Africa Yatra. He was initiated by Guru Maharaj in Vrindavan at Krishna Balaram Mandir in 1999 on the appearance day of Sri Radha Kund, and currently resides at the Sri Sri Radhanath Temple and serves nationally in South Africa as the director for the Richards Bay Temple Project. And he also maintains the Sri Sri Radhanath Temple as well as the building projects at Sri Sri Radhanath Temple, and was appointed by the GBC to serve as the director of Food for Life South Africa. And internationally, he's actively preaching in South Africa, as well as recently being appointed by the GBC to serve as the National Secretary for Namibia. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, but Raghunath Bhatta Prabhu, please unmute yourself, show your video, and please give your offering at this time. Thank you so much. Prabhu, looks like we can't hear you, unfortunately.
1 second.
Oh, there we go. We can hear you now.
Okay.
Yes, and we can see you as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I'm happy to see you again, and always very happy to see you. And I got a little offering that I would like to read and share some thoughts with you after I read my offering also. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to your holiness, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. On this auspicious day of your Vyasa puja, I was recalling some incidents that has inspired me in my Krishna consciousness. The first one was many years back in Vrindavan, when Nishinga Mataji, a devotee who was serving in Srila Prabhupada's quarters for some time, wanted to discuss with you some personal challenges that she was experiencing. She was disappointed that she could not get your association after coming to your quarters. However, an opportunity arose for her when you arrived at Srila Prabhupada's quarters that afternoon. She had a discussion with you and felt very relieved. Subsequently, you went to Govardhan Hill. I was there, and so was Nishinga Mataji. The pujari from the Krishna Balaram Mandir presented a beautiful garland and Radharani's bouquet to you. In the course of your interacting with devotees, you gave the garland to one of the devotees and still had the bouquet in your hand for some time. Very, very caringly, you reciprocated with Nishinga Mataji and gave her the bouquet. She later told me how ecstatic she was in receiving your mercy, saying, I received the mercy of Giriraj at Giriraj. I am also remembering the opening of the hospice in Vrindavan. There were 3 of us from South Africa, Krishna Prema Dasi, Nitya Radhika Dasi, and myself. Before the actual opening, you were discussing the program with the project leaders. Then we saw the devotees chanting and carrying the deities towards the hospice. It was noted that after a short while, the deities were taken back. From this, I gathered that at that point, you were more concerned about the welfare of the people than the worship of the deities. It reminded me of the time when Malati Mataji's child, Saraswati, had put a hand in the hot chutney and burnt her hand. The devotees were more concerned about the chutney for the offering, but Prabhupada was more concerned about Saraswati's hand. All in all, the program was very beautiful. During this time, I also had the opportunity of engaging in some of your personal service. I recall the time you were shaving and wanted to speak to one of your godbrothers and handed me the phone to make the call and instructed me not to engage in a conversation, but say that you wanted to speak to him. When I made the call, I got into a conversation which was contrary to your instructions. You were not very happy with this and made that quite clear. I became so nervous that I almost dropped the phone. In order to please the spiritual master, one needs to follow his instruction. In Vrindavan, I also had the opportunity to wake you up from your nap. This meant massaging your feet. And if that didn't work, I would leave and come back sometime later and massage your feet again. What mercy. Thank you for this opportunity, for taking me closer to obtain the mercy of Srimati Radharani. It also reminds me of the verse in the second canto, third chapter, text number 23. Jivan chavo bhagvatangri renu nacha tumacha bilabetayastu Sri Vishnu padya manujastu lasya swasanchavoyastu naveda gandham. The person who has not at any time received the dust of the feet of the Lord's pure devotee upon his head, he is certainly a dead body. And the person who has never experienced the aroma of the tulsi leaves from the lotus feet of the Lord is also a dead body, although breathing. There was another time when Manmohan Prabhu came to see you at the quarters that you were staying in Vrindavan. He offered his obeisances to you and called out, Giriraj Swami, with so much joy, love, and affection. He was in tears, and you reciprocated by calling out, Manmohan. It seemed like two friends meeting after a long separation. It was one of the most moving moments I've experienced. It reminded me of the pastime of Sudama Brahman going to visit Krishna after many years. Another recollection was in Mumbai, a program at Mr. Sethi's home. I was looking forward to attending the program as I was aware of the close relationship of Mrs. Sethi to Srila Prabhupada and yourself. We were all waiting in anticipation for your arrival at Mr. Sethi's home. When you finally arrived, it was quite late. Mr. Sethi became overwhelmed and began to cry on seeing you. Mr. Sethi commented that we, the guests, were waiting just a few hours for you, but he has been waiting for many years for this moment. At the end of the program, after taking prasadam, everyone left except yourself, Ranchor and Rupanuga Prabhus and myself, and a few other guests. Now we experience the close relationship between yourself and Mr. Sethi. The wonderful conversation and exchanges continued till the early hours of the morning. Mr. Sethi was at times speaking in Hindi, which was being translated to you. It was an amazing experience to see how both of you carried Srila Prabhupada deep in your hearts. The whole program, plus these wonderful interactions, was indelibly printed in the hearts of Mr. Sethi's family members. So much so that later that morning, Mr. Sethi's son came to the temple requesting for a copy of the recording that was done by Rupanuga Prabhu. He also mentioned how much they relished and valued your association. On 19 December 2005, I stayed at the Bombay Temple guest house. The guest house is beautiful, and at that time the extensions were being done. I stood on the road and was watching how thousands of people were coming to get the blessings of the Lord. I was thinking very much of your service to Srila Prabhupada and the struggle to get Hare Krishna land. I would also stand many times behind Srila Prabhupada, trying to look at Radha Rasa Bihari, and I was thinking how much you miss them. Chaupati, in the temple room, His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj was leading Kirtan, and the congregation was doing the Swami dance in a mellow mood. Suddenly the whole mood changed, and you and I were dancing and spinning each other. It was extremely ecstatic. I would also like to speak a little about my initiation in Vrindavan in 1999. I heard that initiations were going to take place on Radha Ashtami, and also that I was a candidate. I was excited that it was going to be on Radha Ashtami, as it was such a special day. And apart from the Guru's mercy, we'll also be getting the mercy of Srimati Radharani. Quote, 2.3, Srimad Bhagavatam 2.3.23, purport. In Vrindavan, all the pure devotees pray for the mercy of Srimati Radharani, the pleasure potency of Lord Krishna. Srimati Radharani is a tender-hearted feminine counterpart of the supreme whole, resembling the perfectional stage of the worldly feminine nature. Therefore, the mercy of Radharani is available very readily to the sincere devotees, and once she recommends such a devotee, Lord Krishna, the Lord at once accepts the devotee's admittance into his association. The conclusion is that one should be more serious about seeking the mercy of the devotee than seeking the mercy than that of the Lord directly. And by once doing so, by getting the goodwill of the devotee, the natural attraction for the service of the Lord will be revived, end quote. You were expected to be in Vrindavan in September. However, you came later in October, which was after Radha Astami. The initiations were then rescheduled for the appearance day of Radha Kund, which is just as special as the appearance day of Radharani, as it is non-different. A few days before the initiation, we accompanied you on the Govardhan Parikrama with His Holiness Sridhar Swami. It was a memorable experience, especially being with Giriraj at Giriraj. Just being with you on the Parikram was so relishable. The initiations did take place on the appearance day of Radhakund. I recall you asking me after I had taken the vows that if there was anything more that I would like to say. And I replied that yes, I pray that I could speak like you. You speak with so much depth, knowledge, patience, love, and deliberation that it captures one's heart. In October 2005, you came to South Africa and nice arrangements were made to receive you. His Holiness Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj opened the car door to receive you, and I was alongside Maharaj and felt a tremendous surge of love permeating the atmosphere. Upon entrance to the temple room, this loving mood continued, and you gave a brilliant talk on Sharad Purnim. The devotees expressed their appreciation in your giving them your association. I've heard many people speak many a times, but what attracted me the most about you is that you do not try to impress the audience, but most importantly, you try to repeat the words of your spiritual master for the benefit of the people. Another experience was years back at your Vyasa Puja celebration at the Sri Sri Radharanath temple. It was an ecstatic program with many of your senior godbrothers in attendance. After the Vyasa Puja program, you proceeded to Srila Prabhupada's room. You came and stood before Srila Prabhupada, and I was standing behind you. All of a sudden, I felt a thud on my chest, and it was you. I picked you up, and Pundarik Prabhu caught your feet, and we were going around the room. Raghava Pandit Prabhu was singing a beautiful bhajan. The whole atmosphere was surcharged with so much love, and it seemed that everyone was caught in that ecstatic mood. His Holiness Parthasarthi Das Goswami Maharaj was also caught in that moment. This is an experience that will be indelibly printed in my heart. My first service at the temple was to take care of Tulasi Devi. I was very excited to serve her, and together with Pundarik Prabhu, carefully transplanted her in pots. I initially did not know the benefits of worshipping Tulsi Devi. As time elapsed, I realized that by taking shelter of her, all wishes can be fulfilled. You can become a resident of Vrindavan, and she can make you her maidservant, and you can be given the vision of the beautiful pastimes of Radha and Krishna. I always attribute my stay in Krishna consciousness to the mercy given by Tulsi Devi. But the way to really achieve this is through the spiritual master. At the Japa retreat in South Africa, we were absorbed in deeply chanting the holy names in the association of Tulsi Devi and yourself. It was a 64-round day, And somehow Giriraj Govardhan spoke to you, the deity Giriraj Govardhan spoke to you to circumambulate Tulsi Devi. You did, and I was astonished to hear that you were in communication with Giriraj. In hindsight, I'm just thinking about what else there was in that conversation. My thoughts are that as my faith increases more and more, that will be revealed. I'm regularly performing morning aarti to Tulsi Devi at our Shri Shri Radharanath temple. I love performing aarti, and devotees have commented that my whole mood is different as I patiently perform the aarti. This is because my thoughts are absorbed in you. In December 2005, I sent an extensive report regarding my management service, and your initial response was, thank you for your extensive quote. Thank you for your extensive report and extraordinary service. I'm so pleased with the efforts there, all of you. I just wish that I could reciprocate more. Even I were to become your slave for many lifetimes, still I could not repay you for your devoted service. I can only remember Lord Krishna's statement to the gopis. I'm not able to repay my debt for your spotless service, even within a lifetime of Brahma. Your connection with me is beyond reproach. You have worshipped me, cutting off all domestic ties which are difficult to break. Therefore, please let your own glorious deeds be your compensation. End quote. I mean, Srimad Bhagavatam, that's from the 10th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Now I shall respond to you a report part by part, end quote. You responded to me on the 25th of December 2005 at 8:52 p.m. However, on the same day at 10:30 p.m., you sent me another mail that said, quote, in spite of my appreciation and pleasure, please do remain humble. I really appreciated your second mail more, the genuine care you showed in cautioning me to care for my devotional Kripa. You are a very thoughtful, caring, and humble person. You give so much time to everything you do. I'm also recollecting my stay in Carpinteria, assisting you in your service in 2018. One of my services was to clean your quarters. You mentioned that you were pleased with the cleaning. This had brought back many memories of my childhood, specifically of my mother, who would clean homes to help bring us up. My sibling and I would also engage in the services to assist her. In this way, cleanliness became an innate quality for me. Even though at that time it seemed like a hardship, but now I feel grateful for those experiences as they have helped me for a higher cause. I'm sure my mother would be really pleased with the outcome. On the way to Carpinteria, I was thinking so much about Ajita Krishna Mataji. When Ajita Krishna Mataji fell very ill, I would go and chant with her. One day, while I was alone with her, she made a very amazing statement. She said that the connection with the Guru is by chanting the Hare Krishna mantra. She also told me, full of elation, that you had called earlier and chanted a round of the Hare Krishna mantra, and she felt the connection. This was a very deep realization, and she was very fortunate to have felt that connection. This could have only been possible by your mercy and purity and the potency of the Hare Krishna mantra. I mentioned this in a letter to you in 2018. A few years after her leaving this world, and you responded that during the regional Gaur Purnima festival in Laguna Beach, you were remembering her deeply. The fact that you were remembering her deeply gives an indication of your concern and care for people, even though they have left this world. To be Krishna conscious is to be Prabhupada conscious. To be Prabhupada conscious is also to be Krishna conscious. And to be Giriraj conscious is to be Prabhupada conscious and thus Krishna conscious. The Tulsi Aarti and Guru Puja Aarti that I perform regularly at the Shri Shri Radharanath temple I do with deep concentration, knowing that I'm performing this on your behalf. I have heard comments that during these arti ceremonies, a spiritual ambience permeates the temple. I would think that this is due to your spiritual energy being transmitted from Srila Prabhupada to you and down to me. Hare Krishna, your servant, Raghunath Bhattadas.
Thank you so much, Raghunath Bhatta Prabhu.
I was
yesterday. Really appreciate it.
I was just thinking of begging for more mercy from Guru Maharaj.
You're muted, Raghunath Bhatta Prabhu.
Okay. Can you hear me now, Guru Maharaj?
Yes.
So I was, got many responsibilities now in ISKCON, and I start, I have to travel to other parts of Africa. I was just begging for your mercy because, it's your service and we do it on your behalf. And I would like, right now we are busy trying to register our society in Namibia. And Namibia is a Christian-oriented country. They have many churches. There isn't a temple. There's one mosque basically, and there's a reason why it's there. Anyway, it's very difficult, and we try. So Bhakti Chaitanya Maharaj asked me to also go to Mozambique, and he said maybe there you'll be a little more successful. But we are in the process of registering ISKCON, which should be done in a few months' time. And a young girl, African girl, is helping us in Namibia. And Terence Prabhu and Sudama Prabhu are helping me very much. And I pray that you give them your mercy also, and to register our society there, and for us to start preaching Krishna consciousness in Namibia. So I'm humbly requesting you for your mercy. Beg you. And also, we're talking about the website. I just remember that we're very attracted to your lectures, and we would do anything to hear you. Punrik is my cousin, and both of us spent a lot of time together. So we wanted to get much of your lectures that were recorded by Bhakti Priyad Bhagwat Maharaj, and we couldn't. It was difficult to get it at that time. So, but anyway, he kind of stored it.
Raghunath Bhatta Prabhu, it looks like he got disconnected. Okay. Thank you so much, Prabhu. I think Sudama Prabhu, who's on, arranged for Prabhu to join us today. So thank you, Sudama Prabhu, for arranging. Next, we have Jai Shri Radhe Devidasi from Dallas. After that, we'll have Karunamai Devidasi from Houston speaking. So Jai Shri Radhe Dasi, please unmute yourself, share your video, and speak your offering at this.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. And I apologize, there's a party going on outside, so if the music it's been blaring really loud, so I don't know if it'll drown out my voice or not.
No.
Okay, good. All right. My dearest Maharaj, I offer you my most humble obeisances. Over many weeks, we celebrate your birthday. You humbly listen to what everyone has to say. To so many, you are very dear. I look to you to conquer my fear. You fill my heart with so much gratitude. You know just what to say to adjust my attitude. Your thoughtful emails I relish. Personal darshan with you I cherish. Chanting japa on Facebook, allowing us to join for more than a look. With your whole body you laugh. Every class you give a final draft. You fill our days with classes on Zoom, appearing all over the world from your room. Juhu was your major endeavor. You accomplished it being very clever. Through TKG, I learned about Guru and Krishna's glory, but you taught me about Prabhupada's story. Writing books is your service. Prabhupada's mission is your purpose. You blew my mind with watering the seed, filled with so many lessons we must heed. Life's final exam and many moons, your mercy is worth more than 1,000 boons. You have given me the ultimate blessing, allowing me to serve the deities in their dressing. Unlimited mercy on my family you did show. As a result, my dad left this world with a glow. TKG's departure was a great loss, but he led me to you like a boss. On humility and love, you are the perfect example. I miss seeing you here in the Dallas temple. About my pets, you always inquire. With everything you do, you inspire. Please continue to shower your blessings on me. With your guidance from the material world, I will be free. Surrendering to you is what's smart. I love you with all of my heart. Your loving niece and eternal servant, Jai Shri Radhe Devi Dasi.
That was beautiful and poetic. I also think of your well, I don't know if I'd say offering, but like your greatest day. That was amazing. Yeah, maybe, I don't know what to do with it. I don't think we can read it now, but.
Well, I was debating between that, but that felt like it was so long ago.
Oh. No, the poem was perfect. The poem was perfect. Anyway, I'll try to find some way of sharing your greatest day with the other devotees. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Jai Shri Radhe. Really appreciate you joining. Next, we have Karunamai. Mataji, if you could unmute yourself, show your video, and please speak your offering.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
I've been waiting for this moment for well, a month, because every time I hear the devotees speaking, it's just filled with so many memories and thoughts of you, and afterwards my mind is just reeling with so many just overwhelming feelings of gratitude and love. And one thing that has struck me, you know, listening to the other devotees speak, I'm really struck by their humility and their love for you, and just how surrendered, you know, how the love is coming so naturally, and I always feel like I'm, you know, my love and my connection is so much like Prabhupada described, you know, just the kitten that's been held. And you always somehow, you keep me close, and you know, you make me feel like, you know, you bring the attachment out of me through the way you deal with me. And so and you know, and they're talking, you know, then their talk is like so sweet, and I started thinking about my first memories of you, and you know, there's a lot of you know, times that I was really a rascal, you know. I mean, so many times that I just like didn't listen and got chastised. I mean, my very first time in, like at the day I arrived in Carpinteria, the first time I got like really chastised. And I remember just when you you know, it was the whole pizza story. And then you know, and I just remember after being like, you know, really kind of, you were so sensitive, and after you really explained to me, you know, where my faults were lying, and what, you know, where I was accountable for my action. I remember you just looking at me, and you knew how tearful and sensitive I am, and you were like, "Are you gonna cry now?" And I just, you know, in that moment, my tears just dried up, and I was really like, okay, I'm ready to just accept this chastisement. So there was always so much love and, you know, care, and not for just because I was being a rascal, but just because you wanted me to be in alignment, and know how to serve you properly, and know how to follow instructions. I have a hard time following instructions. Somehow, you know, like I said, you've kept me close over these years, even when times when I was not wanting to connect with Krishna consciousness or the devotees, or, you know, and then I've had a real turnaround. I mean, the last 4 years, pretty much from the day that we got a new president, I really had, I mean, like somehow in my heart, there was this instillment that Prabhupada, you know, told us that Krishna consciousness is the best medicine, and that it's the only way to save the planet. Like that Prabhupada built this house in which the whole world can live, and that no matter what the demoniac leaders are doing, like Krishna consciousness is the only thing. And there's no leader, you know, there's no party that's better. There's nothing that's better than Krishna consciousness. And so I didn't feel like I needed to choose. I just felt like somehow or other I need to be part of that mission, and somehow have a role in increasing Krishna consciousness, whether on a spiritual, you know, whether like pure Krishna consciousness, or, you know, goodness or Ayurveda or something. I need to be part of that.
Yeah.
And that's when I stepped back into, you know, ISKCON, got back involved with the farm. And you were there that very first day, like you were right there, you know, that I opened, you know, at the farm, and I started getting more involved. And every step of the way you've been there, like sometimes synchronistically, like the day my father died, you were in Houston, you know, like there were so many ways that you were synchronistically right there as I was reaching milestones in my path, you know, on like becoming more, you know, involved, and there's no coincidence in that. I know that. And yeah, I mean, now I've like full force, you know, my Ayurvedic food business is all prasadam. And so somehow it's all just came together, and now, you know, and it's right place, right time, knowing that I'm serving Srila Prabhupada's mission by distributing prasadam, and knowing that it's because of you and it's for you. It's my service. And on that level, you know, that's the reason why it's successful, because it's pleasing to you and Srila Prabhupada and Krishna. So, you know, I'll continue. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here. And it's the only joy. It's the only happiness. And you know, Krishnandri was asking me, she's really asking a lot of questions, spiritual questions, which I told you the other day. And she asked me yesterday, what, you know, where does evil come from? How did, you know, what is the source of evil? What is the source of pain and suffering and illusion? And I said, you know, there's no on switch for darkness, you know, that Krishna is light. And so when there's light, everything is illuminated and lit up and joyful and happy. And when there's no Krishna, then everything is dark and painful. And I've experienced that firsthand in my journey. And so now Krishna is lighting up my life, and I'm really, really happy. Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful. How old is Sundari now?
She's 13, going on 14, and really inquiring like in an amazing way. Yeah.
Nice.
And I'm just so joyful that it's happening, you know, that she's finding Krishna on her own, and
yeah,
in a way that it's like she's embracing it.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Lord.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Mother Karunamai. Thank you for joining us today.
Hare Krishna.
Next, we have a darshan video showing darshan from Washington, D.C. and Houston. So we'll show that shortly.
Hi Krishna Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glory to your divine grace, all glory to Srila Prabhupada. On behalf of the Washington DC Yatra, all your disciples and aspiring disciples wants to offer you a very, very happy Vyasa Puja 2020. Hare Krishna.
Dehonanta yata yata tabe togaibo hari nama sukhe aparada habehata Guru Deva Guru
Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you, Maharaj. On behalf of our presiding deities, Shri Sri Radha Madhava, and their associates, Srila Sundara Prabhu, our temple management, and our Houston devotees, we want to wish you a happy 73rd Vyasa Puja. And since everything is big in Texas, Maharaj, we want to send you a big heart with our love on this happy occasion. Happy birthday, Maharaj.
That was wonderful. Jai.
Next, we have two devotees from our Houston community, Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu and Devahuti Devidasi, as well as their kids who are joining us today. So please unmute yourself, show your video, and you can give your offering at this time.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you and to Sri Gauranga. 2020 has been the most unusual year for the most of us. There's a lot of fear, suffering, and isolation in the world. In my life, you hold the most stable, unchanging, kind, and merciful presence. Your daily darshan on Facebook affords one the space to breathe and chant the holy names. You are so merciful and gracious. Look at how you give us, give all of us disciples across the world access to the holy names like never before. I am awed by how easily you give us a taste of your sublime connection with the holy names. Your presence, your well wishes, and instructions have been so fruitful in my life. I'm forever in your debt. And I hope you keep us at your lotus feet. I'm unworthy in so many aspects, but I feel you keep me buoyant in the path towards a loving relationship with Krishna, Srila Prabhupada, and you. It appears sounding a little cliche-ish, but I did want to say, I pray to Krishna that you continue to be the beacon of light that inspires us and illuminates the path back to Godhead. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you and Sri Gauranga. I'm going to read my offering, but I also wanted to I was inspired by Damodar Das Prabhu and others, who gave some personal stories. I can say that for me, of course, we met in 2015, and I was lucky to have such great godbrothers as Nila Madhava and Gauranga Chandra, who really kind of inspired me to try to serve you and to try to get more involved. And I was really excited about that. But I was also very nervous because I've always kind of I grew up kind of as a mama's boy. And then also my wife takes really good care of me. So I really have no knowledge of so many things that are needed to do service. And yet you were always so kind, even though I think I messed so many things up, even simple things like making your bed, setting up your CPAP machine. But you were always, you corrected me, but you also, you wanted me to continue to do the service. And I really appreciate that. Gauranga Chandra and Nila Madhava, I think sometimes I would videotape them, write down what they're doing. I think a lot of times they probably thought, it must be pretty easy to get into medical school if this guy made it, because I mean, how is he able to do this? If he must not have to be too bright. And then I remember recently when you were here and Mother Kalpataru was gone, and I realized that, okay, this is one of our main servants. She's gone. We have to be on our A game, so I was really trying to get prepared because I really didn't want to mess up this time. So I told Devahuti that, this time we have to make sure I see Mother Kalpataru always have some grapes for Guru Maharaj whenever it's a hot day, especially. So I remember I was driving you to a lecture, and I asked you, Guru Maharaj, do you want some grapes? And you said yes, that sounds great. And I gave you the grapes, and then after you ate the grapes, you said, "This was really good. This is really good that you did this." And my heart melted at that point because, you know, in so many ways, you know, this kind of made me realize why we need guru in our life. Because yes, we are supposed to love Krishna. We need to do everything for Krishna, but Krishna is not tangible, while the devotees and guru are tangible. And here was an example of that for me, where I've learned so much from when you chastise me for my bad service, where it inspires me to be better because I want to make you happy. I want to please you like I want to please Krishna. And so right there, I felt like I pleased you and it made me so happy. So I appreciate you. I love you for that, Guru Maharaj. From my offering that I wrote for you, I also, through this, you know, we're lucky in Houston that we get to see you so much and have personal association with you. And I've always been amazed how much time you give to your devotees and to the temple community. I almost think like you don't even sleep. You're constantly doing service. And during this pandemic though, now I feel like you're a superhero. In fact, I think it would be totally acceptable for you to now go around with a cape, like a beautiful orange cape. And if someone could, you know, sew on their Giriraj or GRS back there, I think it'd be totally acceptable because you've truly become a superhero to us, Guru Maharaj. Your Facebook chanting has been so instrumental. Like some of the other, I can't come on in the morning, but in the evening times, it's been a lot of times when my rounds are going badly, just you saying, hey, I'm chanting right now, that has helped so much. It's been such a solace in a very scary time, your emails, your lectures, your Zoom calls. So we really appreciate that. We need that right now. And then just a little bit from a perspective of being a healthcare worker, you know, March especially was scary as a healthcare worker because we weren't prepared. You know, we didn't have the right supplies. We all are ready to take care of patients in the healthcare fields, but, you know, here we weren't given the right equipment. And so it was scary. And there were many times where I was nervous. And at that point, I always feel like you're so in tune with your disciples. And you texted me like in the second week of March that if you have some time, give me a call. So I called you right away because I was really needing some solace. And that conversation really kind of helped, you know, keep me focused. And then shortly after that, you know, things got worse in Houston as far as the pandemic goes. And I really even sometimes started thinking that, you know, this pandemic, I could die in this pandemic, you know. We didn't know a lot about it at that time. It was a scary virus. And I was scared because I was like, I have still so much spiritual progress to make. I still need so much instruction from you. I need to have so much association that I didn't want to come back to what would be a world that would be more miserable. And then a few days after that, I was at the altar and I saw at our altar in our home and I saw your picture. And right away, I realized that that's all I need is your shelter and your guidance. That even if I died from corona or I died in an accident, that as long as I can come back and be your servant every lifetime, that's all I need. You know, I'll be ready to come back to this world if I can be your servant, because I know that you're the one who's going to lead me and the rest of us in the right direction. So Guru Maharaj, you know, you do so much for us and we do appreciate it. Sometimes we take you for granted, but from the bottom of my heart, I want to be who you want us to be, to serve Srila Prabhupada, to serve you, to associate with the devotees. So thank you for helping us do that. We love you.
Hi.
And then Kalyani.
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Dear Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances and all glories to Srila Prabhupada and to you. I wrote you a free verse poem called Our Sweet Guru. There are many wonderful qualities that you exhibit, like patience, kindness, and empathy. Your brightening smile is a glowing sun, always lifting people up, even when they are having a bad day. Your persistence in helping everyone, even when there are still so many things to do, requires a lot of patience and tolerance. Your kind and loving attitude every day is inspiring and motivational to everyone. But most importantly, you teach us how to love Srila Prabhupada and Krishna. We miss you, our sweet Guru. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Kawan, you want to say hello to Guru Maharaj?
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Happy Vyasa Puja. We miss you. We hope you come back to Houston. Hare Krishna. Thank you for teaching me to be more spiritually connected.
Thank you.
Thank you, Guru Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you all so much. Really nice to see you all. I miss you too. We used to see each other more often at the temple, so hope to see you guys soon. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Next, I'll be handing things over to, we actually have a few other servants of the ceremony today. We have Radhika, who is the daughter of Krishna Kirtan Prabhu and Mother Kandarpa. We have Abhay Charan, who's the son of Radha Priya and Shamananda Prabhus. And both of them, we are excited for them to do this today as the younger generation and devotees who are very enthusiastic and have done a lot of service for Guru Maharaj, being very local to him in Carpinteria. And then Krishna Kirtan Prabhu will also be emceeing for some time. So next, I'll hand things over now to Radhika to introduce the next several speakers.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj. I'm so grateful to have this opportunity to serve you on this auspicious occasion. So I would like to invite Revati Mataji and Puru Prabhu, who recently moved from Ojai to Gita Nagari. We miss them very, very much, and we request them to turn on their mic and video to give their offering.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, and all glories to the assembled devotees. So I'll read my offering here. By the 13th century, the authority and potency of the Shastras, in particular the Mahabharata, which of course includes the Bhagavad Gita, were coming into question. Multiple versions compiled from the mundane perspective of various commentators and editors were in circulation. The transcendental essence of the Shastra was being obscured by individuals motivated by their own personal agenda. At this time, Sri Madhvacharya, as a devotee with eyes anointed with the salve of love of God, undertook the monumental task of reviewing the extant versions of the Mahabharata. In his Mahabharata Tatparya Nirnaya, he based on his own realized devotional insight, cleared away the changes obscuring the devotional message to once again reveal the essence of these historical documents. He did this by rigorously cross-referencing the various Puranas, Vedas, the various versions of the Mahabharata itself, Bhagavad Gita, and other Shastras. By so doing, he clearly showed how inconsistencies could be resolved, with the devotional essence being revealed for each instance of doubtful provenance. Of course, his own spotless character and devotional purity were the essential qualities motivating and enabling this endeavor. This potency is based on the principle of learning the book Bhagavat directly from the person Bhagavat, as explained in the introduction to the Srimad Bhagavatam by A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, quoting, "It is imperative that one learn the Srimad Bhagavatam from the person Bhagavatam. The person Bhagavatam is the one whose very life is Srimad Bhagavatam in practice," close quote. Despite this clear statement, I have over the years yearned to hear your own version, Guru Maharaj.
I've felt some frustration when hearing from you because you invariably answer inquiries with quotes from Shastra and your own Guru Maharaj. Well, silly me. Your own version has been there all the time. The ultimate essence of your instruction is in your very life. Fortunately for all of us, your extraordinary memory and devotional insight into your own life experiences with Srila Prabhupada serve as an additional source of instruction, with stories illuminating points of Shastra in a most intimate and personal way. This is ultimately why I appreciate your personal instruction in classes, and in particular, your answers to individual questions so deeply. And this way of sharing your own devotional insights is giving us a glimpse into the real day-to-day practice of an exalted person, Bhagavat. This realized practical knowledge, Vigyan, of the book Bhagavat and the person Bhagavat, Srila Prabhupada, and ultimately in the form of Srila Vyasa was Srila Madhvacharya's advantage over others as he scrutinized the Shastra to extract the real purport of each verse. This is your strength as well. The ability to apply the lessons of the Bhagavatam to everyday life situations with the insight gained from extensive personal association with your own spiritual master. A couple of years ago, I wrote to you asking in essence, how best to prioritize my service in light of my limited time given the usual challenges of life. Your reply exemplifies your ability to bring your own life experience, your knowledge of Shastra, and your appreciation for Srila Prabhupada's wisdom to bear on life's vicissitudes in a simple and humorous manner. Quote, just remember Srila Prabhupada's statement, spiritual life is difficult, but material life is impossible. Close quote. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Very thoughtful, deep.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Please accept my most humble obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. All glories to your beloved master, Srila Prabhupada. Guru Maharaj, while browsing my husband's Facebook account, looking for nectar, I came across the following quote from a book called Wounded Shepherd by Austin Iravir. It was posted by a devotee, Krishna Kishore Das, who is a professor of religion at Iona College in New York. Quote, one day in St. Peter's Square, CNN's religion editor, Daniel Burke, found himself wondering how this happened. Tearing up from watching the Pope embrace the elderly and sick, he found himself full of the urge to do the same. Why? He found that scientists spoke of elevation, the mimetic effect of gestures of tenderness that provoke the desire in us to be better people. Edicts and rules may keep us from behaving like devils, Burke concluded, but if you want us to be saints, it helps to show us how. This passage struck me because this is exactly what Srila Prabhupada did. He showed us how to be saintly. Of course, Srila Prabhupada did so much more than simply demonstrate an external expression of care or concern. But ultimately, I believe it was Srila Prabhupada's extreme loving compassion for all of those suffering in this material world that deeply touched the hearts of his disciples and inspired them to devote their lives to serving him. This same mood of compassion was what first attracted me to your divine grace. Over the years and conversations amongst devotees who joined ISKCON after Srila Prabhupada left, it has been noted that many of Srila Prabhupada's prominent disciples reflect a particular mood or quality of his divine grace, such as his erudite knowledge of the scriptures or his broad preaching vision. Although you also possess these wonderful attributes and many, many more, I have always felt that you most perfectly embody Srila Prabhupada's merciful and compassionate nature. Because of this, you awaken in our hearts deep love and devotion, bhakti, and inspire us to want to be better. Your mercy never falters, but it is not cheap or sentimental. Your unflinching faith in Srila Prabhupada's instructions, the process of Krishna consciousness, and especially the chanting of the Lord's holy names, provides you with the transcendental vision to clearly see what we need to progress in our own spiritual lives. And you so kindly give your time and attention to help us on our journey. For myself, I simply cannot imagine my life without the inspiration and guidance I have received from you. Thinking back over the years I have been blessed with your association, I realize that you have given me a lifetime of good instructions and a perfect example. For this, I am eternally grateful. Most recently, I have been reflecting on a particular instruction when you explained to me the difference between being selfish and learning to act in one's own self-interest. As I meditate daily on your example, I am strengthened in the realization that our true self-interest can only lie in our relationship with Krishna. I am recognizing that activities I engage in, which may externally appear selfless, but which do not serve to strengthen my connection to Krishna, are actually contaminated by some subtle selfish desire for fame, adoration, or prestige. And so now I find myself desperately trying to make up for all the time I have wasted, endeavoring to arrange my life so that my efforts to become Krishna conscious become my first priority. Only then can I truly become a proper recipient of your unlimited mercy. On this blessed event of your Vyasa Puja celebration and on the beginning of the holy month of Kartik, I am repeatedly falling at your feet with prostrated obeisances and tears flowing from my eyes, praying that I will never forget all that you have shown me. Thank you for accepting me as your disciple. Please bless me to become qualified to follow your example and share Srila Prabhupada's merciful gifts with everyone I contact. Your eternally grateful spiritual daughter, Revati Dasi.
Hi. Very nice. Very nice.
Thank you so much, Revati Mataji and Puru Prabhu. We miss you.
We miss you all.
So next we will have Bhakta Amar from New Dwarka Temple. If you could please unmute yourself and share your video. Go ahead, Amar Prabhu.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to you, your divine grace, and all glories to Srila Prabhupada and Guru Parampara. Since we are short on time, I'll just keep it short. Guru Maharaj, can I just read my offerings to you?
Yes.
I'm not able to see, Guru Maharaj.
Sorry?
Yeah, now I can see. I was not able to see you.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Guru Maharaj, it's just been 2 years and feels like you have been my father since past several millenniums. I feel I have been so fallen, and now you chose to lift and give me this most precious chance of serving your lotus feet. With your mercy, I was able to see 2 beautiful dreams that I experienced recently and would like to share them now. So in the first one, I was walking with you by the beach as a part of your regular morning japa walks. The only difference was that we were walking in opposite directions. And while we were about to cross our paths, you called me. You said, don't walk by yourself. Go back and walk with Tamal Krishna Goswami. And I knew he was behind me. It was back in those days, and I still have that visual in front of me so strong. Thereafter, I went back and running towards him in a very happy mood and excited. Tamal Krishna Maharaj just disappeared along with my dream. And I woke up and could not sleep thereafter, smiling throughout that day in total transcendence. And then in the second one, I was assisting Srila Prabhupada. He was sitting on a couch in one of his disciples' home. He was preaching and convincing his disciples' immediate relatives. And while I was serving him then, I was quietly listening and trying to understand the extreme power of preaching at his best while sitting on the floor besides him. Thereafter, I closed my eyes and again came back to this illusory world. Waking up without wasting time, I tried to get ready and start my morning japa. Usually I tend to forget. Usually I tend to forget my dreams, but somehow these two have been imprinted on my mind. It's just only by your mercy and guidance that I am what I am today. The only instruction that my heart and mind direct me now is to serve your lotus feet as now I know that it is my only source of happiness and my only desire. Unfortunately, we are all stuck in this pandemic situation where I'm unable to serve you in person. But my greatest achievement within the past 7 months is my uninterrupted service to Rukmini Dwarkadish at the Los Angeles temple almost every day. And as I'm known for, I have only been living on Rajbhog and Mahaprasad for all my meals every day since then. and to add to this, I'll be moving to the temple premises in a month, thereby getting continuous opportunities to serve Radha and Krishna at New Dwarka. This has been possible only through the umbrella of your association that you covered me with. Though this separation is very saddening, I'm able to relish every drop of this rainfall of pure, limitless mercy that you are pouring on me. I want to share one of the happiest moments serving you last year. It was your Vyasa puja at Dallas last year, 2019. And while I was sharing my offerings to you, I had mentioned that you never chastised me. And I requested you to do that so I can improve my service towards you. Then later that day, I was serving you lunch prasadam in your apartment. And towards the end, you instructed me to take off one of the plates of the dining table as you were done with it. And then I happened to take that plate off the table. But along with that, the other one besides it, I also picked that up. And you immediately chastised me not to speculate mentally, just take that one plate. And then I was very disheartened as I committed that mistake, as I always strive to be perfect in my service towards you. But at the back of my mind, I was also very happy and excited that finally I got chastised that day, thereby getting a chance to improve myself towards your lotus feet. And Guru Maharaj, I really intend to continue this journey under your support and guidance forever in every life. And not get satisfied and expect success anytime, so that my desire to serve you does not end ever, thereby being more greedy for the spiritual nectar from the dust of your lotus feet. My only desire going forward is to keep serving you no matter what condition I'm in and continue to stay in transcendence in any situation. And I cannot thank you enough for your existence in my life, Guru Maharaj. I desperately wait for that day to continue serving you again in person. Thank you, Guru Maharaj.
Thank you. Very nice. So has your desire to be chastised by me been satisfied, or do you feel you need more?
No, Guru Maharaj, please continue doing that. So I feel more confidence in my improvement towards your service. Thank you for doing that.
But try not to give me cause to chastise you.
Never. I will always do my best. Thank you, Guru Maharaj.
Thank you, Amar. Next, we will have a series of video offerings. The first is from Lalita Mataji from Columbus, Ohio. She unfortunately wasn't able to attend live and deliver her offering because she is tending to Mother Krishnanandi, but now we will play her video offering that she has sent in.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Prabhupadati Priya Shri Girirajaya Swamine Suvaktre Shastra Vagyaya Trana Sadhana Shaline Radha Ras Bihari Bhyam Bhakte Bhyos Chatmadayine. Guru Maharaj, it was August of 2012, I was visiting the farmhouse at a time that there were no rooms available for me because there were so many guests occupying each available room. Somehow Kunti Devi wanted me to stay in the ashram instead of with the devotees around. So she vacated her own small attic room and relocated to a small closet-like room for a few nights. Later I learned that she and Radhe could not sleep for those few nights. The moment guests left, somehow Radhe sensed it and she drove me out of her room. Soon after then, one particular day, guests were visiting you. It was Ekadashi. The Devi had gone above and beyond the call of duty to make a massive feast. By the time we got done with the kitchen, it was about 6 p.m. just for lunch. In an effort to allow her some break in the evening, I requested to do dinner by myself. Things got delayed. At 9 p.m., while prepping for the dinner, I realized that I did not have the most important ingredient that was required to prep the dinner. I ran to her in complete dismay that how would I manifest the dinner. At 9 p.m., she immediately offered to go to the local store to get the ingredient. I was dismayed that after the entire day she was supposed to have the evening off, an early evening to herself. But I don't drive at nights. And she was so willing and so insistent on doing that service that I was completely amazed and overwhelmed. And this act is not repeated once or 3 times. It's done so often, every month, every year, every decade, for over 30 years. When I was listening to the offerings of South African devotees, I was unable to believe that some of them have not seen you for over 20 years. Such a real substance to their love. They go on serving you regardless of what they get out of it. Especially the entire team of devotees who have helped you with your Juhu book. They don't just serve you, but they serve anyone and everyone who happens to be remotely connected with you with the same selflessness. In my exposure of life, I have not seen this degree of selflessness. Therefore, I request you, I beg and pray at your lotus feet, that please allow me to follow them. Please allow me to serve Kunti Devi beyond my selfishness and pride. Allow me to follow and serve Mother Vishakha, Mother Nama Chintamani, Revati Prabhu. Allow me to assist Varshabanvi Prabhu, Nikunja Vilasini Prabhu, and so many others who exist by the single principle of their selfless affection and love for you. That's all I have to.
Thank you, Lalita Mataji. At this time, Giridhari Priya Prabhu very enthusiastically has made 3 beautiful garlands for Guru Maharaj, since this is the last Vyasa Puja session. So at this time, we request Bhaktadas Prabhu to offer Guru Maharaj another one of those garlands. Haribol.
Thank you.
So the next video offering will be from Sarvatma Prabhu, who also recently moved from the Santa Barbara area, and we would like to play his video offering.
My dear Giriraj, my dear Giriraj Swami, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to our beloved Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, and all glories to the devotees of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. I am sorry I won't be able to speak live directly when your ceremony of Vyasa Puja takes place. However, I wanted to leave a little message for you and your disciples, your fortunate disciples. They have such a nice, gentle, knowledgeable, faithful Guru. I wanted to convey also obeisances and gratefulness from Divya, who is right now on her way to dress Gornitai at the temple. She dresses Chota Radha Govinda in the morning and Gornitai in the evening. And it's been going on for 3 months every day, at least Chota Radha Govinda. Just very happy that way. I also have some service. I give lectures and kirtans and cook for the deities and cook for the devotees. So things are happening, and we miss you. We miss the pillar of our strength when we were in Santa Barbara, as we can always rely on you. You're a very steady devotee and very kind devotee, very kind person, particularly to us who made no merit to deserve it. So I just wanted to thank you for all those years of uninterrupted friendship and kindness. And I hope your festival is successful, as I imagine it will be. And you live a very long, prosperous, and happy life. And that you please never give up on us, no matter our condition. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to your lotus feet, all glories to Lord Chaitanya and all of his associates and devotees. Hare Krishna.
Hi, Uncle Giriraj.
Hello and greetings from Italy.
We're
Just a little teaser as to what is coming next. But thank you. Thank you. Okay. So next we have another video offering from Mayapur Das from Croatia. This is a video message. He is a disciple of His Holiness Sridhar Swami and has also lived at Juhu Temple and visited Guru Maharaj's ashram a couple of times. So we would like to play that video now.
Hare Krishna. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and Srila Giriraj Maharaj. I am very grateful and honored that I can speak a few words in appreciation and gratitude to Srila Giriraj Swami Maharaj on the occasion of his Vyasa puja. We all know that Srila Prabhupada taught his disciples, and he acted in his personal life with utmost attention to details. Care includes attention to details. Love, when we love someone, we are attentive about this person's preferences and details. And Srila Giriraj Maharaj is very attentive to details. And this is the aspect I remembered today when I thought and meditated a little bit about Giriraj Maharaj. There are so many wonderful qualities that we can learn from Maharaj, but this is one very, very rare quality that we find about him, that we found about Srila Prabhupada too. So Srila Giriraj Maharaj is very attentive to everything, from the way that he approaches chanting, from the way that he approaches honoring prasadam, to the way that he is researching and writing the books. The books that he's writing about his time when he was with Srila Prabhupada. He's very thoughtful, very detailed, very attentive to all the details. And it shows a great love and respect towards the knowledge that he is transferring from Srila Prabhupada to us and about Srila Prabhupada to us. The attention to details about his experiences with Srila Prabhupada when Srila Prabhupada was present, and the details and the points from those stories about Srila Prabhupada, which give us deeper understanding about philosophy and practical application of Krishna consciousness. Then one very important thing and and which cannot be transferred through the book alone, and that is the mood of Srila Prabhupada, the mood, the profound mood of loving kindness and mercy. And I take Srila Giriraj Maharaj as such a perfect representative of that mood of Srila Prabhupada, of loving kindness, of love and mercy. And I have seen Srila Giriraj Swami embody that principle in his dealings with his god brothers and god sisters, with his disciples, and even with ordinary people, everyday people. So I'm very, very grateful, extremely honored that I had association, opportunity to serve Srila Giriraj Maharaj, and I hope that in future I will get again a chance to somehow serve him and have his association. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to glorify shortly the wonderful quality of Giriraj Swami Maharaj. I'll just refer to one short experience which helped me a lot. Once I was a guest in Giriraj Maharaj's ashram in Carpinteria, and he came to the room as I just came to visit, and he told me how Srila Prabhupada said to him that Vaishnava should always leave the place cleaner than when he found it. It means when he comes to the place and leaves the place, it should be cleaner and more neat than when he found it. And I've tried to follow this principle, and this principle has been very much appreciated with everywhere I went, because very often people don't think about it, and hosts get very surprised, and they are very appreciative of that detail, attention to detail, and example of cleanliness of a devotee. So thank you very much, Maharaj, for teaching me this small thing and many other things, and being so kind to me and to many other devotees, and giving us the knowledge, the details about Srila Prabhupada's life, and transferring the mood of Srila Prabhupada to his disciples and followers, friends and well-wishers. Thank you very much, and Hare Krishna, and we wish you many, many more healthy years, so we can have more of your association and be the recipient of your kindness in any way possible. Thank you, and Hare Krishna.
Wow, what a beautiful video message. So next we have very dear friend from Dallas, Texas, Brinda Priya Mataji, and she will be delivering her offering. If you could kindly unmute and turn on your video so we can see you.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj, happy Vyasa Puja and happy Kartik. I have my tissue box, so hopefully I won't need it, but I probably will. Guru Maharaj, one of the first Vyasa Puja Zooms, Radhanath Maharaj said he wishes he was in Carpinteria with you. And I really felt that. I think about Carpinteria all the time because that is the place that I've been the happiest and I've learned the most about devotional service. I remember one time I was serving in Carpinteria with Janava Devi. I think her good mother is there with you now. And so we know where she gets her mood of service from. So we were driving in the car on our way to a japa walk, but we needed to stop to get gas on the way. So we stopped at the gas station and the driver got out of the car to fill up the tank. And she immediately got out of the car and got the squeegee and started cleaning the windshield. And I was so impressed. She's a very shy girl, but she took so much initiative and she was never shy in your service. And I learned like so much from her mood of service because I was also shy my first trip to Carpinteria and I didn't really know where anything was either. So she got back in the car and I said, that was so nice that you cleaned the windshield. And she just said, Guru Maharaj really likes it clean. And it may seem like a really small thing to some people, but to me it was so impressive and it was so instructive. And then in a similar way, in another visit, Gandharvika had come and she had brought roses from her home. And Radhika immediately said, oh, you brought roses, let's make some garlands for Shri Shri Gandharvika Giridhari. And the spontaneous devotion of all of my god brothers and god sisters in Carpinteria was so, so beautiful to me. From the moment that I got there, I felt like it was Vaikuntha because I had no anxiety. I was so happy. And then there was another time when Kunti Devi was with me. We had driven to Laguna for the, I think, Panihati festival. And on our way back, I was driving to give Kunti Devi a break from driving. And she really wanted to listen to this Nishringadev song by Havi Prabhu. And she was turning it up really loud, but I was driving in an unfamiliar place. So I kept turning it down so I could focus on the road. And she kept turning it back up. And she was saying really enthusiastically, no, you have to listen to this song at full blast. So I kept kind of like trying a little bit to turn it down and she was turning it up. And I thought it was the funniest and sweetest thing because Kunti Devi is so demure and so like elegant, but there she was so enthusiastically like blasting this song. So I learned so much from my visits, and then in the next times that I visited, I was more comfortable with the ashram, and so I felt like I knew where things were and I was less inhibited in doing service. So when Kunti Devi said, I need you to go make a garland or to go iron, I knew like where the iron was and where the garlands were. And it felt really liberating that I could just go and do service there. On one of my last days, the devotees had this idea it was your initiation birthday. So they had this idea to frame Srila Prabhupada's initiation letter for you. And Kunti Devi asked me to make a garland for the letter with jasmine flowers. And I didn't know until she told me, but there was actually a jasmine plant on the grounds. So I went to go pick jasmine flowers fresh from the bush. And I was so happy in such like a simple way. I thought, this must be what the spiritual world is like. Just serving with people who you love and serving for people who you love. So it was very humbling. And I feel like the same now that I felt then, surrounded by all of these amazing devotees, that I really don't know anything about devotional service. I have so much to learn. On my last day, I didn't want to leave. And I had been expressing to Vishaka Priya Mataji that, can I just stay? Do I really have to go back? And so she was sort of like plotting with me. She would go to Kunti Devi, who was cooking in the kitchen, and she would say, don't you ever wish that you had like permanent help? And I think Kunti Devi kind of knew that she was onto something. So she would say, no, Vrinda Priya has her service in Dallas, and you know, we need more devotees in those kinds of jobs. And so I was a little bit depressed, but I think she was right to say that. So anyways, I hope I can return someday and serve in Carpinteria again. I used to really want a relationship with Krishna. And then when I accepted your shelter, when you accepted me, I knew that the relationship to the Guru is very important, and it's the way that we get to Krishna. And then as I served you, I learned that relationships to your disciples is just as blissful and important. So words are not sufficient, but I love you so much, Guru Maharaj, and I feel that you love me. And you know the good and the bad, and you still love me. And that has saved my life. And I just want to say thank you for keeping me. And I hope I can come back and serve you. And thank you to all of your disciples for being my friend, especially Kunti Devi. Hare Krishna.
I wish someone could FedEx Vrinda Priya to Carpinteria right away. Yeah. We do love you. You love us. In fact, that reminds me, I quote this sometimes because it's one of my favorite statements of Srila Prabhupada's, that, which he wrote to one disciple. You cannot survive without my mercy, and I cannot survive without your mercy. It is reciprocal. This mutual dependence is based on love, Krishna consciousness.
Hare Krishna, thank you, Guru.
So beautiful. Please come and visit soon, Vrinda Priya. So next we have Preeti Radhika Mataji from Sacramento coming to with her offering.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Dandat Pranam. Maharaj, I know my very first service was driving you. And I remember that one of the times I drove your passport from San Francisco when you were leaving for India, and became like a very urgent, and I had to like drop everything and go. But I was in such a bliss that I can't even explain. And I remember on another occasion when I came to visit you, you told one of the servant that, oh, don't worry, my designated driver is coming. And you told me that. And I was like so happy. I was like, I'm not the best driver, but somehow I've pleased Maharaj, and that's all that matters. And in one of your talks, you were mentioning that how one time you were going to North Calcutta to go to a printer. And after that, it rained and you could not get a rickshaw or nothing. And then after that, you were walking back in a lot of rain. It was a lot of hardship, but you were the most blissful person. You didn't care. You were just happy because you were doing it for your master. And later on, as you said that, I was like, I then could tell that why is it so blissful? Like when I go grocery shopping for you, just picking a pear becomes a meditation. And when I hold that pear, it's like my Maharaj is going to eat it. And then in Phoenix, when I was waiting for your arrival at one devotee's house, I was on a chopping spree, and I was chopping so many vegetables. And that was the most blissful time for me, because I got to chop vegetables for my Guru Maharaj. And I had that faith in me that when Maharaj ate it, he would feel my love in there, because I'm chopping with so much love. And then that gives us a glimpse of how all the Srila Prabhupada's disciple, like you just feel a different devotion in all the Srila Prabhupada's disciple, because they were ready to give up everything, their life, money, anything and everything for Srila Prabhupada. So we get a glimpse like why the Srila Prabhupada's disciples were to that caliber. And I just hope that I can meet at least a little bit of that in this lifetime. I remember it was my very second lecture that I had heard in Berkeley Temple. I put a stopwatch to make sure the time, but I just want to mention that in Berkeley Temple, or not Berkeley Temple, you were giving a talk in Berkeley University, and you were giving details of your journey to spiritual life and how you met different kind of gurus. And as I was listening, what stood out the most to me is you said that, from the beginning, when you were just a teenager or beginning your college or just before your college, you wanted to help people. And you were like, oh, I want to be in medical field so I can help people with their physical ailments. But then you were like, oh, but people are suffering on mental level too. So you thought of becoming a psychologist, but then you realized that people are suffering on a higher level from psychology. And then you found Srila Prabhupada. And I could not stop thinking about it, like your mercy. Until this day, I think about that's where your mercy comes from. Like we have heard over and over again. So thank you, Guru Maharaj, for your mercy on us. And there's so many people who can say that your mercy keeps us alive and keeps us going and progress in Krishna consciousness. So thank you, Guru Maharaj. I love you with all my heart. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much. It was very moving. Yeah. I remember when I drove Srila Prabhupada. Anyway, that would be a bit of a digression, but yeah, I guess it's a sort of parampara. I drove Prabhupada and you drove me, so.
Thank you, Maharaj.
Thank you, Preeti Radhika Mataji. Very well said, thank you. So next, we have an offering by a very special soul. She follows the traditions of the Gaudiya Vaishnava Acharyas who pray to live in the house of a Vaishnava. She has been serving Guru Maharaj for almost 17 years, and her main service is loving him and being in the presence around the ashram.
Dear Guru Maharaj, woof woof, I do not know by what good fortune I came to be here at your ashram. A scared little puppy, only 8 weeks old, but I immediately knew that I had found my forever home and my eternal master. Mata had just come back from Vrindavan. That's how I got my beautiful name, Radhe Radhe. Mata loves it when we go for a walk and people say, oh, what's her dog's name? And Mata says, Radhe Radhe. And they go, Radhe Radhe, and back and forth they say my name. I love that. My humans are always saying the same words over and over again. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. I just listen. Srila Prabhupada said that even a dog can chant this mantra. I am not so advanced, Guru Maharaj, but I like it when you chant. You always treat me as a spirit soul, not a dog. I know you love me. You see straight into my heart and straight into my soul. One time, when Radhanath Swami was visiting, I laid down on a chadar the devotees had put down for him to sit on. Suddenly, Mata came running out, shooing me away. But when I looked up, I saw you and Radhanath Swami standing there, smiling. Radhanath Swami told Mata not to disturb me, that they did not know who I really am. I don't know. I'm just a lucky little dog, but I do know that the mercy of the Vaishnavas knows no limit. Us Jack Russell Terriers are working dogs. We are playful, but we also take our duties seriously. So I became temple commander. As soon as I would wake up, I would run outside and do a perimeter check. I would bark at the squirrels and make sure they run back up into the trees where they belong. I would sniff the ground for gophers and chase them back into their holes. In this way, I would try to protect your property, Guru Maharaj. This is my duty. I made many wonderful friends at the ashram. I am old now, but I remember playing with my best friend Radhika Didi, and Abai Charan and Apsara Kun, woof woof, and Yudi and Bala and Leela, and Makund and Madhav and Govind. We spent hours playing soccer and running around outside and going for long walks on the beach. And I can never forget my dearest Raj Mata, and Varsha Mata, and Krishna Kirtan Prabhu, and Sarup Damodar Prabhu, and my other very, very bestest friend, Vrindavan Chandra Prabhu. They all have soft and loving hearts like you, Guru Maharaj. And now in my old age, I also met Bhakta Das Prabhu, who is so sweet and loving towards me. And Ganga Mataji, who always gives me chapatis. Thank you, Guru Maharaj. You are a true master. You are so affectionate, sometimes feeding me Mahaprasad from your own hand. You always make sure that I get enough food, enough exercise, enough rest, and that I am healthy and happy. I am the most fortunate soul and luckiest dog in the world. One time, I saved your life. I should not praise myself, Guru Maharaj, but I am just grateful that I could do something really, really useful. Your heart was beating abnormally. I heard Mata and Vraj Mata talk about this. I had just ran into your room and jumped on your chest, and your heart rate went back to normal. You didn't even have to go to the hospital. I feel that Krishna used me as an instrument. I also hear devotees talk about Hanumanji, that even though he is the greatest devotee of Lord Rama, he is a monkey, and monkeys are very naughty. So Mata explained that even though Hanuman is a pure devotee, he is still bound by his body and sometimes does very naughty monkey things. I felt so encouraged to hear this, because I know, Guru Maharaj, that sometimes I do silly dog things. One time, you said we should all learn from me how to be focused. Another time, you told one devotee that Radhe Radhe is teaching us to see the spirit soul in all living entities. And one time, you said I am your best disciple. Thank you for everything, Guru Maharaj. All I know is that I'm your eternal dog, birth after birth. Your Sanata servant, Radhe Radhe. Woof woof!
Sarvasvato ma Charane Sampiya Odechito Maraghare Tumi to Thakur Tomara Kukur Bolia Jana Ho More
That was very moving.
We love you, Guru Maharaj.
Yeah, she's a very special soul.
So next, we have another video darshan, and it is of the LA and Denver temple. So now we will play that.
Krishna Maharaj. All glories to you and your Vyasa puja. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. From Denver, Colorado, we all wish you a wonderful, special, blessed celebration today. And all glories to all the devotees, all your disciples. Nama Om Vishnu Vidaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschati Deshitarine. I wanted to thank you for all that you've done, and personally for what you've done in Juhu in the late 70s with some of the Sankirtan devotees from Denver. I had the wonderful opportunity of visiting Juhu project for the first time, and in fact they were still working on the rooms for Prabhupada at that time. So what I wanted to appreciate was all the sacrifice that you and the other devotees did to make that project what it is today, that you had so much devotion to do all that austere service there, to create from your Jagya an arena of Sankirtan Jagya. And we personally were able to be part of that Sankirtan arena in the late 70s. We visited the temple, and the beautiful courtyard was there below the deities, and we were told we had the opportunity to distribute books from the book stall there, and they gave us the large silver beautiful Krishna books and said, you can distribute these to all the pilgrims, the guests. They were very well-dressed people, very aristocratic, very educated people, amazing people. And I was feeling very much appreciative of all that you had done to enable all these people to benefit from Krishna consciousness. And for us personally to have had an opportunity to distribute these beautiful Krishna books of Srila Prabhupada in such a sacred and gorgeous setting. It was just phenomenal to be there. And the reception of the people was so warm and very open and very much wanting Prabhupada's books. So because of all that you sacrificed, this was going on at that particular time. And we just felt so much appreciation for all that you had done to enable Prabhupada's mission to spread in Mumbai and at that beautiful project. So we felt like all that you did to lay the groundwork for so many life members there and for their families has established Krishna consciousness, great foundation in India. And so that was a very personal and special experience to be able to distribute those books there. And I've always wanted to express that appreciation for the great Jagya that you did with your godbrothers and godsisters and others who helped, all the life members. And I really wanted to express that appreciation to you for all that you've done and you are doing to engage the souls, and to have been a little tiny part of that. It was very special. So thank you, Maharaj, and have a wonderful Vyasa Puja with all your disciples and well-wishers all over the world. And if there's anything that we can do in Denver here to be of service, then please let Jivan Mukta Prabhu know, and we would be so happy to be in your service. So Hare Krishna, all glories to your Vyasa Puja, and all glories to Srila Prabhupada.
What a beautiful darshan video.
Yeah.
So for the next segment, I would like to hand it over and introduce Abhay Charan. And he will be the next servant of the ceremony.
Hare Krishna, everyone. Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Thank you, Radhika Didi. For our next offerings, it's two people that I've spent my whole life with, my parents, Radha Priya Devi Dasi and Shamananda Das. So, Mata, if you could please unmute and turn your camera to give your offering, shortly followed by Appa.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. I will read my offering. My dearest Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your divine grace. I feel extremely fortunate and humbled to be given this opportunity to say a few words on this most auspicious occasion of your Vyasa Puja. I have been listening to your Zoom Vyasa Puja sessions over the past few months, and it has been mind-blowing. The beautiful offerings of love and devotion, the ecstatic faces of the devotees, the nectarian videos, and the gorgeous cakes. The intimate, loving exchanges you've shared with each person after their offerings has been an even sweeter treat, yet again displaying your unsurpassed qualities of love and kindness. Observing your reciprocation with your God brothers, God sisters, disciples, and well-wishers has made me think a lot about my Guru Maharaj, His Holiness Parthasarathi Das Goswami. One of the most important instructions that he has given me and continues to remind me of is to always serve Giriraj Maharaj and never leave his lotus feet. So thank you, Maharaj, for allowing me to render some service unto your lotus feet. By accepting my service, you are ensuring that I follow my Guru Maharaj's instructions. Your benevolence is again shown by your wonderful association with Abhay and Apsara. I actually feel quite emotional when I think about the extraordinary relationship they share with you right from the beginning, even before they were born. You have nurtured them just like a loving grandfather, and you mean the world to them. I sincerely pray from the depths of my heart that they remain eternally at your lotus feet. I was thinking about a sweet encounter Apsara had when we visited my Guru Maharaj some years ago in South Africa. Guru Maharaj had invited us into his room to show us some paintings. A beautifully framed picture was hanging on the wall, and it caught Apsara's attention. It was a photograph of Guru Maharaj, Keshav Bharti Maharaj, and Giriraj Maharaj, standing next to each other with their arms over each other's shoulders. Suddenly, Apsara pointed to you in the picture and screamed out, "That's my Guru Maharaj." After a moment, Guru Maharaj replied, "Well, that's my friend." Thank you again, Maharaj, for allowing us to be a part of your life. Words cannot truly describe what you mean to us. We are eternally grateful for your association, and we love you very, very much. Your servant, Radha Priyadasi.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glory to Srila Prabhupada, all glory to divine grace. Happy Vyasa Puja Maharaj, and thank you for all the wonderful opportunities that we have been blessed with for both us and Abhay and Apsara. And one time I wrote an email thanking you for being such an instrumental value in Abhay and Apsara's life, and you replied by saying that including yours too, and that made me so happy that we are blessed to have your association. And I just want to mention a few recollections I have from South Africa when I started coming to temple when I was studying there. And the first time we were in the temple room, Mangala Aarti were chanting, and they said that you are chanting in Prabhupada's room and we could join you. So, and I joined the devotees. We came to Prabhupada's room, and you were sitting next to Prabhupada's murti, and you were looking at Prabhupada's murti, and you had your hands, you had your hand diagonally on your thigh, and then the hand with the bead bag on top of it. That made me realize that don't let the bead bag touch the ground, and that became a significant, important thing that I try to remember all the time, that not to touch. And another one I remember, and please correct me if my statement is wrong, that it was in Hillbrow Temple. It was Bhaktivinoda Thakur's appearance or disappearance day, and you in the class you mentioned that Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur prays that please give me a drop of faith that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And that stuck in my head, saying that pure devotees are praying for a drop of faith. And that made me understand that, my understanding that, okay, I understand Krishna is Supreme Personality of Godhead it's not substantial. And that the essence of humility is necessary. And that's when we will get that understanding. And that's what we are praying for. And I keep remembering that. And one on the embarrassing side was that it was at Mother Vrishabhanavi's house in Johannesburg that we had a program, and we had a nice feast. And on the way, when you were getting in the car, and Nishingananda Prabhu said to open the door and close the door for you. So it was dark. So when you got in the car and I was closing the door, but your leg was not fully in. So I accidentally jammed your leg, but you did not chastise me, or you didn't really show any discomfort. And I was very pained by that ignorant or unfocused service. That after that I always remember that when you're doing service, your attention has to be 100%. And then recently when Abhay was, and I think he showed it on the video too, that playing with the video keeps reminding me that how important when you're doing something that we should be focused. And that should be our attention. And so lastly, when in 99, when I came to US for a few months, and I had the wonderful opportunity to meet you at Krishna Kirtan Mother Kandapra's house in Santa Barbara. And then after some time, I went back. And then when we were about to come to US for permanently, I had a dream where I saw Guru Maharaj, Bhakti Chaitanya Maharaj, and you, all three of you are standing right next to each other. So I was wondering, what does that meant? Because at the time, I could understand Guru Maharaj and I understood Bhakti Chaitanya Maharaj due to the little bit service in Pretoria Temple. So they were helping me so much. And I was thinking that, why am I seeing you also in the dream? But later on, after some time, I can see that whatever activities and event that is happening in our life, it's some sort of Krishna is directly, personally present in guiding it. And that we are so fortunate to have your association. And we can never, we can never repay you. I mean, and you have are a very significant affectionate association we have had with you and Mother Kunti, and it's actually and Krishna Kirtan Prabhu, Mother Kandarpa, Radhika. I mean, the list is long. That you really make an environment, as someone else stated, that you're focused on the community, that you bring the value that Prabhupada built a home in which the whole world can live, and there is no difference, there is no yours or mine, or everyone is welcome. And that so with that, I really been thinking about for recently that I would like to humbly pray at your lotus feet, that I know sometimes for whatever reason that some devotees have become a little bit disconnected from Srila Prabhupada. And in this month of Kartika, I want to humbly pray at your lotus feet that they become inspired again and come connect and become close to your lotus feet for the future generation and the current generations. And thank you, Maharaj, for all the help and being there always in our life. And it's a great to have your association and seeing you. Thank you, Maharaj. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Appa and Mata. Next, we have a video sent by Guru Maharaj's family. So if we can have that played, please, that would be great.
Hi, Uncle Giriraj. Hello, and greetings from Italy. We are thinking about you, and we wanted to wish you a very, very happy birthday. We can't wait to celebrate in person with you. And until then, ciao. Ciao.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Cousin Glenn. Happy birthday to you.
Hope you have a great year. Here's hoping that soon, at some point, we'll be able to actually see you in person. So we love you. Yay, happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Yep.
Happy birthday to you.
Oh, yeah.
Happy birthday, dear Glennie Giri Raj person.
Truly.
Happy birthday to you.
We love you. Happy birthday. Can't
Many
wait
more.
to celebrate all together one of these days.
But look, we can talk to you without masks because we're using the phone. So that's a plus, right?
Yep. Silver lining. Silver lining. We
Big
have
silver.
phones. We have phones. Okay. Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Now you know the stock I'm coming from.
Those were great videos.
Yeah.
Next, we have an offering coming from all the way from Denver. I'm asking if Nitai Das can kindly please unmute his mic and turn on his camera to give his offering.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Please accept my humble obeisances unto the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace and all glories to Srila Prabhupada. I just wanted to begin by expressing my gratitude for being a part of this wonderful ceremony for the last 12 sessions, spanning multiple hours, and to witness the splendid outpouring of love from your disciples and your mutual reciprocation, your reciprocation of their love. Thank you for accepting me into this wonderful family. So with your permission, if I may read my offering to you. As I write this humble offering on the most auspicious occasion of your 73rd Vyasa puja, my mind is filled with memories of your many wonderful qualities, which have touched the hearts of and attracted countless souls to your exemplary personality and faithful rendition of Srila Prabhupada's teachings. Although my attempt to describe your qualities is inadequate, I would like to talk about three, and I hope you will accept my sincere attempt to glorify you in the same vein that Lord Ramachandra accepted the service of the small squirrel who carried pebbles to build a bridge to Lanka. The first quality is simplicity. I witnessed the simplicity of your lifestyle when I visited you in Carpinteria in March 2017 and Dallas in September 2019. As a renunciate, you have shed unnecessary possessions and have adopted only belongings essential to your service: basic living quarters, standard clothing, devotional literature, and some technological equipment used for outreach and devotee care. In the minimalist lifestyle, I observed your clarity of purpose and freedom from distraction. But the simplicity goes beyond the scope of physical possessions. It extends to your personal conduct and application of the philosophy. A dear God brother once told me what you had told him. If one can become free from duplicity, then the mind can become much more peaceful. When we were pacing back and forth on the walkway next to Butterfly Beach in Santa Barbara in 2017, I inquired, what can one do to avoid offenses? Committing offenses inhibits us from making progress on the path to Shuddhanam and ascending the bhakti ladder from Shraddha to Nishtha, at which point one is not as intensely affected by one's lower nature. I was expecting an esoteric answer, but you immediately responded. We chant the Panchatattva Mahamantra, and then you proceeded to recite it. Your presentation of Krishna consciousness, like your conduct, is natural and simple and full of grace and dignity. The next quality is compassion. I truly feel that your acceptance of me is an act of selfless compassion. I grew up in a devotee family, but in spite of the unequivocal Shastric statement regarding acceptance of an initiating spiritual master, I was hesitant to do so. I was looking for someone to whom I could give my heart, who would not betray me, and with whom I could have a personal relationship. I had met you several times before then, but when you came to my grandmother's memorial program in March 2014 and sat and talked with me, something special happened. From that point on, you cultivated a personal relationship through phone calls and Skype video chats, inquiring and looking to my personal well-being. And in spite of my personal shortcomings, which occurred over the next couple years, you lovingly accepted me. Like a swan, you extract the essence. As a devotee, you see the good qualities in a person and you ignore the bad. You encourage, uplift, and inspire each of us to be the best versions of ourselves in service. The next quality is your accessibility. The global coronavirus pandemic has brought about unprecedented change in the world, but it has also opened new frontiers for preaching and sharing spiritual knowledge. While physical gatherings have been almost completely curtailed, advanced devotees such as your good self have adopted virtual meeting platforms to disseminate spiritual teachings, give association, and enthuse persons from far and wide, and extend care to the worldwide devotee congregation. The sheer number of classes you give on Zoom, many times multiple meetings in a single day, the Facebook Japa Sangha in which you participants can literally chant with you, and your extraordinarily prompt reply to text messages and emails bear testimony to your incredible accessibility and generosity. You make it a priority to be available to others because your life is for others. In a recent message sent in response to a Happy Father's Day message, you wrote, quote, "It is my duty to support and encourage you and all others in Krishna consciousness by Srila Prabhupada's grace." Dear Gurudev, recent events have once again revealed that the material world is unpredictable and Sri Krishna's plan is mysterious. His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami's abrupt departure, which at that time was a recent event, at the time of writing this offering, has left an indelible void in the spiritual lives of many. Yet it has also highlighted the value in seeking and cherishing Vapu association with our spiritual teachers while they're present with us. I treasure the personal association I've had with you last year, walking along the perimeter of the lake in Dallas, just serving you prasadam, and assisting Vishnupriya Mataji in cooking for you. And I hope and pray to have an opportunity to serve you more in whatever capacity pleases you, and also an opportunity to serve your servants. Upon finding Sri Krishna and Sudama in the forest, Sandipuni Muni expressed his satisfaction with the service rendered and stated, "This indeed is the duty of all disciples, to repay the debt to their spiritual master by offering him with pure hearts, their wealth, and even their very lives. My dear Gurudev, I offer you everything. Your aspiring, eternal servant, Nitai Das."
Hi, wonderful. Yes, you come from quite a lineage of devotees, your grandparents and your parents, and now you. And I can't help but think that your grandparents are happy with you, that you've taken up the line of devotional service seriously.
By your grace, Gurudev.
Hare Krishna.
Next, if I could kindly ask Ananda Vrindavan Dasi to unmute her mic to give her offering to Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, all glories to you in your lotus feet. I would like to wish you a happy Vyasa Puja and a happy Halloween as well. In the absence of my father, I'll be reading his offering to you on his behalf, followed by my mother afterwards. So this is from Sri Vallabh Das. Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisance unto your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and all glories to you. And finally, all glories to the assembled devotees. A long time ago in 2005, you have given me the opportunity to serve you while you were traveling to South Africa. And I wanted to share with you some of the many lessons that you had taught me during this time. When we first arrived in South Africa, arriving on a flight from London, we had just exited the gate and you had told me to watch the luggage while you approached somebody. That someone turned out to be an elderly woman who was struggling to read the signs and get her flight information. And you were able to help her find her terminal and gate. This experience continues to remind me of the many times where you were able to understand that I was in need of some help in my spiritual life and support me in the area that I needed most. This is one of your amazing qualities, Guru Maharaj. A couple of days later, when we were staying in Johannesburg, we were both suffering from jet lag. And you had instructed me not go to the temple. While you took some rest, I foolishly snuck away with our host family and took darshan, and upon returning, I had fallen asleep. Out of your mercy, you had made sure that nobody had disturbed my sleep, but when I had awoken, you had chastised me and reminded me that my main mission is to serve the Guru and not to be distracted from that mission. A couple of weeks later, the devotees had asked me to go for a safari, but this time I had declined. This is one of the biggest lessons of my life, and I hold it very close to my heart. One Ekadashi day, while we were chanting in the garden, you had instructed me to chant a minimum of 25 rounds on that fasting day. I thought to myself, I struggle with so much with 16, but how can I do 25? Somehow or other, by your association, I was able to complete 32 rounds that day. But since then, I've tried to chant the same amount, but I've still been never able to match it. Guru Maharaj, by your mercy, I've been able to serve Panchatattva and be part of Srila Prabhupada's amazing family. I am so grateful for everything that you have given to me and my family, and I pray that I'm able to serve you continuously and without fail. Please engage me in your service wherever you see fit. Your eternal servant, Sri Vallabh Das.
Hare Krishna. This is Ananda Vrindavan Dasi. Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Giriraj Swami Iti Namine. My dear and most beloved Guru Maharaj, please accept my protested and humble obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to you, divine grace. On this most auspicious occasion, which is your appearance day, I am here to offer my prayers at your lotus feet. Your appearance in this world is the most significant event in Kali Yuga. You are so kind that you shower your mercy on most fallen souls like me. Without Guru's mercy, you cannot get Krishna. Thank you for your showing mercy on me, and I beg for more mercy. Please forgive my offenses. I thank you for helping me in my in my sicknesses. You are most kind of forgiving person. I serve Panchatattva and do the deity worship. Guru Maharaj, please bless me that I shall continue my service forever and your service to Krishna and your service too. Your service to Krishna is countless and you are still serving. You have set an outstanding example during your whole life. I am fortunate to have a spiritual master like you. On your birthday, I pray to Krishna that he gives you long and healthy life and I am able to serve you as much as possible. Thank you for this opportunity. Your most unworthy servant, Ananda Vrindavan Devidas. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Those again were great offerings. Next, we have another video to be played, a Juhu video. So I would ask if we could please kindly roll the video.
Just like when there is scorching heat, you feel some pain. Is that American, Indian, or African? Scorching heat is every feeling. If you say that I am feeling scorching heat American way, क्यों जी? हाँ जी। ऐसा हो सकता है? नहीं हो सकता। Simply these are artificial. And everything is depending on consciousness. Everything depending on consciousness. Therefore, Krishna consciousness is the original standard.
Shri Radha Raspberry is the dearest deities of Srila Prabhupada. On the request of Srila Prabhupada, they stood in the thin shed. At that time, Hare Krishna land was like a forest. So everybody was wondering who will come to this place. But Srila Prabhupada was completely convinced that thousands will come. In order to execute the plan of Srila Prabhupada, His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj was chosen to construct the temple. Guru Maharaj, you took all the difficulties. And underwent all the austerities to realize the promise of Srila Prabhupada to Shri Radha Raspberry. You are the central pillar of this temple. Now, thousands of people are coming to Shri Radha Raspberry temple and getting their blessings. Thank you very much, Guru Maharaj, for all the mercy and for engaging us in the service of Srila Prabhupada and Shri Radha Raspberry. Giriraj is Bombay, Bombay is Giriraj.
Make me dance, my friend. Make me dance like a puppet in your hands. Make me dance, my friend. Make me dance like a puppet in your hands.
They're surprised. How God can be affectionate like this. He is nirvikar, without any attachment. They cannot understand this.
Wonderful.
Our next offering will be by Bhakti Mimi. So if you could please unmute yourself so Guru Maharaj can hear your offering.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I can't see Maharaj. Can I get to see Maharaj?
Can we do that split screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. It's been a year since I've been with you in Dallas. Last October, you allowed me to come and spend some time with you, and you were very kind to me. You made sure somebody picked me up from the airport, and you arranged for me to stay very close to the temple where I could just walk very early in the morning to Mangalarti with the family of Madhavi. Thank you so much. And you introduced me to Nitya Kishori, which were very close and so lovely devotee. And just being in the company of all your disciples and all the God brothers and sisters as throughout this whole world tour has been incredible. A lot of instructions I received and a lot of gratitude that I feel. So I'm just going to read a little poem that I wrote for you. Gira Swami, you are in my vision. Your smile resembles a sweet young blooming lotus flower. Your laughter is highly contagious. You're humble as a blade of grass. Gira Swami, you are in my vision. Grace, kindness, and sensitivities is the cloth you wear. Excellence, high standards, love and compassion are the rays you project. Gira Swami, you are in my vision. Your pure devotion to Srila Prabhupada and Sri Krishna is inspirational. By hearing and seeing you, I understand better Guru Tattva. Gira Swami, you are in my vision. With your blessings, may we all receive a drop of your nectar, pure nectar. Taking shelter under your colorful peacock wings brings me peace and comfort. Giraj Swami, may you never leave my vision. Thank you.
I might mention that Mimi is from Israel. And so when she came to Dallas, I arranged for her to meet Nritya Kishori Dasi, who's also from Israel. And I don't know if he's still with us, but we did have my disciple Rohini Nandan Das from Israel on the call. But yeah, thank you for your kind appreciation.
Thank you.
Next, we have offerings from Krishanki Mataji and Goda Chandra Prabhu. So if you could please unmute and turn your camera on.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Can you hear me? Can you hear us?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay. You will speak first.
Jai Gira Swami. Good to see you.
I wrote shots there.
Oh.
No, just joking.
Okay. I wrote a Vyasa puja offering for you. And before I read that, I'd like to say that it's just amazing how so many devotees from all over the world are glorifying you. And it's so appropriate, even though you don't advertise yourself, still it will come. It has come without advertising. It comes naturally. So I based my Vyasa puja offering off of that. where I'm offering my respectful obeisances and humble obeisances to you, and also offering to Srila Prabhupada and to my Guru Maharaj, Jayapatak Maharaj. And so I'll kind of go through it here. An interesting thing happened to me. I was scheduled to give class on Srimad Bhagavatam 4.22.5. That was last few months. And when I looked up the reference, there was two that came up in the database. One of the actual verse and another one where you quoted from the purport of that verse in your 1988 Vyasa Puja offering to Srila Prabhupada. You probably remember that. And this is the quote. Even though one may be an incarnation of Krishna or especially empowered by him, he should not advertise that he is an incarnation. People will automatically accept the real truth in due course of time. So I thought it was so nice that for the first time, I've never seen so many devotees glorify you and actually accept that, you know, you are such an empowered devotee. And this is so perfect, I thought, this verse and your offering to Srila Prabhupada. So I'll continue. After offering your eternal prostrated obeisances at Srila Prabhupada's divine lotus feet and glorifying his boundless mercy upon the fallen souls, you expressed that, I'm quoting here, when you were personally present, we could not understand your actual position. We thought of you as a spiritual master, but as you said of your own Guru Maharaj, he was no ordinary spiritual master. He saved me. You have saved thousands of us, including me. So that was a quote from you. And then you quoted from the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi 1059, in the purport. And this is what you quoted. There are many hundreds and thousands of devotees of Lord Chaitanya, among whom there are no special symptoms. But when a devotee of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu functions with specific prowess, he displays the feature called avesha. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu personally spread the Sankirtan movement, and he advised all the inhabitants of Bhartavarsha to take up his cult and preach it all over the world. The visible bodily symptoms of devotees who follow such instructions are called avesha. The Chaitanya Charitamrita states that in this age of Kali, the only spiritual function is to broadcast the holy name of the Lord. But this function can be performed only by one who is actually empowered by Lord Krishna. The process by which a devotee is thus empowered is called avesha, or sometimes called shaktavesha. So then you pray to Srila Prabhupada for us. You're praying for us by saying, we pray that you will grant us the intelligence and strength to realize your actual position, to act in our proper relationship with you, and to broadcast your transcendental glories throughout the entire world by our words and deeds. So you're including all of us. You weren't saying my words or my intelligence. So, and then you signed your Vyasa Puja offering as your unworthy yet hopeful servant, Giriraj Swami. So I just want to thank you for your exemplary example in writing this offering. It shows your humility and intelligence in understanding the importance of not seeing the spiritual master as an ordinary person, especially Srila Prabhupada, but also his empowered followers, and also showing your understanding of his mission and how to take it up by word and deed, becoming an avesha. So the actual verse that you quoted the purport, but the actual verse to that purport was, I like to read it because it nicely applies also. After this, the king took the water which had washed the lotus feet of the Kumaras and sprinkled it over his hair. By such respectful actions, the king, as an exemplary personality, showed how to receive a spiritually advanced personality. So it's so nice. This is the king who is a Shaktavesha avatar, and he's respecting the four Kumaras by washing their feet and putting the water on his and his wife's head. So Srila Prabhupada, when I was giving this, I was reading the purport, and Srila Prabhupada, who is the Bhagavata, he's the person Bhagavata, he gives us the understanding in the purport that even though King Prithu was a Shaktavesha avatar, he acted as a great exemplar king, showing great humility and respect for spiritually advanced and also ask the citizens to do the same by sprinkling the water from the Kumar's lotus feet on his head. And then this reminded me so nicely of a Chaitanya Charitamrita verse where it says there's three very powerful substances: the dust of the feet of a devotee, the water that has washed the feet of a devotee, and the remnants of food left by a devotee are three very powerful substances. And in that same chapter of the CC, it's in the pastime of Kalidas, who used to go around and eat all the prasadam and from the Vaishnavas. So because of that, Lord Chaitanya gave him his mercy. And he actually said here, therefore give up hatred and hesitation. Try to eat the remnants of the food of Vaishnavas, for you will thus be able to achieve your desired goal of life. The remnants of food offered to Lord Krishna are called Mahaprasadam. After this same Mahaprasadam has been taken by a devotee, the remnants are elevated to Mahaprasadam. So by rendering service to these three, one attains the supreme goal of ecstatic love for Krishna. And in all the revealed scriptures, this is loudly declared again and again. So therefore, I think it's the author of Chaitanya Charitamrita is appealing to the devotees. He said, therefore, my dear devotees, please hear from me, for I insist again and again, please keep faith in these three and render service to them without hesitation. For these three, one achieves the highest goal of life, ecstatic love of Krishna. This is the greatest mercy of Lord Krishna. The evidence is Kalidas himself. So I would like to end here, and I see that you have taken shelter of these powerful substances from Srila Prabhupada, and thus you've become an empowered exemplar by serving him with your words and deeds for many years. And you continue by spreading the glories through your writings and classes and simultaneously broadcasting the glories of the holy name. So we want to continue your prayer. So may we continue your prayer that you will grant us the intelligence and strength to realize your actual position, to act in our proper relationship with you, and to broadcast your transcendental glories throughout the entire world by our words and deeds. So I'll end here and say, I thank you for the great fortune to be able to serve your lotus feet in simple ways. And by taking your Mahaprasadam, they have shown such great power in my purification. And one such incident, when after your walk on the beach, at my request, you mercifully allowed me to wipe the bigger dust, sand, from your lotus feet. And I did place it on my head. I think I got bigger mercy from that. I thank you, Viraswami, your respectful servant, Gaura Chandradas.
Oh, that was beautiful. Brilliant.
Thank you. Thank you. It's such a perfect realization how so many people are glorifying you all over the world, and you're just humbly serving, and in due time, of course, it comes by Srila Prabhupada's mercy. You deserve it. All right. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Oh, I wanted to end with this because you've helped me serve my Guru Maharaj. I don't know if you could see this in the camera. I can't see. But I can't see our video. How do you show our video?
Can you make it closer to the camera?
Yeah.
Make it closer to the camera.
It's great view. Okay, so yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's fantastic.
So you're the boat we want to take shelter of.
That boat, yeah, with Prabhupada. Yep. You put me next to him. That's fantastic. That's beautiful.
And my Guru Maharaj, when he blessed us after we got married, he said that.
Yeah. I see him too.
He said that we should serve you. We should spend some time serving you. So thank you for the opportunity. And we're very fortunate.
Oh, nice.
So they're saving us from this Kali ocean. Okay.
Hare Krishna.
So,
Go.
So you can see. Okay, now Krishnangi would like to read her offering.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Prabhupadati Priya Shri Girirajaya Swamine Subhakti Sastra Vigyana Drida Sadhana Shaline
Radha Rasbihari Vyam Bhakti Vyaschatmadai. My dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace, all glories to your Prabhupada. I actually wrote a different offering that's published in the Vyasa Puja book, but I was not so happy with it. So I wrote something else that I'm going to read and to speak. So, Guru Maharaj, when I joined, I was 19 years old, just finished high school, like many of my god sisters who joined at that time. Even when Bhagavan was initiated us, he made a remark to somebody that we were just babies. A few months after we got initiated by him, he left the movement. We were at the White House then. I was still very new. And one morning I found that a lot of the devotees had also left. I was not even aware when it happened. All that were left was 3 or 4 senior devotees and a few of us younger devotees and a huge debt. At that time, we were so poor, we didn't even have money to buy fruits for the deities. And we'll just, Siddhi Lala Prabhu used to come downstairs where we chant japa and say, oh, do we have any money? We need to buy fruits for the deities. So we'll go and whatever pocket money our parents will give us when we'll visit them, we'll give that to buy fruits. So it was a big crisis at that time that our movement was going through. And, you know, people were becoming very unfavorable, you know, things were being published in the newspapers. And even it was hard for us on Sankirtan also. But Guru Maharaj, you were actually in the middle of all this. You were like our temple president, giving us courage and hope. And all you had to work with was us, new girls, babies, you know. But you never gave up hope. You trained us to do Kantak Sankirtan, and we started cultivating those who were favorable. Then one morning, Premavati Mataji, then Prema Manjari, came downstairs and told us, Maharaj wants us to make more devotees. So that's when I decided to get Draupadi in. Okay, Draupadi, if you're listening, it's not me, it's Guru Maharaj who actually fished you out from the material life. Yeah, I was just honored to be the fishing rod. So I'm very grateful for that, you know, Guru Maharaj. If you were not there, the yatra would have just fallen apart. What would we have done? We feel so fortunate to be your instruments in rebuilding the yatra. Gradually, with the help of Krishna Chandra Prabhu, all the debts were paid. He used to tell us always that we have to cut the coat according to the size, meaning don't spend more than what you have. And you really brought the yatra to another level. What to speak of taking the yatra out of debt, but you also acquired ISKCON own land and temple. Otherwise, we were renting different places. Guru Maharaj, you made no distinctions. You engaged us and gave us responsibilities equally. You didn't think that we were just women and bothersome and that we should just all get married, as many devotees would say. We joined leaving everything behind to serve Krishna, and you engaged us accordingly. And we were so happy about it. When we started traveling, going to India, etc., we realized our good fortune even more for having you as our transcendental guide, as you gave us so much opportunities for service. One day I was sitting in my room in the ashram at Phoenix, and I was thinking to myself, wow, life is so good. I can spend my whole life like this, going to Mangalarti in the morning, chanting japa, reading Srimad Bhagavatam before greetings, going for greetings, Guru Puja, then breakfast, then going out the whole day on Sankirtan. The weather is nice, the people are nice, and coming back, taking a little prasadam, you know, reading. And I was just thinking, wow, this is the best life ever. And it's all because of you, you know, Guru Maharaj. I thank you so much for having given us this experience. And of course, as you told me once, you know, this is the material world. Things happen, things always changes, you know. But we got so attached to being with you, to being in your association, that when Bombay opened up for you and you spending more time there, made us very sad and even upset. And like Siddhi Lalasa wrote to you, I also wrote a similar letter from Mauritius, where I mentioned something that would have made anybody like chastise me. I said that I didn't know that your heart was always in Bombay. And Guru Maharaj, you understood what we were going through. And instead of chastising me for saying that, you wrote something that made me so happy. I kept reading that sentence and again, and every time I read it, my happiness just grew. You said, my heart is not in Bombay, my heart is in Vrindavan and with all of you. And that was like a victory. And after some time, when you know you couldn't come back to Mauritius at all, then I couldn't imagine continue serving there without you. So I was happy to come here to the US, where we are on the same piece of land. And somehow I get to serve you sometimes now and then, you know. So, and I cannot see myself separate from you. Sometimes when material nature is so hard and I don't know what to do and thinking this is the end, you know, I just close my eyes and I just see you standing by my side. Guru Maharaj, you actually spoiled us. Coming from a tiny island, our way of thinking and seeing things are a little different. Many devotees were not understanding us and even criticizing us, but you always protect and defend us. You always appreciated the way we were and always acknowledged our feelings. And thus you would always guide us quoting scriptures. We have so many of your precious handwritten letters, sometimes pages of them, quoting scriptures, all patiently handwritten. I do not think anybody else would have been able to do what you did. And we had to learn the hard way that not everybody is like you. And we still have to learn your ways of trying to understand other people's feelings and dealing with them accordingly. Guru Maharaj, Bombay was close to you just so you could come and save us. And I'm so grateful that when you mentioned on my wedding day that you're not giving me away. Thank you for tolerating me. You love us no matter how we are. When I see my god sisters like Vishaka Priya and Kunti Devi so fixed in their services to you, no matter what, I feel ashamed of myself. I feel I had been more of a trouble and service to you. But still, you never gave up on me. And when you say that you're not giving me away on my wedding day, that was so precious. And I'm so grateful to you for that. So I pray to become purified, and I pray to develop more attachment to your lotus feet. And under the shelter of those lotus feet, develop attachment to the holy names and to the lotus feet of Srimati Radharani. I beg to remain your eternal servant, Krishnangi Dasi.
That's amazing. It's really amazing.
Yeah. Thank you, Krishnangi Mataji. Oh, Guru Maharaj, did you want to say something? I'm sorry.
Well, no, the organizers said that with the devotees I get to interact with, that I shouldn't reciprocate too much on the Vyasa puja on the Zoom because of time consideration.
Okay.
I love you.
We love you too. Let's see the different people.
So next, we have another video for Mukunda Das. So if we could please roll that video for Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, Hare Krishna dear devotees. Happy birthday Guru Maharaj, I hope you are well. I would just like to talk today a little bit briefly about one quality that I find extraordinary in you, and that is your determination. I've seen you push yourself physically and mentally as far as I've seen anybody push before. And you push yourself like that because you care for people and you want to help them. And if your body or your mind is giving you some difficulty or you're reaching some limits of those elements, you don't care. You push beyond that because your desire to help somebody else is way stronger than your own convenience. And that is very, very impressive for me to see as somebody who really doesn't like to be inconvenienced. I think the shining example of this is your time in Juhu, where Srila Prabhupada asked you to be a construction manager, and that really does not suit your nature. It's an extraordinarily difficult thing to do for anybody, let alone a Brahmin or somebody. You don't have a very hardy body. It's not that strong. You can do a lot of physical labor, and to have been in such difficult conditions and to have had to undergo so many difficulties is really a testament to how much you're prepared to undergo sufferings to help Srila Prabhupada. It's very wonderful. You once told me that you would give up your life before you give up your sannyas, and I totally believe that because you have that integrity, and there is very little that you won't do to do the right thing. Of course, it's cost you your health quite badly. When we came to America, I think it was 98 or something, Kunti and I, we were staying with Gloria. I think she was a therapist or something, and she used to inquire about how your sleep was, and you would rate it out of 10. And often it was 2 out of 10, 3 out of 10, 4 out of 10. And actually you were in a really bad way after all of that travel, all of that pushing physically that you had done. And I'm glad now actually that you're not doing that. Now you're recuperating, now you're caring for your health. It's right that we do that. But you were prepared, you had to go through that and transcend actually your body and your mind to then purify any attachments that you had left. So now when you are looking after your body and mind, it is not tinged with material contaminations that we have. I wish you a healthy and happy year ahead, and thank you so much for all that you have done for all of us. And I wish you all success with your new book too. Thank you, Guru Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
I have two things to quickly say. One, I would like to introduce our next servant of the ceremony, Neela Madhava Prabhu. But right before he takes the lead, Guru Maharaj, we have a special video for you to watch, something quite literally very sweet. And I suggest that you please kindly get your sweet drops ready for you to enjoy this video. So if we could please roll the cake video, thank you.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj. In terms of the inspiration for your Vyasa puja cake, my mom said that you've always loved fruit cake. That day we celebrated, observed Ekadasi in South Africa. So my mom made an Ekadasi cake as per your dietary requirements as well. And in terms of the decorations for the cake and for the table setting, it was inspired by a summer in Portofino. So sitting at an elegant cafe or restaurant on the cliff overlooking the ocean, surrounded by burgeoning flora during the sunset. And it was also symbolic of like your japa walks on Butterfly Beach. So the ambiance is quite similar. And in terms of the color scheme, I chose a navy blue and gold/yellow because those are Srila Prabhupada's favorite colors. And through the color scheme, I wanted to incorporate his presence because you are so dear to him and he is so dear to you. And we wanted the table setting to be, if you were here or if we were there, this is exactly how we've set it up for you. Yeah, so we hope you loved it. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to serve you. It's our greatest fortune. Thank you, Hare Krishna.
The Juhu Beach temple cake was largely spearheaded by Kunti Devi. When we were discussing what the theme of the cake should be, one idea kept coming up, and that was to replicate the Juhu Beach temple. It was a bit stressful sometimes and even a bit terrifying. I had pictures of the temple taped all over my kitchen for inspiration. It was definitely my labor of love for Maharaj, and the expression on Maharaj's face when the cake was presented to him definitely was the cherry on top. This year, according to the Western calendar, his birthday fell on Ekadashi, so I made him an Ekadashi blueberry cheesecake. I wanted the cheesecake to be bright and cheery, just like his beautiful smile.
Hare Krishna. My name is Kandarpa Manjari, and I wanted to share with everyone my inspiration of making Giriraj Swami a Rasgulla cake for the first Vyasa Puja ceremony that we did in Carpentria. I'd like to start by saying that Maharaj is well known for loving sweets, and we all know that he's very full of sweetness for all of us. So I decided that I would make Guru Maharaj all types of rasgullas and sandesh. But this time it was pretty amazing. I felt like as I started making them, I had a very small time frame to actually make them. And as I thought I'll start off, I'll just make 3 or 4. And as I was making them, like something was pushing me. And I kept thinking about the instruction that Prabhupada gave to Guru Maharaj about how when he's feeling tired, that he should take rasgullas and sandesh to give him strength. So as I meditated on those words, I just started making so many different varieties and I just couldn't stop. And I felt that Prabhupada wanted us to make a beautiful offering of rasgullas and sandesh to please him. And it was wonderful to see Guru Maharaj delve into the big plates of rasgullas and sandesh for his Vyasa Puja. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, everyone. This is my little story about how Guru Maharaj's Vyasa Puja cake came to be. Since Guru Maharaj's book, I Will Build You a Temple, is forthcoming, I thought it would be a good idea to use it as the theme for our cake. We ordered a printed edible topper book cover, but of course it was only for the presentation, not for eating. I thought it would be nice to have traditional Indian design for decoration. To my surprise, I later noticed that the watermark on Guru Maharaj's book cover is similar to the design I had in mind, so it matched perfectly with the decoration. I enlisted Ladini's help, who eagerly took on the responsibility of putting the cake together, icing it and decorating it as a service for Guru Maharaj's Vyasa Puja. She chose colors to match those on the book cover, keeping the book as the main focus and not detracting from the presentation.
Krishna, all glories to Guru Maharaj, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. I have been making cookies depicting the 26 qualities of a devotee for Guru Maharaj's Vyasa Puja for the third time now. My biggest challenge in making those cookies were to keep up with the Vaishnava qualities myself. I guess this will be an ongoing challenge, but I have faith in Guru Maharaj's mercy that he would continue to polish me until I shine one day.
Hare Krishna, please accept my humble obeisances. In trying to decide on a theme for the cake, I needed to meditate on Maharaja's qualities and mood. The style of the cake offered is a fault line cake. This is because it depicts the fault line of the aftermath of an earthquake. But for Guru Maharaj, I baked a faultless line cake. The reason why I chose the faultless line theme is because it represents the depths of Guru Maharaj's personality. Guru Maharaj's character is spotless on the surface. This is represented by the pure whiteness of the cake externally without any contamination. One can view this as in the mode of goodness. But when the layers of the cake deliberately form a crevice and one looks beyond the surface, Guru Maharaj's transcendental qualities are revealed. This is depicted by the variety of flowers between the two surfaces. The fragrance and nectar of these transcendental qualities intoxicates us all. Although the recipe calls for a lot of sugar, even sweeter than this cake is Guru Maharaj's sweet smile. I think Guru Maharaj is the sweetest because he has gathered all these flower-like spiritual qualities which he has made into a garland and offered to Srila Prabhupada. Although it was enjoyable making the cake, I had one challenge, and that was distributing the cake to the devotees during the lockdown. But because preaching is so dear to Guru Maharaj's heart, and I hope he would be pleased to know that the cake was enjoyed by the children of the Lake Haven orphanage, I've attached a picture of a thank you note from the Department of Social Welfare and the pictures of the kids. Hare Krishna, thank you.
So this cake has been inspired by the famous beautiful prayers of Queen Kunti. It depicts the Ganges flowing uninterrupted to the ocean. And through this cake, we pray that our attachment and our attraction to your lotus feet will be ever increasing, so that it will also flow uninterrupted and spontaneously. Guru Maharaj, your attachment to Govardhan Hill is like a beacon for all of us. So for your Vyasa Puja celebrations in Mauritius, Draupadi and Vijayashri baked this beautiful big cake, which I decorated with your divine grace, sitting on the view pad at the Govardhan Palace, contemplating Govardhan Hill.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. I enjoy making cakes for you for your Vyasa Puja every year. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. It is said in the scriptures that the ornaments on the body of Krishna does not enhance his beauty. It's just the reverse. The ornaments get more beautified just because Krishna wears them. Similarly, Guru Maharaj, the cakes that I make for you is not at all perfect. But just the fact that I make it for you with all sincerity and all my love and carries a message each time in a different theme. So that's how this cake has got some significance and some values. Thank you for allowing me to do this service always. This heart-shaped cake covered with pink roses is a favorite color for Sri Sri Radha Ras Bihari's Ekadashi outfits. The cake looks simple, but it carries a message of our heartfelt love for our dearest Guru Maharaj, whose heart is as soft as pink roses. Rasgulla cake. Guru Maharaj, I'm sure you will immediately notice the intention behind this particular cake. You are my spiritual father, and as your daughter, I have the desire to personally serve you the 24 rasgullas that were recommended for you by Srila Prabhupada. Carpinteria Ashram theme cake. I meditate on that transcendental ashram situated in Carpinteria, where my Guru Maharaj resides and serves Shri Shri Gandharvika Giridhari, Shri Shri Radha Radhika Raman, Shri Shri Nitai Gaur Nataraj, Srila Prabhupada and so many spiritual entities by writing transcendental books, chanting along with devotees on Japa Sangha, and having such wonderful spiritual classes. By baking a cake of my Guru Maharaj's abode, I wish to bring all its purity, knowledge and association of divine souls in my heart, just the way the gopis pulled Krishna's chariot and brought him to Vrindavan. This cake is trying to serve you, Guru Maharaj, by acting as a Brihad Mridanga, which carries a message to subscribe to your official YouTube channel.
Hare Krishna. Please accept my obeisances. All glories to Guru Maharaj, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. For Guru Maharaj's Vyasa Puja celebration, I prepared a Chinese lunch for him. And to go with the Chinese menu, I made fortune cookies. I thought this was particularly fitting for Guru Maharaj as he enjoys harmonious menu items rather than random and scattered menu. This preference is also aligned with everything Guru Maharaj does. He is very systematic, organized, and very thoughtful. So also, by the way, the fortune cookies message revealed that Guru Maharaj will be traveling to India next year. So we hope and pray that this prediction comes true. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
That was amazing. So many ingenious cakes. It's deep meaning and expert execution. Yeah, amazing.
Yes, that was amazing. Sorry. That was amazing. Yes, we want to give a huge thank you to Guru Gora Krishna Prabhu. He's the son of Dadi Bakshi Prabhu, who is Guru Maharaj's godbrother and a longtime Juhu associate from the early days. And so thank you so much to him for putting this together right in the nick of time, actually. I think we just got it like a couple of hours ago. So our next speaker is Sadanandini Dasi and Achyuta Govinda Prabhu from Dallas. And they will also be reading an offering from Sadanandini Mataji's mother, Sevanandi Dasi. So there you are. Please. Thank you.
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Maharaj, I would like to start by by reading the offering from Sevanandi Mataji. Her offering was translated into English by Jai Radha Mataji. So I'll start with that. Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, Dandavat Pranam.
all glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you, Guru Maharaj. First, I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to write a Vyasa Puja offering for you, Guru Maharaj. Thank you very much. The first time I interacted with His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj, in my heart I felt as if Lord Sri Krishna had shown me my spiritual master. Thank you, Guru Maharaj, for accepting me as your disciple. One of the pastime I can remember is that when Maharaj's father came to Srila Prabhupada to trade his son for $1 million, then, then Maharaj went to Prabhupada and requested him to take that $1 million for use of his mission and also allow him to stay and serve the mission. This shows his commitment to his Guru. I pray that I may also seek the same commitment in my spiritual journey. Coming from a wealthy background, Maharaj was comfortable to sleep on a stack of cement bags during the construction phase of Juhu temple. During that period, there were a lot of thieves who used to steal construction materials. In order to protect these cement stacks from stealing, he personally used to monitor it day and night to ensure construction schedule is not impacted. I wish and pray to get that courage to face the difficulties and be alert to Maya that can interfere with my spiritual life anytime. In my native town, Proddatur, Andhra Pradesh, India, many people who are like me have heard about the strong commitment of Maharaj to Srila Prabhupada's mission from Prabhupada Leelamrita book. In one of Maharaj's lectures, which was translated to Telugu, I heard a story of a devotee couple who were very attached to their child. Because of this attachment, they decided to buy a cell phone for their teenage daughter as a birthday gift. As the family always led a simple life, they thought this cell phone will make a good gift for their daughter. One day they found their daughter missing, only to find that she left voluntarily to be with a boy. Parents never knew that their daughter used the same cell phone to connect to the boy and planned to run away. Hence, one should be very careful of what kind of gifts we are giving to our children. Whether one is a devotee or non-devotee, everyone has to face Maya. If parents would have given some other gifts that would have been used for the purpose of serving the Lord, they would not have had to go through this difficult situation. Being a mother and grandmother, now I'm able to reflect the importance of teaching children about Krishna consciousness. In the same lecture, I also heard about the importance of having good relationships with people around us, no matter whether they are devotees or non-devotees. The way we deal with devotees, we should also interact with non-devotees. In this way, we will be helpful to everyone and receive the same reciprocation. After initiation from Guru Maharaj by his mercy from April 1st, 2020, I have been able to read and record Srila Prabhupada books in Telugu language for the benefit of people who cannot read or do not have enough time to read books. So far, I have audio recorded Bhagavad Gita as it is, Srimad Bhagavatam first canto, Science of Self-Realization in Telugu language. I feel as if these recordings are being directly guided by Lord Sri Krishna himself through the mercy of Srila Prabhupada and you, Guru Maharaj. I believe that people who read scriptures regularly get liberated from material bondage and get transcendental happiness. Also, the same has been said about people who hear scriptures regularly. I am very grateful that I am able to read every day and record Srila Prabhupada's books and provide such facility to others who can hear these scriptures. Guru Maharaj, I would like to pray for your mercy so that I can continue to serve this mission and finish this material business in this life itself. Thank you very much, Guru Maharaj. Your servant, Seva Nandi Dasi.
That's a wonderful service. Doing recording those audio books in Telugu. Good for her, and it's good for everyone who hears them. Yeah, tell her I'm very pleased.
Sure, Maharaj. We will let her know.
Thank you. I will read my offering, Maharaj. Hare Krishna Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga, all glories to you, Maharaj. Wish you a very, very happy Vyasa Puja, Maharaj. It has been very enlivening and very purifying to hear the nectar of your glorification from several devotees across the globe through Zoom Vyas Puja sessions. Maharaj, we are very grateful for all your disciples who made this possible in very organized way. But as Anantashesh is not able to glorify Lord Krishna enough with his thousands of mouths, even he does for thousands of years. So these few sessions aren't enough to glorify even a small fraction of your glories, Maharaj. We wish to have many more sessions of these to hear your glories. Not only the devotees are glorifying you, you are reciprocating and appreciating and grateful for those devotees' loving offerings. This shows your humility, Maharaj. Even though all these pastimes happened several years ago, it seemed ever fresh in your mind. You are immediately able to remember those incidents and relishing that love with those devotees. As Krishna doesn't need any of our offerings except our love for him, in the same way, you don't need any services and any offerings from any of us. You are simply accepting and relishing the love of the devotees. I was wonderstruck when one of your disciples from Europe, I guess it's Mother Vrinda Devi, after reading her offering, you mentioned that you had tasted a dal which has a very special taste, which is not the material taste, but which endowed with so much devotion. And later you found out that it was made by Mother Vrinda Devi and appreciating her devotion very much. It's very heart-touching exchange. You always see the consciousness with which we are offering the things to you, Maharaj, not the actual things. Maharaj, I am very, very grateful for accepting my mother as your disciple. She is very, very fortunate to have spiritual master like you. I could see personally how things had changed in her devotional life since she first met you and took shelter of you, Maharaj. She was able to live closer to temple in my hometown and associate with devotees and hear the lectures in Telugu, which she likes the most. I strongly believe these were all possible for her only through your mercy, Maharaj. Right now, she is in Detroit with my sister. Maharaj, I am also very, very grateful for your love and affection for our children, Chaitanya Charan and Nadia Vihari. Since the time I was expecting them, you have always shown your mercy and blessings upon them. Last year, when I came upstairs to give my mother's beads to you for her initiation, you were having lunch that time, and I have brought the kids with me. When you are having kakra, they wanted to have. You gave your maha kakras for them from your plate few times. Still, they were asking you more and more. Then finally, you told the cook, Hemangi Mataji, to make kakras for them and ask them to sit and honor them. We usually don't turn on our video during Zoom sessions. Recently, after the end of the Zoom call, we turned on the video and kids were in front of the video. You saw them and told, "It's so nice to see you," with a nice big smile. All of us felt so much reciprocation with that, Maharaj. That made our date so happy. Thank you so much, Maharaj, for all your love and kindness upon them. Please always keep them under your shelter, Maharaj. Maharaj, we are so very fortunate to be able to join many of your Zoom calls in this most unfortunate times of pandemic. Sometimes I think due to pandemic, we are not having many physical services at the temple. So many of us, or at least myself, is kind of relaxing. But you have been more enthusiastic and energetic to preach to the world in these most difficult situations. You are tirelessly doing one Zoom program after another to inspire the devotees and encourage the common people to take up this Krishna consciousness throughout the globe. Maharaj, we have seen on some of the days you have scheduled 3 programs in a day. As you always completely cure yourself without time constraints, even there is a program scheduled right after one program. Even at such times, you never compromise on giving yourself to others. You are very thoughtful in all your actions without rushing anything. We hear and read about Srila Prabhupada, how he used to translate books, cook for the devotees, give lectures, and several other managerial things in ISKCON. But at the same time, he spent time answering devotees' questions, mails, and so many other things. Many of us wonder how Srila Prabhupada managed to do all these things. You are a living example of that, Maharaj, for us to see and learn. You always ready to help the devotees anyway without considering time. It seems you are on an eternal time zone. I remember during one of Kirtan 50 lectures at Dallas, you have mentioned one who chants sincerely, the Lord gives him empowerment. As we see on Japa Sangha group, you chant the holy names of the Lord very attentively every day with same quality and purity. So all your empowerment comes through the attentive chanting of the holy names. And by this Giriraj Swami Japa Sangha, you are giving your association freely to anyone and everyone who can be more magnanimous and more merciful than yourself, Maharaj. And we got the opportunity to attend the Zoom meeting on Mother Achavigraha's disappearance day. It was so wonderful to hear everyone's offerings to her. I have read about her in your Many Moons book. She has always been a very special devotee in my heart. The way she has served you, her spiritual master, and attained the ultimate goal of her life. The most amazing thing is you were hearing about her glories more than 3 hours from several devotees. Such a loving reciprocation between a sincere disciple and the spiritual master. And to fulfill her request on her deathbed, you have developed Bhaktivedanta Hospice in Vrindavan to serve devotees to leave their bodies in the holy land of Vrindavan. This year, I got a chance to read Life's Final Exam, which you have written very elaborately on the subject of death by giving several examples of devotees, how they feel and what they go through when the devotees leave their bodies. You even gave examples of your own father and mother leaving their bodies and how you supported them. It is very inspiring, Maharaj. By reading Life's Final Exam, I felt the great need to support and help when a devotee is leaving their body, and creating the Vrindavan hospice is great mercy upon the devotees. I hope and pray that it would be nice to have a group of devotees who can take care of those in need and where I can be of some service. Thank you for giving us all these books, Maharaj, which are inspiration for all of us. And we look forward for to read your new book on Juhu project. In another Zoom call few months ago, I guess it was, disciples meeting with South African devotees. Initially, you gave a talk, and later you had an informal conversation with your disciples. And after that, everybody had prepared so many wonderful preparations of prasadam, many hundreds of preparations, which are all favorite for you. It was such a heart-touching sight to see. You have given them so much love and affection. They are reciprocating with your love. It's such a wonderful example of guru and disciple relationship. They were all waiting for you for so many years to go and visit them. I thought how fortunate we are to be able to serve you and associate with you personally. Even though I'm undeserving and unworthy to serve you, you have very kindly engaged me in your services, Maharaj. At times I had taken them for granted due to my conditioning, but as the pure devotees are always kind towards the fallen conditioned souls, please always be kind upon me and forgive my shortcomings and engage me in the services as you desire, Maharaj. It is our greatest pleasure to serve you, Maharaj, and the only hope in our life is to be able to serve you to the best of our capacity. As I serve you more and more, I could feel more and more connection and reciprocation from my spiritual master, His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. We are so grateful for all that you do for us, Maharaj. Due to pandemic, we also miss your personal association, and we love you very much, Maharaj. We hope and pray that we will be able to serve you personally again soon. We pray to Sri Sri Radha Kalachandji to give you good health and to bless us with your association for many more years to come, aspiring to be servant of your servant Sadananda Vidas.
Right. Wonderful.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, I would like to read my small offering. Hare Krishna Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and all glories to your divine grace. Maharaj, in one of your lectures here at Radha Kalachandji Temple, Dallas, you had mentioned the need for devotees to take shelter of a circle of pure devotees. By your mercy, I've tried to keep that instruction in my mind. There are so many pure devotees in our ISKCON movement. I beg for your mercy so that I can follow this instruction to strengthen my intelligence, to practice Krishna consciousness sincerely. Like many devotees, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to chant with you, Maharaj, during the Giriraj Swami Japa Sangha on Facebook. I feel that I get to chant my japa attentively in your divine presence, Maharaj. Most of the time I chant putting on a recorded video of you chanting due to being on a different time zone, but I still feel the same effect as chanting with you in live presence. During your classes, Maharaj, I have many times got answers to the many questions in my Krishna consciousness life. I feel your reciprocation to my prayers, and I beg you to continue to shower your mercy so that we can push on the Sankirtan mission of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Hearing the wonderful offerings by the devotees during these Vyasa Puja sessions over the last few months has actually inspired me to read Srila Prabhupada's books sincerely. I feel so happy that devotees were expertly quoting from Srila Prabhupada's books and your books, Maharaj. I beg for your mercy so that I can sincerely read Srila Prabhupada's books on a daily basis. Your aspiring servant, Achyuta Govindadas.
Very good. Now, Achyuta Govinda Prabhu is a leader in book distribution in Dallas. And yeah, he's also helped distribute many of my books, along with Srila Prabhupada's. And he's very meticulous in cleaning. Whenever he comes up to clean my quarters in Dallas, I know it will be done very expertly and conscientiously. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Maharaj, for engaging us in that service.
Nandini cooks for me also. So, yeah. And the children take my chakras.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sadanandini Mataji and Achyuta Govinda Prabhu.
Thank you, Prabhu.
Next, we have Bhaktin Elena. Elena met Guru Maharaj last year in Texas, in Houston, and she's now living at the Krishna House in Florida. So we'll ask Elena to now share her offering.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Please accept my obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. First, I just really wanted to appreciate the devotees that have been giving their offerings. I see so much love and devotion, and it's really inspiring me to have that much love and devotion for you. So thank you, devotees. Yeah, so I'll read my written offering. When I met you, my heart was cold and rotten. I didn't believe in my own ability to become someone capable of love of God, but you did. By accepting me in my lowly position, you taught me to accept myself. You told me every saint has a past and every sinner has a future. You gave me hope that no matter how dark and sinful my past was, there was nothing I could say or do that would make you stop loving me. Through lifetimes of repeated birth and death, I have finally understood what it was I had been searching for in all the wrong places. It was you, Guru Maharaj. Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati. Attachment to his lotus feet is the perfection that fulfills all desires. I was just a seed in a pot, dry and lonely. You picked me up, took me into your arms, and watered me with your loving instructions. You sat there, and although I was stubborn and slow to grow, you were tolerant and patient. You provided me everything I needed. my sweet, sweet gardener, my spiritual master, Krishna's causeless mercy to me. Living to please myself was meaningless. I craved a sense of purpose so profound, and I knew that to live to please you was the only way to attain that purpose in life. Only you could pull me out of the ocean that I was drowning in and teach me how to breathe through the holy names. Just as Bhaktivinoda Thakur cried out in his prayer, "O hey Vaishnav Thakur, I do not find the strength to carry on alone the Sankirtan of the holy name of Hari. Please bless me by giving me just one drop of faith with which to obtain the great treasure of the holy name of Krishna. Krishna is yours. You have the power to give him to me. I am simply your servant, running behind you, shouting, Krishna, Krishna. It is only by your mercy I am able to get a glimpse of Krishna and his magnificence and taste the sweet nectar of his name. By your example alone, all my questions unspoken are answered. By your love and surrender to Srila Prabhupada, you set the primary example of how a disciple should follow in the footsteps of their guru. You have shown me that my life should be a representation of my relationship with my spiritual master. You have paved the path for me. Now I must simply follow. Please bless me. Rid me of the qualities of Jagai and Madai that I carry, so that I may love you and surrender to you just a fraction of how you love and surrender to Srila Prabhupada. That'll be the perfection of my life. I pray I may never lose sight of your lotus feet and that I continue to hang on tightly. Please, Guru Maharaj, please bless me so that I may never lose my grip. You have given me the greatest fortune. The least I can do is give you my life. Your aspiring, ever indebted servant and daughter, Bhakti Elena.
Beautiful. I mean, what I'm going to say is, it might sound a bit trivial, but we have a lady who comes sometimes to clean, and her name is Elena. So now whenever she comes, or we even talk about her, I think of you, which elevates the whole experience of the other Elena. But yeah, I'm so delighted you've come so far since I first met you. I mean, you had it in you all along from the very beginning, but yeah, your devotion, your Krishna consciousness is really developed nicely. And Kalakanta Prabhu was also very pleased with you. So thank you for being that example.
Thank you, Maharaj.
Yeah, example of the magic of Krishna consciousness upon a sincere self.
It's only by your mercy, Guru Maharaj, truly. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
So I will go for a minute and I will be right back. I was hungry, but I had those balls, so I don't think.
hosted by Giriraj Swami, who I understand has been in Bombay since its earliest beginnings. Let's take a look at that now.
So this room was kept as a waiting room for people to sit in before they went to see Srila Prabhupada. Of course, now since Srila Prabhupada's disappearance, we're keeping these rooms as a memorial tribute to his divine grace. And this is a Bhagavad Gita that Srila Prabhupada used when he was living in Vrindavan. It's published by the Gita Press, and it's in Hindi. But actually there have been so many editions of the Bhagavad Gita, but in almost every case, the translator or commentator has inserted his own ideas in the name of Bhagavad Gita. And thus the public in general has been deprived of the actual knowledge of the Gita as Krishna originally spoke it. So Srila Prabhupada studied this book and he made many notes in the margin, pointing out the different discrepancies in the translation. And then, of course, ultimately, he made his own edition of Bhagavad Gita called Bhagavad Gita as It Is, which is now being published and distributed throughout the world. So these are Srila Prabhupada's personal quarters. Right here is the table where Srila Prabhupada used to sit and translate. Srila Prabhupada commented that when he was living in Vrindavan, Rupa Goswami personally requested him to write these books. So many times Srila Prabhupada would stay up the whole night at this table writing his translation of Srimad Bhagavatam and Chaitanya Charitamrita. And now you can see that actually these books have been published in more than 26 languages of the world. The Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, Bhagavad Gita, Ishopanishad, Krishna, Teachings of Lord Chaitanya. Altogether, Srila Prabhupada wrote more than 80 books in a brief span of 12 years. So this is where Srila Prabhupada used to sit to meet people. He was actually a living example of the ideal person as described in the Vedic literatures. Therefore it is said that one should read the book Bhagavat and serve the person Bhagavat. So Srila Prabhupada used to sit at that table and write the book Bhagavat, and here he would give his association as the person Bhagavat to the conditioned souls desiring to go back to Godhead. Then this is the table where Srila Prabhupada used to take prasad. Srila Prabhupada once commented that when he was living in Vrindavan at the Radha Damodar temple, he had one small room that was about 8 feet by 12 feet. And in one corner he used to translate, in another corner he used to sit, in another corner he used to take prasad. So Srila Prabhupada commented that his quarters here are just like his quarters in Vrindavan. Because in one corner he's translating, in another corner he's sitting, and in another corner he's taking prasad. So actually Srila Prabhupada was always very plain and simple. So although to our capacity we were able to offer him a more elaborate arrangement here in Bombay, but his life was the same, translating, speaking about Krishna, and taking Krishna prasad.
That was nice.
That was a beautiful video. We always usually get through just a portion of that video. It's nice to have seen the whole thing this time. Next, we actually have another video. As everyone who has visited Guru Maharaj at his ashram would say, Guru Maharaj is an incredible host, the best host. And throughout the year, he graciously hosts many of his god brothers and god sisters at the ashram. So we have a short video showing that and many of the memories of Guru Maharaj hosting these dear god brothers and god sisters throughout the year, which we'll play shortly.
That was heartwarming. Static.
Next, we have an offering by Tulsi Manjari Mataji from Laguna Beach. If you could, Mataji, if you could mute yourself, show your video, and please give your offering. Thank you.
you, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna. Dandavat Pranam Guru Maharaj. Happy Vyasa Puja to you today. I am not qualified to speak about you, but I pray to Lord Narsivan for you. Give you long life, Peter, culture, and every day I pray for you, for Narsivan. Give you whole good, healthy life with us. And second, I'm not. Second, I can tell you three things about you. 3S. Speaking, suffering, shelter. Sanskar means your parents give you sanskar. I am Danvad Pranam to your parents. Give you good sanskar. You giving to. Second, you suffering. I heard Bombay. Everybody, all the devotees mention. I don't want to go far that way. And I was very, very expired. And 3, shelter. You was in the shelter, Prabhupada, and you giving us shelter. Thank you so much. Appreciation you is like counting the wave of the ocean. It is not possible you count all the waves without you. I heard that in a program in the India, in a bundle program in India, you sold Shayan Yatra by the book saying 1 rupees, 1 rupees, 1 rupees. I was very, very happy to see that. I like that saying. And you always show care and love for my family. You pray for my grandson when he has a bad accident, serious accident, and he was in 8-hour surgery. That I pray. You pray for us. I told you. You pray for us. You care about us. You chant for us. Thank you very much. That is not enough. I don't know how to be a devotee, but when I saw you, then I know how I should be a devotee. Thank you for inspiring me and my family. Danvat Pranam, Guru Maharaj. I love you. Your daughter, poor daughter, servant Tulsi Manjali Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Danvat Pranam.
Very sweet and touching. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Tulsi Manjari Mataji.
Thank you, Prabhu.
We have one more garland for you, Guru Maharaj, from Giridhari Priya Prabhu. So we'll ask Bhaktadas to present that to you now. So many beautiful garlands from Giridhari Priya Prabhu. We're so grateful.
Yeah.
Next, we have Balaram Das from San Diego. If you could show your video and mute yourself and share your offering. Hare Krishna.
Balaram. Yes.
Okay, let's see here. Okay. Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Namam Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Pasaya Bhutale, Prabhupada Dati, Priya Shri Giriraja Swamine, Subhagdar Shastra Vigaya, Dridha Saran Nashaline, Radha Rasa Viharabhyam, Bhakti Beschat Medayane. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Pasaya Bhutale, Shrimati Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namane, Namaste Saraswati Devi, Gaudavani Puchadine, Nirvishesha Shunyavadi, Paschatya Dishtarine. So recently, I was reading a letter that Srila Prabhupada wrote to some of his disciples. He was actually responding to a Vyasa puja offering that they gave him. And it reminded me of you. So I'll just read that. I'll read that brief letter from Srila Prabhupada. So he wrote, "My dear beloved children, please accept my blessings. I am so much pleased with your kind and affectionate words on the occasion of my birthday anniversary on the Nandotsava day this year, 1972. My Guru Maharaj wanted me to spread this Krishna consciousness movement in Western world, and you are all helping in this great attempt. My spiritual master knew that alone I could not do this great work. Therefore, he has very kindly sent you all to help me in this task. I accept you, therefore, as representatives of my Guru Maharaj, plain as my affectionate disciples. It is said that child is father of man. Kindly, therefore, continue your help in this great task and act as my young father and mother in my old age. I am your ever well-wisher, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami." So I thought about you in relation to Srila Prabhupada saying that he was thanking his disciples for helping them spread Krishna consciousness. And he was seeing them as representatives of his spiritual master. So thinking about my relationship with you, specifically the time or getting close to the time I asked you for initiation in Joshua Tree in 2009 at that Japa retreat. A few days before I asked for initiation, I was just very impressed and very thrilled to be in your association. And I was thinking to myself that this is such a beautiful devotee, you. And and I still think that. And beautiful in the sense of, so many of my God brothers and God sisters have been glorifying you so nicely. And been hearing a lot. But beautiful in the sense of just how you would deal with all of the devotees so kindly. and how you were just, as many devotees mentioning within the last the last offerings here today, how you're very wonderfully representing Srila Prabhupada. And even at that Japa retreat, there was one devotee, she was saying, I forgot who it was, but she was saying how you reminded her of Srila Prabhupada very much. So I take my meeting you as a divine arrangement, as the Chaitanya Charitamrita says, Brahmande Brahmati Kaun Bhagavan Jeev Guru Krishna Prasaded by Bhakti Lata Beach. So by the mercy of Krishna, one comes in contact with the bona fide spiritual master, and by the mercy of the spiritual master, one comes in contact with Krishna. So, of course, Prabhupada saying to all of you and all of your god brothers and god sisters, that he's seen you as representatives of his spiritual master, come to help him. I can't claim that for myself. In other words, I can't claim that I was sent by Krishna or by your spiritual master to help you. But I still feel that it was by divine arrangement, and I could try to help. Try to do my best to help you and Srila Prabhupada. And I thought about it over the years. I had one dream, but I've thought about it over the years how Prabhupada, that one time Mukunda Goswami approached Prabhupada in his room, and he was explaining to Prabhupada that if you go back to India, you just call one of your god brothers. And Prabhupada choked up, and he said to Mukunda, my spiritual master was not an ordinary spiritual master. He saved me. And Mukunda Goswami felt bad at the time because he felt that he created, that he offended Prabhupada. But he understood that the relationship with the spiritual master was close. So I've thought about it. So I wouldn't want to be. I wouldn't want to be a disciple of anyone else, although I appreciate other spiritual masters, but sometimes I had like a dream, and I was initiated by somebody else, and it wasn't clear who it was. But in my dream, I was thinking, why aren't I initiated by His Holiness Giriraj Swami? I should be initiated by him. And but I woke up and I realized I was initiated by you. So anyways, I think like that. So yeah, although I'm unqualified in so many ways, I thank you for engaging me. And as Gaur Kishore Das Babaji, he told Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he said, preach the absolute truth, leaving all other considerations aside. So I would ask you and to humbly, with all the humility I can, to bless me, and that I could also do something like that. Preach more and more and more, leaving all other considerations aside. So, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. It's a very nice desire. I wish you all the best.
I really like the seeds, but they're a little too big, you know?
But they're supposed to be baggy. But they're so cute.
Yeah. What brand is that?
Baby fat. And then look at this. And look at
Thank you so much, Balaram Prabhu. Next, we have Balaram Chandra Prabhu from Modesto. Please unmute yourself and show your video, and please share your offering. Balaram Chandra Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, my dear Guru Maharaja.
Hare Krishna.
Please accept my koti ad infinitum, my dandavat pranams and humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to your holiness. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Giriraja Swaminiti Namine. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Paschyata Desatarine. Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Maharaj. Wish you a belated happy birthday and many happy returns of the day. It is with great joy, love, and reverence that I'm presenting to you this offering on your auspicious Vyasa puja. And we are celebrating this on this auspicious Kartika Masa. Hare Krishna. Every year at this time, I get to refresh and reflect on your instructions. It also allows me to formally thank and praise you. I fondly reminisce about the times that we spent together and the opportunities that were presented to me to serve your holiness. I have traveled quite a bit from ISKCON Silicon Valley to Malaysia, to Merced, to Lake Tahoe. Now, by Krishna's mercy, I'm here in Phoenix, Arizona.
Wow.
So I'm no longer in Merced. Maharaj, the title of my offering this year is Why Me? Why me? Human nature is such that we ask ourselves this question when something negative hits us in the face. But we never ask this question when something good happens to us. So as I got thinking about what to say today, it struck me that there were essentially three contributing factors to my being here today in your company. One, satsang or devotee association. Two, granth or scripture. And three, guru or teacher. So with your permission, I'd like to elaborate a little bit about these 3 points, and then I'll conclude my offering. As you're aware, Maharaj, before meeting you or actively associating with devotees, I started my association with Srila Prabhupada in his Vani after a devotee in St. Louis gave me Srila Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita as it is. This triggered an interest in me to understand Srila Prabhupada's message and Krishna consciousness. It took nearly 7 years of regular association with Srila Prabhupada through his books before the desire to visit an ISKCON temple or associate intimately with devotees manifested in my heart. I'm such a hard-hearted soul, Maharaj. When I finally woke up from my stupor, I decided to visit a new Navadvipa Dhama in Honolulu in April 2005. A devotee there gave me my first set of chanting beads, the bead bag, and presented to me Srila Prabhupada's Lilamrita. After receiving these gifts, I put on hold my reading of the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 7, and started reading Srila Prabhupada's Lilamrita, compiled by His Holiness Satswarup Das Goswami. The section which describes the struggle to build a temple in Juhu, Bombay, and the topic of your new book captivated me very much. I was especially inspired by your efforts and the trust and confidence Srila Prabhupada reposed in you, and a desire to meet you rose in my heart. Unbeknown to me, my wish was to be fulfilled soon thereafter. After my visit to New Navadvipa Dhama, and by the mercy of the Panchatattva and devotees there, I decided to visit New Dwaraka in LA and partake in Srila Prabhupada's festival. At that time, I met more devotees and was fortunate to get the association of Rupanuga Prabhu, Premanjana Mataji, and their lovely daughters from Irvine, California. After learning from me that I was reading Srila Prabhupada's books and my interest in Sri Sri Radhakrishna, they suggested that my family and I meet with their Guru Maharaj, Bhakti Charu Swami. Maharaj was visiting the US from India and was scheduled to be in LA for Janmashtami. They agreed to make the necessary introductions at that time. So the day before Janmashtami, we drove from the Bay Area to LA to partake in the celebrations and to meet with Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaja. On Janmashtami Day, 2005, at about 11 a.m., Rupanuga Prabhu and my family went to the sannyasi ashram, or the guest quarters that accommodate visitors at the LA temple. We were ushered in and took our seats in the living room. Shortly thereafter, Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj, accompanied by your holiness, appeared from inside and took your seats before us. Maharaj, I can vividly see how both of you, Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj and yourself, took your seats in front of us. You were seated to the left of Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj, as the picture behind you is depicting.
Just for those who couldn't see it closely. Yes, please continue.
After Rupanuga Prabhu made the introductions, I gave a short description of my family background and shared with you how I received Srila Prabhupada's Srimad Bhagavad Gita. I also shared with you and Maharaja how reading Bhagavad Gita as it is triggered my interest in reading Srila Prabhupada's books and in Krishna consciousness. During this visit, I vividly remember how ebullient, cheerful, enthusiastic, and vocal Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj was, and how quiet but very observant you are. During our conversation, I mentioned that Srila Prabhupada repeatedly says, no, actually insists, that one who is serious about pursuing Krishna consciousness must seek the help from a guru who is in line with a bona fide Vaishnava Sampradaya and Guru Parampara. I evinced interest in seeking out such a guru, but also shared my confusion as my family already has a guru in India. It was then that Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj gave me my first lesson that one can have many Siksha gurus, and clarified my doubts and confusion. He then turned to you and suggested that perhaps you could guide me as you were physically closer to me. You, Maharaj, readily agreed, and we shared our contact information, and as they say, the rest is history. For me, my eternal association with you began on that day in LA on Janmashtami. This relationship was formalized on Balram Purnima in 2011 in San Jose, when you accepted me as your servant. So on this auspicious Vyasa Puja celebration that we are also celebrating in Kartik Masa, I would like to share with you, without exaggeration, my eternal gratitude and indebtedness to your holiness for accepting me as your servant and for granting me a place at your lotus feet. I am grateful for your association, and I eagerly look forward to seeing you daily on my altar. During these troubled times, I'm also happy to see you on Facebook as you chant your rounds, and on YouTube and Zoom as you share with us your wisdom. I especially look forward to receiving your boundless wisdom via regular emails. Thank you, Maharaj, for your instructions and guidance. I'm truly amazed and inspired by your humbleness, quiet demeanor, attention to detail in everything that you say and do, and also by how you address and interact with your God brothers, God sisters, disciples, other Vaishnavas, and people in general. I'm also inspired by how you manage your time and how well organized you are. I am especially appreciative of how you promptly respond to my foolish questions, despite your many responsibilities. So thank you for showing me by example how to live in this material world. Maharaj, I would like to go off script for just a minute. Sri Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 3, verse number 21, Yad yad atarati shreshtas, tad tad eva taro janaha, sa yat pramanam kurute, lokastat anuvartate. Translation by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, my grand spiritual master. Prabhupada says, whatever action a great man performs, common men follow, and whatever standard he sets by exemplary acts, the whole world pursues. The operative words in this sloka rings in my mind all the time, Maharaj. The operative words in this sloka are great man, action, standards, exemplary acts. Maharaj, you embody all these four attributes. The proof is in eating the pudding. We have been celebrating your Vyasa Puja celebration for the last 12 weeks. So this shows that you have touched many people's hearts. You have inspired so many people, and your impact is so profound and vast. It spans all time zones. For me, Maharaj, you are a living, breathing, walking, talking Acharya, a true Goswami who leads by example. Thank you. I don't know who the powers to be are at ISKCON, but if it were up to me, I would confer you the title of Goswami Acharya. Without exaggeration, Maharaj, Arjuna was the best of the best in Dronacharya's class. He was the valedictorian in Dronacharya's class. Srila Prabhupada was the valedictorian in Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati's class. And you, Maharaj, you are the true valedictorian in Srila Prabhupada's class, by far. That is my humble opinion. I will be remiss if I did not share with you my gratitude and indebtedness to a great Vaishnava devotee, a bona fide guru, your dear God brother, and Srila Prabhupada's close disciple and servant, His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj. If Maharaj had not petitioned you on that Janmashtami day in 2005 to guide me in my Krishna consciousness, I would not be here with you today in this august assembly of devotees. I never got the opportunity to thank Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj in person for his mercy, and for this, I'm very sorry. So in your presence, I offer to Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj my koti, koti, koti at infinitum, dandavat pranams and humble obeisances at his lotus feet. His association in Vapu form is greatly missed. I would also like to thank and offer my humble obeisances to Rupanuga Prabhu and Premanjana Mataji, two good devotees, for taking the initiative to help me find my eternal spiritual master. It is true that only by the grace of a Vaishnava can one re-establish one's relationship with Krishna and be saved from the pangs of material misery. I am living proof of this. So this is how the three factors, one, satsang or devotee association, two, granth or scripture, and three, guru or teacher, have brought me to you and Krishna. Thank you, Maharaj, once again for your guidance and for tolerating my foolishness. I pray to Srila Prabhupada, Sri Sri Gaurnitai, and Sri Sri Radha Krishna to grant you a long, healthy life and many more years of your association. Your eternal servant, Balram Chandra Das, September 13th, 2020, recited on this Halloween day, October 31st, 2020. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. That was brilliant. That was beautiful. I remember that first meeting so vividly with His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj, and how he suggested that I guide you because I was closer, which struck me as very generous and thoughtful of him. And the rest is history.
Thank you so much, Chandra Prabhu. Next, we have Jayananda Prabhu from Santa Barbara. Jayananda Prabhu, if you could unmute yourself and show your video, please share your offering.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. In the interest of time, I would like to read just a portion of my offering to you. And I would like to express my appreciation to all the Vaishnavas who spoke with such deep realizations about your mercy and your wonderful qualities. So there has been no greater exponent of spiritual knowledge in our modern times than His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. During your determined search for a spiritual master, you met Srila Prabhupada and knew that he was your perfect spiritual master. And you have served him with unwavering love and devotion for more than 50 years. In turn, I am so fortunate to have met you as my perfect spiritual master. While at times I feel overwhelmed with all the information in our world and with all the anxieties that can come with it, I find solace and guidance in Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Chapter 2, Verse 18. By regular attendance in classes on the Bhagavatam and by the rendering of service to the pure devotee, all that is troublesome to the heart is almost completely destroyed. I am becoming slowly convinced that these two ingredients, Shastra and service, are practically all we need in the recipe of a happy life. As you share your understandings and realizations of Srila Prabhupada's translations, you helped lift the veil of illusion that covers my intelligence, and you enable me to experience true peace within my mind. And as I strive to serve you and please you through hearing, chanting, worshiping, and more, your loving and merciful reciprocations enable me to experience true happiness within my heart. In our world of so many choices, may I always remember that there is one choice that will always provide me what I need: to be nourished by your words as they guide and inspire me in the teachings of our disciplic parampara. Thank you, Guru Maharaj, for giving me so much as such a deeply loving teacher and person. And thank you for accepting with such mercy and patience the service that I feel so fortunate to be able to offer you. And thank you for the mercy that you continually bestow upon my family and my friends. Thank you, Guru Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
I should mention in the history of my relationship with Jayananda Prabhu, one day his wife, unbeknownst to him, presented me a list, a very long list of all the things her husband, namely Jayananda Prabhu, could do. And that like opened the door to a new reality. And so I'm grateful to her for having made me aware of all the things that you could do. And since then, we've been taking advantage of your ability as a handyman and whatnot to do service at the ashram. And then she would give shelter to the adopted children. And yeah, I also appreciate your giving shelter to your adopted children. I'm sure that they will grow, mature spiritually and materially under the shelter of your good wife and you. Oh, unmute, Jayananda, unmute.
And if I may add, under the shelter of the delicious Vyasa Puja cake that they enjoyed very much. That was, they took great interest in the video about the cakes, having had an opportunity for them to try some as well.
That's wonderful. Yeah. Prasadam, Prabhupada said, secret weapon.
Thank you so much, Guru Maharaj.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Prabhu.
Already
Thank you. Next, we have Bhaktin Anima from Houston. So Anima Mataji, if you could share your video and unmute yourself, you can speak.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Dandavat Pranam to you and all devotees. And I like to make my own. May I talk? Yeah, sorry, Kalindi is talking with Thakur Prabhu. I asked them to keep short. So I like to make my offering to you. This is my first offering. So it is might not be appropriate. Always you accept the way I present myself to you and you gave me tremendous, courage that I can speak from my heart. So I like to please, with your permission, I'm going to read the offering I prepared. So here it is. My dear Srila Gurudev, my spiritual father, first of all, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace and all glories to Srila Prabhupada. In celebration of your Vyasa puja, we met across the world to glorify our spiritual master who passes down the successive transcendental knowledge to his disciples for their spiritual advancement. I must say, I am very fortunate to submit my Vyasa puja offering at your lotus feet. Namo Om Vishnu Padayo Krishna Pishtayo Bhutale Srimati Giriraj Swami Niti Namile. Namo Om Vishnu Padayo Krishna Pishtayo Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namile. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisheshe Shunnavadi Paschatta Deshutarine. Please accept my pranam. On your Vyasa Puja offering day, it is belated birthday, Guru Maharaj. I pray to Lord Krishna for a long and healthy life for you, that you can guide all of us as much as we need. And please, this is my prayer to Lord Nila Madhav. It is said, spiritual life begins when one takes shelter at the lotus feet of the spiritual master. Guru Maharaj, you have taken birth in Kali Yoga to inspire and lift many fallen souls from mode of ignorance to mode of goodness with your loving, gentle care. As you are aware and other knows well by their heart that your affectionate, peaceful, and very kind, loving nature nourishes every individual soul who comes in contact with you, and you transfer them by showering your mercy. And I'm so fortunate that I got your mercy, and please bless shower on me. Okay, that I can proceed. You picked me up from difficult time, and you gave me the strength. So on my spiritual father, I think, oh my spiritual father, I think, thank you for accepting me as one of your disciples. And in addition to the great joy in my heart, I have brought tremendous security in my heart, my life, by, as you said, Anima, you are not alone. That helps me to overcome lots of sorrow in my heart And I am grateful in receiving your loving care. Almost every day, due to this situation, we are stuck at home, working from home, but all time I think that when I can get your association by sitting with you chanting Mahamantras. Of course, I cannot join every morning because I have classes to teach and office duties I have, but I sometimes sit at night and pray to Krishna that maybe Guru Maharaj will be coming and chanting and I'll join him. That I do, and sometimes probably even you find me at 2 o'clock in the morning. Okay, dear Guru Maharaj, please guide me, and which is a fallen soul, so that I can stay focused and progress in my spiritual journey by holding my spiritual father's hand. We all love you very much, and because you love us so dearly. So we miss you when we miss your visit in Houston, though we get your association every day and receive a lot of mails that we love to read. So we look forward to having you in Houston pretty soon, and I hope that happens. So please take my pranam, and this is your spiritual daughter, Anima.
Thank you. That was beautiful. Anima's actually not sure what field she has her PhD in, but she's a university professor, very qualified. And she's a good cook. She's Bengali, of course, her Bengali. Her
Guru Maharaj, Krishna made that arrangement. And sent Kalpataru Mataji to India, that we got an opportunity to serve you. And I thank you so much having you. Hopefully I like to get that opportunity again soon.
Oh, yes. Yes. Yeah. She's very versatile cook, many different styles. Okay, thank you.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Anima Mataji. Next, we have Chandni Joshi from Los Angeles. Please unmute yourself and show your video. There we go. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Nam Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pasthaya Bhutale Prabhupada Atipriya Shiragera Jaya Swamini Suvakti Shastra Vijnana Adrit Sadhana Shalini Radha Ras Bihare Pyam Bhakti Pyas Jatmadayine. Please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you, all glories to the assembled devotees. Before I start my offering, Guru Maharaj, I would really like to thank you. I'm very grateful for the Vyasa Puja sessions, particularly because I only met you last year. And I saw you first, came across you last year, and I didn't know you before then. And through the Vyasa Puja sessions, I have come to know a lot about you and your loving exchanges with your disciples and followers of Srila Prabhupada, and it's very inspiring and encouraging. So thank you. Guru Maharaj, I have been very inspired by your qualities of humility, compassion, and tolerance. The symptoms of a sadhu are that he is tolerant, merciful, and friendly to all living entities. He has no enemies, he is peaceful, he abides by the scriptures, and his characteristics are all sublime. Srimad Bhagavatam 3.25-21. I am particularly touched by your dedication to Srila Prabhupada and personal inconveniences you tolerated for him. I am an insignificant soul, completely covered in Maya. I feel very blessed and fortunate to have your association of a pure devotee, which is like a downpour of rain from clouds on a forest covered with a blazing fire. The spiritual master is receiving benediction from the ocean of mercy. Just as cloud pours water on a forest fire to extinguish it, so the spiritual master delivers the materially afflicted world by extinguishing the blazing fire of material existence. I offer my respectful obeisances onto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master who is an ocean of auspicious qualities. I had first heard you during the Prabhupada festival last year, and I think a devotee questioned you, but because of the time, I cannot go into much details, but the way you responded at that time, I was thinking that he's on a transcendental level. He's not an ordinary spiritual master. I am indebted to you for your mercy and blessings in the form of emails, japa sessions, Facebook posts, particularly on chanting attentively, your books, your wonderful books, the Vyasa puja sessions, and also the devotees, they're following your example and their association is so sublime. It is by your mercy that Srila Prabhupada and Krishna has allowed me to chant minimum 16 rounds every day, follow the 4 regulative principles, read regularly, and perform services. And even though they are not worthy, thank you for accepting them, Guru Maharaj. I pray for your continued sublime association and causeless mercy, so an insignificant soul like me can render service to you and remain loyal, determined, and dedicated to the mission of Srila Prabhupada under your soothing shelter. I hope to get your personal service someday, and please forgive me for my offenses. Your aspiring servant, Chandni.
Hi, beautiful.
Thank you very much.
We'll meet sometime soon. I just have a question. I see Sadhus Sundar Keshava on the screen, but he doesn't have a number by his name. Sadhus Sundar Keshava, are you planning to speak? Yes, okay.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Shalini. Next, we have Shamachandra Prabhu from Santa Barbara, and after that, we'll have Sadhusundar Keshava Prabhu speak. Shamachandra Prabhu, yeah, yes, I was going to say to thank you.
Yep. So, now this, but all me done spend chance Vakaya Chakshura Mikumi Tamyana Tasmi Shri Guru Namaha. Now Vishwadaya Krishna Vasaya Bhutale Shimate Gira Swami Chiyamane Namaste Bhakti Vasudeve Gauravani Pachane Nivashesh Shrinivari Pachane. This is a really wonderful day. I think about it all year long. It's the happiest day, celebrating your birthday, because you're the most special person in the Holy Verse, and of course, in my heart. You make me so happy, and Damodar Prabhu is so funny when he was mentioning a story, and it reminded me of a story of, we met 20 years ago in February, and then I asked you for initiation of like maybe 6 months after that in September. And I remember Mother Kunti said, "Oh, you're still around. You still keep coming back." And I would never leave you. and I waited because, what kind of a person would wait so long? And it was the cutest thing. She was there, and the deity, after you'd already built the deity quarters and they had the pujari room. And she said something like that. It was the way she said it was very sweet. And it just made me laugh of a story. And I was there to have darshan with you and to spend time with you. And we had made an arrangement, and she said, you never give up or something like that. And I said, nope. And I would never, because you said, you're going to wait a long time. And I said, yep. And I didn't know what a long time, the spiritual world, and we're spiritual beings, so it could be a long time. But it's been a lovely time with you, always. And I love making mistakes with you. The fewer times I think that being instructed by you is a true honor, because you're the most perfect person I've ever met in my whole life. And I just want you to know that every morning I wake up and I say your pranana mantra and I devote my life to you. I'm never going to be anywhere close to you. I'm never going to repay you for what you've given me. Thank you. Thank you. You told me that we'd always have an eternal relationship. I never knew what an eternal relationship meant until I met you. And I know no matter wherever you go, I always feel you in my heart. And the spiritual master is, we were supposed to put all this pressure on him, but I've got you. I'm your bullet man. If there was a bullet coming at you and the Secret Service, I'm the guy. I'm jumping in front, and I'm taking the bullet for you, Guru Maharaj. I'm your bullet man. I would do anything for you. I want to give my life to you. I love you for everything that you do. I don't know. There's not a word there's not a word that the Goswamis need to say how much I love you and how grateful I am to you. I'm forever your eternal servant, and I just want to be a speck at your lotus feet, your divine grace. Thank you. Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj. All glories to your divine grace.
That was beautiful. Nobody ever said they would be my bullet man before. And I believe that you would.
What?
nobody ever told me they would. Sorry?
Oh, you're Bullet Man. Okay. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what came in my mind.
Yeah, I remember when I first saw you at the New Dwarka temple, you had really long hair. But I saw from the very beginning you were attracted to the holy names. I could see it, you know, you were completely new, but yeah, you were very attracted to the holy names. I could see from how you were listening and how you were joining in the kirtan. So, yeah. Hare Krishna.
Krishna Guru Maharaj.
Shamachandra Prabhu, that was so sweet. I actually just realized that when I was with Guru Maharaj in Los Angeles, that I was at your initiation. I think it was at a home several years ago. It was
At Brigpati Prabhu, Mother Chandravali. Yes.
Yes.
And then we had the fire sacrifice yajna with His Holiness Rachapta Maharaj.
Yes. No, it was so sweet. Thank you so much, Prabhu. You're such a sweet devotee.
Oh, you're very, very kind. I have the sweetest Guru Maharaj, and he embodies sweetness. So if I have any good quality, it's only from His Divine Grace, Giri Maharaj Ki Jai.
Much. Next, we have Sada Sundar Keshav Prabhu. Prabhu's known Guru Maharaj since he was a kid, and his parents are disciples of Guru Maharaj from South Africa. We have actually a few pictures here of Sada Sundar Keshav. This is also Krishna Das Prabhu, whose parents are also disciples of Guru Maharaj. Another picture here. So please give your offering.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj. Happy Vyasa puja. Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutala Srimasa Giri Swami Tanamine. So many great Vaishnavas have spoken before me, and over the last few weeks, we've all been inspired by their words and their honesty. And the outpour has just been overwhelming, because we've realized that your presence in our lives is just so meaningful. I can testify that since I was a young child, having met you at the early ages. I think I was maybe 5 or 6 at the Durban Rath Yatra, and my parents were doing some service. I think this was maybe in 92 or 91. And you'd given them some good advice, and you encouraged them along, and you gave them some guidance, and you said, you know, if you return to South Africa, maybe you'd be willing to see them again. And true to your word, years later, you came home and inspired me and my brothers, who appreciate you just as much, and inspire, of course, devotees everywhere else. But after that initial meeting, when you came home, and I remember you walking through the kitchen, and I think Jyoti Mai Prabhu was making some buns, and my mom was doing some service, and there were devotees everywhere sleeping, like on. I think I slept in the garage that night. It dawned on me that you are my master, you are our guide, you are our friend. But more so than anything, you just had this mood of serving all of us. You gave up. I don't know when you slept, if you did. I don't know if you had rest, but everything about you was giving. And I think if I can just speak for a second on that one mood, I mean, you have countless of amazing qualities. And I would have to be an Antashesh to start to recite them all. But that mood of service that you have and caring for devotees has hit home with me. your thoughtfulness to the devotees and the residents of Vraj, to Mother Archa Vigraha, to the hospital, the hospice that you set up, to moments like this and over the past years that you've always been just making an effort for us. It's profound to me how Srila Prabhupada chose names for their disciples. And he gave you this name, Giriraj. And it's profound when I think of Pulastya Muni, just walking along or flying along and seeing these hills and seeing Dronachal, the father of Govardhan, and seeing what a beautiful hill, and then seeing this amazing hill next to him, and how Pulastya Muni said, please, in Varanasi there's no hills. Can I please take this hill, this son of yours? And he agreed, and he gave him his son, and there were conditions, from father to the rishi, to please take care of this boy and please guide him. And of course, Govardhan had his own wishes too, that if you put me down, you won't pick me up. And lo and behold, of course, it was the pastime for him to see Braj and to want to be in Krishna's pastimes and to completely devote himself to Lord Krishna and to the residents of Vrindavan. They walk on him, they live on him, they live in the caves and on the hills, and the animals are there, the peacocks, the birds, the blue cows. It's striking for me because when I think of Srila Prabhupada finding you and bargaining essentially with your father, and he found this treasure. And he realized that your mood of service towards other devotees would be so profound that, what you would do within just a quick period of time could almost, for me in my heart, emulate something as Govardhan. How he serves the residents. You have always served all of us by your lifestyle, by your decision making, the way you critique, or the way you shower love. It's been in my life. I remember being 9 years old, and at that age, you don't really have many material attachments. Maybe cartoons and mom's cooking, but when you're residing in Vrindavan, you just take shelter of Krishna Balaram. They become your bigger brothers. If you have a bad day at school, you complain to them. If you had someone steal your barfi or rasgulla, you complain to them. If you did well at school, you're going to complain to them or tell them. So the one thing we missed was, amongst all my friends, it's a common thing, that it's that relationship. We want experience in material sense objects or anything like that. It was just that bond. And when you came to Vrindavan, it was as if my mom and dad had come to Vrindavan. You came for Radha Astami, and I just remember looking at Krishnadas and telling him, Maharaj is here. And we didn't even ask for permission. We just ran out the school gates and ran to your house because our uncle was there, our father, I was like our mother, everything was encompassed. And we were so kind to us. There was no protocol for us. You just allowed us into your room and you gave us a big hug. And we sat down immediately upstairs on the little patio there on the chatai, and we talked. We don't even know what you were doing. We weren't inquisitive. We were just excited to see you and excited to see our family, our well-wisher. And I'll never forget that. And I think for both of us, in our hearts, this mood of reciprocation and always wanting to serve you in some manner is there within us. Of course, this world, this Kali Yuga is just, right now there's a lot of anxiety, a lot of stress, a lot of pain, a lot of distraction. So it is difficult, but having these moments where we can get your grace through your books or to see you chanting is all that we could ask for. And so I wish you the best of the rest of your day, and I wish we were all there getting your association in Carpinteria. One of the last things I'll say was we went to a program on the way towards California from Carpinteria, and we were coming back very late that night. It was after midnight, and it was just me and you, and it was very late, and you were tired. So I was also kind of tired. And so you rolled down my window from your side of the car. Well, I think you told me to roll down my window, and you rolled down your window. And I remember you kind of falling asleep. And it was also like full moon, similar to this. And I'm driving and the ocean is next to me. And the ocean is just sprinkling with these stars, like the reflection. And I turn to my side and I see you and you're sleeping next to me, and I'm driving. And I was like, wow, just overwhelmed. I felt like I'm getting to serve you. So forever indebted, and forgive me for my faults. But I could never get it when I got to Vrindavan. Everyone would chant, Giriraj Maharaj Ki Jai. And I was be like, wow, everyone knows about Giriraj Maharaj here? Not realizing in Govardhan, that's the chant. But I was like, wow, everyone knows my Guru Maharaj. So like I would ask people, like, when did you meet my Gurudev? Like, when did you meet him? And of course, they would be like, this is a name for Govardhan. So Govardhan is in my heart. I've taken shelter of him and hopefully get to reside there one day. But as long as I'm in your hearts and in your thoughts, then my life is fulfilled.
Yeah, you are. You are. I remember one day when you were in the Gurukul, I don't know if it was Radhastami, but you were dressed up as a gopi and you were fanning.
Yeah, yes, it was another Radhastami.
Yeah. And one of my godbrothers sort of nudged me and said, that's Keshava Manjari.
That was my Halloween costume for tonight. Only you can see it, Maharaj. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sadasundar Keshava Prabhu. Thank you.
Guru Maharaj, we have reached the end of this program. It is my honor to introduce the last two speakers for my segment.
Oh.
And they're a couple. You can see them on the screen. They need no introduction. The husband is a director of operations, I'm told, at work, but he's also the director of operation for all these Vyasa Puja sessions that we've had. He lent his golden voice to us through all those videos. So we would humbly request this beautiful couple and the baby to speak and present their offering. And then he will conclude the program for today. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Our computer froze for a few minutes or a minute. Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. We have a lot to say, actually. We wrote an offering that we submitted for your Vyasa Puja book. And then, we wrote...
I wrote another one.
Madhuri Radha wrote some things too, but we realized that it's not possible to share it in the 3 to 5 minutes that we've humbly requested all the devotees to abide by, although, everyone's spoken from their heart. And I don't think we can even probably share everything we want to say in 10 or even 15 minutes, but we can summarize it by saying that
we love you.
And Giridhari loves you too. We miss you. We miss you so much. And we can't wait to be with you again. And hope to visit you soon, or hope to see you again soon here in Houston.
Yeah.
Thank you. So now we've come to the end of this this session, and we'd like to ask you, Guru Maharaj, to speak and address us at this time.
Om Jnana Timirandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chaksun Militam Yena Tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha. Sri Chaitanya Mano Bhishtam. Oh, what happened? I'll start over because I don't know what happened. Om Jnana Timirandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chaksun Militam Yena Tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha. Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Gadamayam Dadati Swa Padantikam. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desha Tarine. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I'm quite ecstatic hearing all this glorification of Srila Prabhupada, because I know whatever was said about me is due to his mercy or his presence within my life. In one Vyasa Puja talk that Srila Prabhupada gave, he cited the example of the Viceroy of India, that the Viceroy would receive presentations, but he would not keep any of the presentations for himself, but he would accept them on behalf of the crown, the king or the queen. So in the same way, the spiritual master receives offerings of love, of devotion, of praise, appreciation, and even other types of offerings. Cake. Well, that's in a different category. But he he accepts them on behalf, like the viceroy, he accepts it on behalf of the crown. So yeah, whatever I'm offered, I pass on to Srila Prabhupada, and he in turn passes it on to his Guru Maharaj and all the way through Parampara to Krishna, who's the original spiritual master. But I think of my dear godbrother Bharadraj Prabhu's statement that I love to quote, that that Krishna consciousness is love masquerading as a philosophy. And I could, feel so much love coming from all the devotees today. And not just for me, but, for Prabhupada, for Krishna, and for you all, one another. And that's also very pleasing to me when I hear the devotees express their appreciation for one another and present themselves as servants of one another. I think of that quotation of Srila Prabhupada's. In fact, I might have quoted it at the beginning of Many Moons. Not 100% sure, but I think so. Yes, it's there. Srila Prabhupada wrote, regarding serving your God brothers, this is a very good practice. The spiritual master is never without his followers. So to serve the spiritual master also means to be the servant of his disciples. When you want to serve the king, you must also serve his ministers, secretary, and everyone who serves him. And to serve the servants may please him more than to serve the king personally. So the spiritual master is not alone. He is always with his entourage. We are not impersonalists. We take care of every part of the whole, as much as one should take care of his hat as well as his shoes. Both are equally important for the upkeep of the body. I hope that you understand this rightly. So our relationships are eternal. My relationship with Srila Prabhupada is eternal. And so our relationships with each other are also eternal. And as Srila Prabhupada wrote in one letter, we'll have another ISKCON in the spiritual world. He wrote that letter to a disciple named Tushta Krishna Prabhu, who happened to have been the first devotee to meet Mr. Nair, who was the owner of the Juhu land and who, entered into an agreement with Srila Prabhupada to sell it, and then turned out to be a demon. One year I gave a class in New Dwarka, and the verse was like that. It was about demons. And in the class I spoke about Mr. Nair and the other demons who conspired against Srila Prabhupada and the devotees. And after the class, my godbrother, Virabahu Prabhu, came up to me and he said, I usually don't like it when devotees call people demons, but after hearing this account, I have to agree they actually were demons. So Tusta Krishna Prabhu, there's a little background to this, but it's worth telling so you get the context. So there was a devotee in Hawaii named Sai, and he hadn't met Srila Prabhupada, but he had a following, and they were basically following Srila Prabhupada's teachings. And many devotees who became his followers later joined ISKCON. Sai himself surrendered to Srila Prabhupada. And when he did, Srila Prabhupada was very enthusiastic. And he said, you know, through Sai, we'll get many young people to join, hippies or whatever. So one of Sai's followers was Tusta Krishna Prabhu. Our own Urvasi Dasi here in Hawaii was also a follower of Sai. So Tusta Krishna Prabhu had written a letter to Srila Prabhupada praising Sai, who was initiated by Srila Prabhupada as Siddha Swarup, praising Siddha Swarup as being a pure devotee. And Srila Prabhupada wrote back that Siddha Swarup is a good soul, but don't be mistaken. Don't try to create a faction of followers of Siddha Swarup. And he said, he said Siddha Swarup is a good soul, but anyone who is sincerely following the instructions of the spiritual master is a pure devotee. It may be Siddha Swarup or not Siddha Swarup, but anyone who is sincerely following the instructions of the spiritual master is a pure devotee. And then he said, he wrote, Srila Prabhupada wrote to Tusta Krishna Prabhu that, why do you want to be in the spiritual sky only with Siddha Swarup? Why not with everyone? Siddha Swarup will go, you will go, Shyam Sundar, who was Tusta Krishna Prabhu's GBC in Hawaii then. So he was saying, Siddha Swarup will go, you will go, Shyam Sundar will go, everyone will go, and we'll have another ISKCON in the spiritual world. Only Mr. Nair, he shall not go. So, yeah, there's, profound truth in what Srila Prabhupada said. And it does highlight the point that our relationships are eternal. Yeah, and so it's important that we develop that mood of service and appreciation for our fellow members in ISKCON. And my god brother Mahatma Prabhu wrote a sort of wry, might have been a poem, but the idea of the poem is that he goes back to Godhead and he sees all these people who he knew before. And he says, what's he doing here? You know? And then, you know, he used to whatever, you know, his faults. And what's she doing here? She used to, you know, and then her faults. And like that, he went through about 6 or 7 or 8 of them. What's he doing here? What's she doing here? They don't belong here. And then the punchline is, they all look at Mahatma Prabhu and they say, what's he doing here? So, yeah, we're not perfect. No one is perfect, but we should, you know, overlook the faults and try to see the good. Srila Prabhupada said there are like 5 categories of people. In the lowest category, one will see a small fault and make a big thing of it. In the next category, one will see the good qualities and the faults, but give more emphasis to the faults. In the next category, one will see the good qualities and the faults and see them equally. And then the next category, one will see the faults and the good qualities and place more emphasis on the good qualities. And in the topmost category, one will see, you know, a little good and make a big thing of it. So we should try to, you know, see the good in each other, in everyone, but it's more important in relation to devotees. You know, see the good in them and magnify it, appreciate them, glorify them, serve them. And yeah, that will make our relationships very congenial and harmonious. And that will be pleasing to Krishna and the whole parampara, Srila Prabhupada. So yeah, as Srila Prabhupada said, your love for me, yeah, this Tamal Krishna Goswami said, you know, how much they loved him. And he said, you know, your love for me will be shown by how much you cooperate after I leave. And so, yeah, that cooperation is very important on all levels and in all contexts.